Vibrational matching. The power of source energy.
Yes.
How people can be like mirrors, reflecting our own energy back to us.
Absolutely.
Now let's get practical. What can we do when we're not feeling our best?
Yeah, how do we shift our vibration?
To a more positive frequency when we're feeling stuck.
That's where the rubber meets the road, right?
Yeah.
We can talk about all this high vibe stuff, but when you're in it, it can be hard to know where to start.
Totally.
But good news is there's so many techniques that can help.
What are some of your favorites?
Well, one of the most powerful tools is gratitude.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that.
It sounds simple, but it's so transformative.
But how does it work?
Taking just a few minutes every day to focus on what we're grateful for can instantly shift our perspective from lack to abundance.
Okay, so it's more than just, thinking positive thoughts.
Yes. It's about cultivating a feeling of appreciation for what we already have in our lives.
So we're tuning our...
When we focus on the good, we're literally tuning our energetic frequency to a higher vibration.
So we're like switching radio stations from doom and gloom to the feel-good hits.
And the more we practice gratitude, the easier it becomes to stay tuned to that positive frequency.
Okay, that's great. What else?
Another powerful technique is focusing on our senses.
Our senses.
Yeah, when we're feeling stressed or overwhelmed, we tend to get stuck in our heads.
Oh, yeah.
Bringing our attention back to our physical experience can ground us in the present moment and help us to reconnect with a sense of peace.
So what do you mean by that?
Like, what does that look like?
Yeah.
It could be as simple as taking a few deep breaths and noticing the sensation of the air moving in and out of your body.
Okay.
Paying attention to the sounds around you, the birds singing, the wind rustling through the trees. You could focus on the feeling of the sun on your skin or the taste of a delicious meal.
Just really savoring those little things.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Bringing our attention to the present moment instead of getting caught up in worries about the past or the future.
Okay, love that. What else?
Well, Abraham Hicks talks a lot about the power of positive affirmations.
Oh, yeah. Affirmations.
These are short, empowering statements that we can repeat to ourselves to reprogram our subconscious mind and align with our desired vibration.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. Some classic examples include, I am worthy of love and abundance. I am healthy, happy, and whole. Or, I am attracting amazing things into my life. The key is to choose affirmations that resonate with you.
Okay.
And feel good when you say them.
This is like we're speaking our desired reality into existence.
Yes. And the more we repeat these affirmations, the more we start to believe them, and the more likely they are to manifest in our reality.
I love that.
It's powerful stuff.
But sometimes, it feels like no matter how hard I try, I just keep getting pulled back down.
Yeah. I get it.
By like negative thoughts or challenging situations.
It's important to remember this is a journey, not a destination.
Right.
There will be ups and downs.
Yeah.
There will be days when we feel amazing and days when we feel like we're back at square one.
Right.
The key is to be patient with ourselves and to keep practicing.
Progress, not perfection.
Exactly. And recognizing that every moment is a fresh start, even if we had a bad day, we can wake up the next morning and choose to shift our vibration.
This has been so eye-opening.
I'm glad.
I feel like I've learned so much today.
I think the biggest takeaway is awareness.
Yeah.
The more aware you are of your own vibrational state, the more power you have to choose thoughts, feelings, and actions that align with your desired reality.
So we can be the creators,
Exactly. You are the creator of your own experience.
Of our own experience. Love it.
And remember, you're not alone on this journey. There are countless resources available to support you in raising your vibration and living a more fulfilling life.
This has been wonderful. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Always love talking about this stuff.
And to our listeners, thank you for joining us for this deep dive into the mirror principle.
Yes.
We hope you got a lot out of it. Remember, you have the power to create a reality that reflects your truest self.
That's right.
So keep shining bright. Welcome back, everybody. Today, we're going to be taking a deep dive into something pretty incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Source energy.
I love it.
And how it plays a role in manifesting the things we want in life.
Yeah.
We're going to be working with an excerpt from an Abraham Hicks seminar.
Okay.
And just a quick heads up for anyone who hasn't encountered their work before. Abraham is a collective consciousness channeled by Esther Hicks.
Right.
And they're super well known for their teachings on the law of attraction.
And what I think is really fascinating about the law of attraction is that it's not just about positive thinking like a lot of people think.
Yeah.
It's so much deeper than that.
Yeah.
It really connects us to this concept of source energy,
Okay.
which is this incredible wellspring of pure positive energy.
Wow.
That's constantly supporting us.
Okay, so imagine this.
Okay.
Before you were even born, before you took on this physical form,
Right.
you were pure source energy.
Wow.
Kind of a wild concept.
It is wild.
Right.
Yeah.
But what if that feeling of deep connection, that sense of being totally in the flow, is actually a glimpse of that source energy within you?
Yeah, it's like remembering who you truly are.
It is.
And you know what's really beautiful about the source material?
What's that?
Is that it emphasizes that source energy has this unwavering belief in you.
Oh, wow.
In your worthiness. And in the reason that you chose to be here.
Right.
Experiencing life in this physical form.
Okay, so if this source energy is always with us, always supporting us, why aren't we all living our dream lives?
Good question.
Well, Abraham Hicks says it starts with contrast.
Okay.
And life throws us curveballs.
Sure.
We get stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
We have these frustrating encounters. We face challenges that make us crave something better.
Totally. And it's those experiences that help us to define what we truly want.
Okay.
So think about it. You're having a frustrating encounter with someone who's being rude. That experience might actually make you crave kindness.
Yeah.
It helps you to define that you actually want more kindness in your life.
I get it.
And according to Abraham Hicks, these moments of contrast actually launch what they call vibrational rockets of desire.
Ooh.
Basically, they're energetic impulses that shoot out into the universe.
Okay, I love this analogy.
Yeah.
I'm picturing these rockets like blasting off.
Yeah.
But where are they headed?
Straight to source energy.
Really?
And here's the incredible part.
Okay.
Source energy instantly aligns with those desires, becoming a vibrational match to them.
Wow.
It doesn't say like, hold on, there's not enough kindness to go around, or that's a risky desire. I don't know if we can swing that. It's just pure, unlimited yes to everything you want.
So it's like an instant cosmic order confirmation. Your desire for more kindness. Got it.
Exactly. And the source material actually really drives this point home.
Okay.
It says, when you launch a rocket, a request, a preference, a desire, your inner being becomes a vibrational match to it immediately.
Wow.
There's no delay, no hesitation.
Right.
It's instant alignment.
That's incredibly empowering.
It is.
But then why don't we see those desires reflected in our reality right away?
Right.
Like, where does the disconnect happen?
Well, that's where things get a little tricky.
Okay.
Because if we doubt ourselves, if we question our worthiness or the possibility of our desires, we create what Abraham calls vibrational discord.
Okay.
It's like trying to play two out-of-tune instruments together.
Ooh.
It creates this clash, this dissonance.
So on one hand, we have this incredibly powerful source energy that's instantly saying yes to our desires. But then on the other hand, we have our own doubts and limiting beliefs that create resistance.
Exactly. And that resistance is what shows up as negative emotions. It's like our internal guidance system saying, hey, you're out of alignment with your source energy. You're doubting yourself.
Right.
And that's creating a block.
It's almost as if source energy is saying, hey, I believe in you.
Right.
Why don't you?
Yeah, like get on board.
And the source material actually highlights this too.
Oh, really?
It says, if there were not someone keenly interested in you and holding a vibrational frequency about you, then you could think anything you want and you would feel no vibrational variance.
Wow, that's a powerful statement.
Isn't it?
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
It suggests that these negative emotions aren't random.
Right.
They aren't punishments.
Yeah.
They're feedback, showing us where we're out of sync with that amazing supportive energy of source.
Wow.
That's always there for us.
Always there for us.
Yeah.
Okay, so if these negative emotions are like a signal that we're out of alignment, how do we get back on track?
Right.
How do we tap into that source energy and start manifesting the things we truly desire?
Well, that's where this really fascinating concept of the vortex comes in.
Okay, the vortex.
Yeah.
What is that?
So imagine a place where all of your desires already exist.
Okay.
Not in physical form, but in vibrational form.
Oh, wow.
That's the vortex.
Okay.
It's where those rockets of desire we talked about actually land.
Okay, so it's like a cosmic storehouse of possibilities.
Totally.
Everything we could ever want is already there.
It is.
Just waiting for us.
It's there waiting for you.
That's amazing.
It's pretty wild.
So it's not about creating something out of nothing.
No.
It's more about aligning with something that already exists.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Wow.
But there is a little bit of a catch.
Okay.
There's a gap between the vortex, where all these amazing possibilities exist,
right,
and our current reality.
Okay.
And bridging that gap can be a little tricky. And that's where our point of attraction comes in.
Ah, yes, the point of attraction.
Yeah.
This is another term that comes up a lot in Abraham Hicks's work.
All the time?
Can you break that down for us a little bit?
Of course.
What is the point of attraction?
So it's basically like our vibrational address.
Okay.
Imagine you're sending a letter to the universe.
Okay.
Requesting the things that you want.
Right.
Your point of attraction determines where that letter gets delivered.
Ooh.
And it's formed by our dominant emotional state, our beliefs, and the actions that we take.
So we're constantly focusing on lack, worrying about what we don't have, doubting our worthiness.
Yeah.
We're essentially sending that letter to the wrong address.
Yes, it's like
we're sending it to Lackville.
Exactly.
Instead of Abundance City.
Right, instead of where you actually want it to go.
Exactly.
And remember that passage from the source material? It said, your observation of the conditions that exist now are the reason that you keep repeating a pattern that holds away the things you want.
Wow.
So it's saying that our focus on current conditions, especially if those conditions aren't what we want, actually keeps the good stuff away.
Keeps the good stuff away.
It does.
Okay, so how do we shift our point of attraction from Lackville to Abundance City?
Okay.
It sounds like a pretty big move.
It can be a big move, but it all really boils down to shifting from a state of resistance to a state of allowing.
Allowing.
Yeah. So instead of focusing on what's missing, we can choose to trust in source energy.
Okay.
And the unseen forces that are always working in our favor.
Okay. I think I'm a little stuck in this idea of allowing.
Yeah.
Because it sounds a little passive.
Okay.
Like, aren't we supposed to be taking action to achieve our goals?
Yes. Action is definitely important.
Okay.
But it's the energy behind the action that makes all the difference. So imagine you're trying to push a heavy door open.
Okay.
But you're simultaneously leaning against it.
Yeah.
You're putting in effort, but you're also creating resistance.
Right.
Allowing is about releasing that resistance.
Okay.
Stepping out of your own way and trusting that the universe has your back.
So it's more about aligning our energy with our desires.
Yes.
And then taking inspired action from that place of alignment.
Exactly. It's about getting in the flow, trusting the process, and taking action when it feels aligned and joyful, rather than forcing things from a place of desperation or fear.
Okay, I could feel that shift starting to happen just thinking about it.
Yeah.
But I have to admit, sometimes those negative thoughts and doubts creep in.
Of course.
And it's just hard to shake them off.
Right.
So what are some practical things
that
we can do to stay connected to that source energy?
Right.
And maintain a positive point of attraction?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And there are so many wonderful practices that can help us cultivate that alignment. One that Abraham Hicks talks about a lot is gratitude.
Gratitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we focus on what we're grateful for, we raise our vibration and naturally align with the positive energy of source.
So it's like tuning our inner radio dial.
Yes.
To the frequency of abundance.
Exactly.
What else can we do?
Spending time in nature is incredibly powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Nature is a direct reflection of source energy.
Right.
It's teeming with life, beauty, and a sense of peace that can really help us to reset and reconnect with that feeling of oneness.
I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah.
There's nothing quite like a walk in the woods.
I know.
Or by the ocean to shift my perspective.
Right.
And remind me that I'm part of something bigger than myself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And another practice that might seem simple, but it's profoundly effective, is positive self-talk.
Self-talk?
Yeah, the way we talk to ourselves sends powerful signals to the universe.
It does.
So if we're constantly putting ourselves down or focusing on our flaws, we're reinforcing that sense of lack.
Right.
So instead of beating ourselves up for perceived shortcomings, we can choose to speak to ourselves with kindness and encouragement.
Like give ourselves a pep talk.
Exactly. And affirmations are a great tool for this.
Affirmations.
Yeah. Like, for example, you could say, I am worthy of receiving all the good things the universe has to offer.
I love that.
It might feel a little awkward at first.
Yeah.
But the more you practice it, the more you'll start to believe it.
It's like we're rewiring those old patterns of negative self-talk.
Yes.
And replacing them with beliefs that support our desires.
Exactly.
And beyond words.
Yeah.
Engaging in creative pursuits can be incredibly powerful.
Oh my gosh, so powerful. Yeah. Whether it's painting, writing, dancing, anything that sparks your passion.
Yeah.
When we create, we tap into a flow state that naturally aligns us with source energy.
It's like we become a channel for that creative energy to flow through us.
Exactly.
And I bet it feels amazing when that happens.
It does. It's a reminder that we are co-creators with the universe.
Right.
Not just passive recipients of whatever life throws our way.
So it's not just about wishing for things.
No.
It's about actively participating in the process of creation.
Yes.
I love that.
And as we engage in these practices, it's important to remember that alignment with source energy isn't about achieving some perfect state of bliss 24/7.
Right.
We human.
Yeah.
We're going to have ups and downs.
We are. I think that's really reassuring because I think sometimes people get intimidated by this idea.
Right.
That you have to be positive all the time.
Yeah.
Feels like a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure, and it's simply not realistic.
Right.
What matters is our overall vibration,
Okay.
our dominant emotional state. The key is to notice when we've dipped into a lower vibration and then use these practices to gently guide ourselves back into alignment.
So it's a process of becoming more aware of our energy.
It is.
And making conscious choices that support our well-being and our desires.
Exactly. And remember, there's no judgment here.
Right.
It's a journey of self-discovery and growth. Yeah. We're all learning and evolving together.
This has been so insightful. It sounds like aligning with source energy and harnessing its power for manifesting our desires is an ongoing process, not a one-time fix.
It is. It's about cultivating a relationship with that wellspring of positive energy and learning to trust in its unwavering support. It's like building a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes.
So it's about making these practices a part of our daily lives rather than just, reaching for them when we're feeling down or stuck.
Exactly. Weaving them into the fabric of our existence so that we're consistently raising our vibration and attracting more of what we want into our reality.
So this idea of attracting what we want brings me back to those rockets of desire.
Oh, yeah.
We've talked about launching them into the vortex, but how do we know when they're actually hitting their target? Like, how do we recognize those manifestations in our physical reality?
That's such a good question. And that's where paying attention to our emotions and intuition becomes really important.
Okay.
Remember how we talked about negative emotions being a sign of resistance?
Right.
Well, positive emotions are like signposts pointing us in the right direction.
Oh.
When you feel a surge of joy, excitement, or a deep sense of peace, it's a sign that you're in alignment with your source energy and that those rockets of desire are finding their mark.
So it's not just about getting what we want, it's about feeling good along the way.
Exactly. It's about enjoying the journey, trusting the process, and celebrating every little victory along the way.
I love that. It takes the pressure off having to figure everything out or, force things to happen.
Yes. Surrendering to the flow of life and allowing those manifestations to unfold in their own perfect timing.
So how do we cultivate that trust in the process, especially when things aren't unfolding as quickly as we'd like? Patience can be a real challenge for a lot of us.
That's so true. I mean, we live in a world that values instant gratification.
We do.
But the universe often works on a different timeline. It's like planting a seed. You wouldn't dig it up every day to see if it's sprouted.
Right.
You trust that with the right conditions, it will grow in its own time.
So it's about nurturing those desires like seeds, watering them with positive energy, and trusting that they will blossom when the time is right.
Beautifully said. And remember those limiting beliefs we talked about earlier. Sometimes those can act like weeds choking out the growth of our desires.
Oh, yeah.
So it's so important to stay aware of those negative thoughts and choose to replace them with beliefs that support our vision.
So it's like we're tending the garden of our minds, pulling out the weeds of doubt and fear, and planting seeds of hope, possibility, and unwavering belief in ourselves.
I love that analogy. And as we tend to that garden, we create a fertile ground for our desires to take root and flourish.
This has been such an inspiring deep dive into the world of source energy and manifestation.
It really has.
It's been a powerful reminder that we're not just passive bystanders in our lives, but active creators of our own reality.
We are powerful creators.
And if you could fully trust in source energy's unwavering support and your own innate power to manifest, What would you dare to dream and create? Hold that question in your heart and allow the answer to unfold.
That's good advice.
As always, we would love to hear your thoughts, experiences, or questions in the comments below.
Please share.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive. And until next time, keep exploring, keep creating, and keep shining your unique light.
Bye.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. I'm Dennis, and as always, I'm joined by the insightful Louise. Today, we're diving into a concept that many of you have been asking about, the vortex. You might have heard this term thrown around in spiritual circles, and it can sound a little mystical, maybe even intimidating, but I assure you, it's a concept worth exploring, especially if you're interested in manifesting your desires and experiencing a greater sense of well-being.
That's right. It's less about summoning a swirling energy field and more about aligning with a natural state of harmony and flow. You could even say it's where we tap into our most powerful, creative selves.
Okay, I like that. So if we're not summoning tornadoes, what does it mean to actually align with the vortex? That sounds like it takes a lot of effort.
It's interesting you say effort, because the most profound shift often comes from letting go, from releasing the struggle. It's about recognizing that we don't have to force things to happen. Instead, we can tap into a natural universal energy that already exists.
It's not about forcing, but more about aligning, like tuning a radio to the right frequency. But what exactly are we tuning into?
Think of the vortex as a state of being, where you're in sync with a powerful energetic flow. It's where well-being and manifestation become more natural, almost effortless.
That sounds pretty amazing, honestly. Who wouldn't want to tap into that?
Yeah.
But how do we know when we're in the vortex? What does it feel like?
Think about a time when everything seemed to fall into place, when you felt a sense of ease, joy, and clarity. That's a glimpse of what it feels like to be in the vortex. It's about feeling connected, aligned with your purpose, and trusting that things are working out for your highest good.
All right, now I'm starting to see the appeal. But I'm guessing it's not always sunshine and roses. We all experience challenges, negative emotions, setbacks. How does that fit into this picture of the vortex?
That's where things get really interesting, you see. These negative emotions, these challenges. They're often signs that we've stepped out of alignment with the vortex. They're like signals, prompting us to course correct.
So instead of resisting those negative feelings, we should see them as guides, pointing us back to the vortex.
Yeah, precisely. It's about recognizing that these emotions are not the enemy. They're messengers, providing valuable information about where we're out of alignment and what we need to shift.
Okay, that's a really helpful way to look at it. But if these negative emotions indicate we're out of alignment, what causes us to step out of the vortex in the first place? Is it simply life happening?
Life certainly throws curveballs, but often we step out of the vortex by choice, albeit unconsciously. We get caught up in worry, fear, doubt, and these negative emotions create resistance, blocking the flow of well-being and manifestation.
So it's our own thoughts and beliefs that create this resistance. That's a powerful concept to consider. But if our minds are so powerful that they can create resistance, can they also actively help us align with the vortex?
Absolutely. Our minds are incredibly powerful tools, and when we consciously choose thoughts and beliefs that support our well-being and align with our desires, we begin to shift our energy towards the vortex.
So it's about becoming aware of those negative thought patterns and making a conscious effort to shift them. But where do we even begin? It feels like we're talking about changing deeply ingrained habits, and that can feel daunting.
It's true. It does take awareness and conscious effort, but it doesn't have to be daunting. Start by simply noticing your thoughts and emotions without judgment. Pay attention to how you feel in different situations and what triggers those negative spirals. That awareness is key. Once you start noticing those patterns, you can begin to gently shift them.
Okay, but how do we actually shift them? Is it like positive affirmations, just telling yourselves, I am happy over and over?
Affirmations can be helpful, but it's more about aligning your entire being, your thoughts, feelings, and actions. It's about living in a way that resonates with the frequency of the vortex.
Okay, that makes sense. But it also sounds like a massive undertaking. Do you have any practical tips for starting this alignment process?
Absolutely. One of the simplest yet most powerful practices is gratitude. When you actively focus on what you're grateful for, you shift your energy towards positivity and abundance, aligning yourself with the vortex.
That makes sense. It's like choosing to focus on the good instead of dwelling on the negative. But what about when things are really tough? Can gratitude really make a difference in those situations?
It might sound counterintuitive, but that's when gratitude becomes even more important. It's easy to be grateful when everything is going smoothly, but when you can find things to appreciate even amidst challenges, that's when you truly start to shift your perspective and align with the vortex.
So it's about finding those glimmers of light, even in the darkest of times.
Exactly. It could be something as simple as appreciating a warm cup of tea,
Yeah.
a beautiful sunset, or the kindness of a stranger. These small moments of gratitude can help you shift your focus and connect with a sense of peace and well-being, even when facing difficult circumstances.
That's a really powerful reminder. It's not about denying the challenges, but about choosing to focus on what's good, even in those moments. Are there any other practices that can help with this alignment process?
Another powerful practice is mindfulness. When you bring your awareness to the present moment, noticing your thoughts and feelings without judgment, you create space for transformation. You detach from those negative spirals and reconnect with a sense of inner peace.
So it's about being present in the moment instead of getting lost in worries about the past or anxieties about the future.
Precisely. Mindfulness helps you cultivate a sense of groundedness, allowing you to observe your thoughts and emotions without getting swept away by them. This detachment creates space for you to choose more positive and empowering thoughts, aligning yourself with the vortex.
It sounds like a lot of this is about becoming more aware of our internal world, of the thoughts and feelings that are often running on autopilot.
Absolutely. The more aware you become of your internal landscape, the more power you have to consciously shape it. You can choose thoughts that empower you, feelings that uplift you, and actions that align with your highest good.
This is starting to sound a bit like shadow work, that idea of exploring the darker parts of ourselves. Is that something you'd recommend as part of this vortex alignment process?
Shadow work can be incredibly powerful, especially when you're feeling stuck or blocked. It's about acknowledging those parts of ourselves that we've repressed or denied, bringing them into the light of consciousness so we can integrate them and move forward with greater wholeness.
So it's not about pretending those negative aspects don't exist,
Mm-mm.
but about facing them head on with compassion and understanding.
Exactly. When we deny or suppress those shadow aspects, they tend to fester and create more problems. But when we acknowledge them with compassion, we can start to heal and transform them.
This is getting pretty deep. It sounds like aligning with the vortex is about so much more than just manifesting material desires. It's about a profound shift in consciousness, a journey of self-discovery and personal growth.
It's about becoming the best version of yourself, the most authentic and empowered version. And as you align with this truer self, you naturally align with the vortex, opening yourself to greater well-being, abundance, and fulfillment.
This all sounds incredibly inspiring, but I'm wondering about the practical side of things. How do we actually start to live a vortex-aligned life? Does it mean quitting our jobs, selling all our possessions, and meditating on a mountaintop?
It certainly doesn't require such drastic measures. Aligning with the vortex is about making conscious choices, moment by moment. Support your well-being and align with your desires.
So it's about integrating these practices into our everyday lives, not about escaping from reality.
Precisely. It's about bringing that vortex energy into everything you do, whether it's your work, your relationships, your creative pursuits, or simply how you spend your free time.
Okay, so we're not talking about becoming monks, but about infusing our lives with a different kind of energy. What would that look like in practice? Can you give us some examples?
Absolutely. It could be as simple as starting your day with a gratitude practice, being more mindful during your daily interactions, or choosing to engage in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. It's about creating a life that feels aligned with your true self, your passions, and your purpose.
So it's about paying attention to what feels good, what energizes us, and making choices that support those things.
Exactly. It's about becoming attuned to your inner guiding system, that intuitive voice that knows what's best for you. When you learn to trust and follow that guidance, you naturally align with the vortex.
That makes sense. It's about listening to our intuition, that gut feeling that often knows the way even when our minds are full of doubts and fears. But how do we develop that trust in our intuition? It feels like something that can be easily drowned out by the noise of the world.
You're right. It takes practice to cultivate that connection with your intuition. One way to strengthen that connection is through meditation. When you quiet your mind and create space for stillness, you open yourself to receiving those subtle, intuitive whispers.
Meditation is something I've always wanted to try, but never seemed to find the time for. Is it really that important for aligning with the vortex?
It's not a requirement, but it can be incredibly helpful. Even a few minutes of quiet reflection each day can make a difference. It allows you to detach from the constant mental chatter and connect with a deeper sense of peace and clarity.
Okay, I'm willing to give it a try. But what about those times when we're feeling stuck? When we're trying to manifest something, but it just doesn't seem to be happening? What advice would you give to someone in that situation?
First, remember that the universe operates on a grander timeline than our human minds can often grasp. What may seem like a delay is often a redirection, a course correction that ultimately leads us to something even better than we could have imagined.
So it's about trusting the process,
Hmm.
even when we don't fully understand it.
Exactly. Sometimes our desires don't manifest in the exact way we envision them, because the universe has something even more amazing in store for us. It's about surrendering to the flow, trusting that we are being guided towards our highest good.
This makes me think about the role of free will. If we're all part of this interconnected web,
Hmm.
all connected to this vortex of creation, does that mean we don't have any individual choice in shaping our lives?
Free will is an integral part of the equation. We are co-creators with the universe, constantly making choices that influence our reality. The vortex is not a deterministic force. It's a field of infinite potential that we can tap into through our choices, our intentions, our actions.
So it's a dance between surrender and action,
Yeah.
between trusting the universe and taking inspired action toward our goals.
Exactly. It's about finding that sweet spot where we're aligned with our highest selves, allowing the universe to guide us, while also taking the steps that are aligned with our desires.
This is such a beautiful and empowering concept. It gives us back a sense of agency while also acknowledging the power of something greater than ourselves.
Absolutely. We are not alone in this journey. We are supported, guided, and loved by the universe every step of the way. And when we align with the vortex, we tap into this infinite power, creating a life that is truly aligned with our soul's purpose.
This has been an incredibly insightful conversation, Louise. I feel like we've only just scratched the surface of this vast and fascinating topic.
Yes, the exploration of the vortex is a lifelong journey, filled with discovery and wonder.
Before we move on to the next part of our discussion, I'd love to hear from you,
Yeah.
our listeners. What are your thoughts on the vortex? Have you experienced moments of alignment in your own lives? Share your insights and experiences in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you.
And when you're aligned with this truer self, you naturally align with the vortex, opening yourself to greater well-being, abundance, and fulfillment.
This all sounds incredibly inspiring, but I'm wondering about the practical side of things. How do we actually start to live a vortex-aligned life? Does it mean quitting our jobs, selling all our possessions, and meditating on a mountaintop?
It certainly doesn't require such drastic measures. Aligning with the vortex is about making conscious choices moment by moment that support your well-being and align with your desires.
So it's about integrating these practices into our everyday lives, not about escaping from reality.
Precisely. It's about bringing that vortex energy into everything you do, whether it's your work, your relationships, your creative pursuits, or simply how you spend your free time.
Okay, so we're not talking about becoming monks, but about infusing our lives with a different kind of energy. What would that look like in practice? Can you give us some examples?
Absolutely. It could be as simple as starting your day with a gratitude practice, being more mindful during your daily interactions, or choosing to engage in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. It's about creating a life that feels aligned with your true self, your passions, and your purpose.
So it's about paying attention to what feels good, what energizes us, and making choices that support those things.
Exactly. It's about becoming attuned to your inner guidance system, that intuitive voice that knows what's best for you. When you learn to trust and follow that guidance, you naturally align with the vortex.
That makes sense. It's about listening to our intuition, that gut feeling that often knows that even when our minds are full of doubts and fears. But how do we develop that trust in our intuition? It feels like something that can be easily drowned out by the noise of the world.
You're right. It takes practice to cultivate that connection with your intuition. One way to strengthen that connection is through meditation. When you quiet your mind and create space for stillness, you open yourself to receiving those subtle, intuitive whispers.
Meditation is something I've always wanted to try, but never seemed to find the time for. Is it really that important for aligning with the vortex?
It's not a requirement, but it can be incredibly helpful. Even a few minutes of quiet reflection each day can make a difference. It allows you to detach from the constant mental chatter and connect with a deeper sense of peace and clarity.
Okay, I'm willing to give it a try. But what about those times when we're feeling stuck, when we're trying to manifest something, but it just doesn't seem to be happening? What advice would you give to someone in that situation?
First, remember that the universe operates on a grander timeline than our human minds can often grasp. What may seem like a delay is often a redirection, a course correction that ultimately leads us to something even better than we could have imagined.
So it's about trusting the process even when we don't fully understand it.
Exactly. Sometimes our desires don't manifest in the exact way we envision them because the universe has something even more amazing in store for us. It's about surrendering to the flow, trusting that we are being guided towards our highest good.
This makes me think about the role of free will. If we're all part of this interconnected web, all connected to this vortex of creation, does that mean we don't have any individual choice in shaping our lives?
Free will is an integral part of the equation. We are co-creators with the universe, constantly making choices that influence our reality. The vortex is not a deterministic force. It's a field of infinite potential that we can tap into through our choices, our intentions, our actions.
So it's a dance between surrender and action, between trusting the universe and taking inspired action towards our goals.
Exactly. It's about finding that sweet spot where we're aligned with our highest selves, allowing the universe to guide us, while also taking the steps that are aligned with our desires.
This is such a beautiful and empowering concept. It gives us back a sense of agency while also acknowledging the power of something greater than ourselves.
Absolutely. We are not alone in this journey. We are supported, guided, and loved by the universe every step of the way. And when we align with the vortex, we tap into this infinite power, creating a life that is truly aligned with our soul's purpose.
This has been an incredibly insightful conversation, Louise. I feel like we've covered so much ground and yet only scratched the surface of this vast topic.
Yes, the exploration of the vortex is a lifelong journey filled with discovery and wonder.
Before we move on to the next part of our discussion, I'd love to hear from you, our listeners. What are your thoughts on the vortex? Have you experienced moments of alignment in your own lives? Share your insights and experiences in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics podcast. We've been unpacking this idea of the vortex, and I'm already feeling a shift in my own perspective. It's like we've been handed a new lens to view the world through.
That's a great way to put it. It's not about creating a separate reality, but rather changing how we perceive and interact with the one we're already in.
So if we're not escaping reality, what does a vortex-aligned life actually look like? Is it all blissful meditation retreats and effortlessly manifesting luxury cars? Not necessarily. While those things might be part of some people's journeys, it's more about the underlying energy and how that translates into your daily experiences. Imagine waking up feeling genuinely excited about your day, even if it includes mundane tasks. Work becomes less about have to and more about want to, because you're aligned with your purpose. Relationships become deeper and more fulfilling because you're coming from a place of wholeness and authenticity.
That sounds pretty amazing, but also a bit idealistic. What about those inevitable bumps in the road? How does the vortex play into dealing with those less than ideal situations?
That's where the real magic happens. When you're aligned with the vortex, you don't deny the existence of challenges, but you approach them with a different energy. It's like you're accessing a deeper well of inner strength and resilience.
So it's not about pretending everything is perfect,
Yeah.
but about facing challenges with a more empowered mindset.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that those challenges are not happening to you, but for you. They're opportunities for growth, for learning, for expanding your consciousness.
That's a really interesting perspective. It's like those challenges are actually guiding us back towards the vortex, back towards alignment.
Precisely. They're like signposts pointing us in the right direction. The key is to recognize them as such and not get caught up in the drama or resistance.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But what about those big desires we have, the things we're trying to manifest? How does aligning with the vortex help with that? Is it simply a matter of wishing really hard and hoping for the best?
It's more than just wishing. It's about aligning your energy with the frequency of your desires. It's about feeling the joy of those desires as if they were already manifested.
So it's not about pretending we already have what we want, but about cultivating the feeling, the energy of having it.
Exactly. It's about embodying the vibration of your desires, becoming a vibrational match for what you want to attract.
This reminds me of the law of attraction, that idea that attracts.
Yes, it's very much aligned with that principle. When you focus on what you want and cultivate the feeling of having it, you create a magnetic force that draws those experiences towards you.
But what about those times when we're doing all the right things? Practicing gratitude, visualizing our desires, aligning our energy, and it still feels like nothing is happening. It can be really discouraging.
It's important to remember that the universe operates on a different timeline than our human minds. What may seem like a delay is often a redirection, a course correction towards something even better than we could have imagined.
So it's about trusting the process even when we don't see immediate results.
Exactly. Patience and trust are key ingredients in the manifestation process. It's about surrendering to the divine timing of the universe, knowing that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if we don't understand it in the moment.
This brings up an interesting question about free will. If we're all connected to this vortex, to this universal flow, does that mean we have no individual choice in shaping our lives?
Free will is a beautiful paradox within this framework. We have the power to choose our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, which in turn influence our reality. But we also exist within this universal flow, guided and supported by a force greater than ourselves.
So it's about finding that balance between taking inspired action and surrendering to the flow.
Exactly. It's a dance between effort and allowing, between conscious creation and divine orchestration.
This has been a truly enlightening conversation. I feel like we've covered so much ground and yet only scratched the surface of this vast topic. What's one key takeaway you'd like our listeners to remember from this deep dive into the vortex?
Remember that you are a powerful creator, intricately connected to a universe that is constantly conspiring to support you. The vortex is always available to you, a source of infinite potential and well-being. Trust in the process, cultivate a deep connection with your inner guidance, and choose to align with the energy of love, joy, and gratitude.
Beautifully said. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the vortex. We hope you found this exploration insightful and inspiring. As always, we encourage you to continue exploring these concepts in your own lives and to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the Metaphysics Podcast for more deep dives into the mysteries of the universe. Until next time, may you be blessed with abundance, joy, and a deep connection.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. Today we are going to be taking a deep dive into aligning with source energy.
It's really all about that transformative power of changing your perspective and how that can really make a difference in your life.
Absolutely. So before we kind of dive into all the details, let's talk about what source energy even is.
Right. So when we say source energy, we are talking about that universal force of well-being.
Okay.
You know, like that energy that connects everything.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, when we talk about our vibration, we're really talking about our emotional state. So when our vibration is high, like we feel good, we attract more positive experiences into our lives.
Makes sense.
But when our vibration is low, well,
then
we tend to attract more of what we don't want.
Yeah, exactly. And Abraham Hicks has this fascinating story that I think really perfectly illustrates this concept of source energy and shifting your perspective.
Oh, yeah, it's a great story.
It's about a stained patio.
About shifting your perspective from what's wrong to what feels better.
Exactly.
Even in like a negative situation.
Yeah. So Esther, who channels Abraham Hicks, comes home to this beautiful new patio. She's super excited about it.
Yeah.
But then it rains and the patio stones get permanently stained.
Oh, no.
It was like a total mood killer.
Yeah.
And she tried everything to fix it, but nothing worked.
It's frustrating.
And then she decides to kind of approach this in a different way, using the process that's outlined in the book, The Amazing Power of Deliberate Intent.
Right. It's all about consciously shifting your focus.
So she identifies the problem. The stained patio acknowledges that negative emotion of feeling powerless over it.
Right.
And then she shifts her attention.
Yeah. Instead of dwelling on what's wrong, she starts appreciating the beauty and the effort that's present in her surroundings.
Oh, interesting.
So, you know, like the craftsmanship of the fireplace, the love that went into renovating their cottage.
Okay.
It's about finding those glimmers of positivity, even in the midst of what seems like a negative situation.
I love that. And this is where it gets really interesting because Esther has this super rapid emotional shift.
Yes.
She goes from feeling completely deflated to feeling at peace. And then guess what happens?
What?
The washing machine backs up and floods the kitchen.
Oh my God.
I know, right?
So it's like going from bad to worse.
It seems that way.
Yeah.
But Abraham Hicks teaches that this contrast, like this flooded kitchen, is actually essential for growth and expansion.
Right. It's not about life always being perfect.
Yeah.
It's about embracing the ups and downs.
Yeah, it's almost like the universe was testing Esther to see if she would stay in that higher vibration even when faced with a new challenge.
Exactly. And because she had shifted her energy, she was able to handle the flood with a sense of calm.
Okay.
It didn't derail her progress.
That's so powerful.
That's the power of aligning with source energy.
Yeah.
When we're in alignment, challenges become less daunting.
Right.
It's not about avoiding problems altogether. It's about navigating them with more ease and grace.
Okay, so this isn't about pretending everything is perfect or like ignoring the negative.
No, not at all. It's about acknowledging the contrast, the challenges, and then consciously choosing to focus on what feels better.
Got it.
It's a practice. It's a skill that we can develop over time.
This is so relatable because I think we all get caught up in the negative aspects of a situation sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, we fixate on what's wrong, and it just perpetuates those feelings of powerlessness.
Absolutely. And when we do that, we're essentially resisting the natural flow of well-being, that source energy that we talked about.
Right.
It's like being in a boat and paddling upstream. It takes so much effort, and the journey is so much harder.
Yeah.
But if we align with the current, we can move forward with more ease and joy.
I love that analogy.
Me too.
Okay, so aligning with source energy is kind of like going with the flow.
Exactly. And remember, Abraham Hicks talks about how we are creators, not just observers.
Right.
You know, we're not here to simply react to life, but to actively shape it with our thoughts and emotions.
So that stained patio and then the flood, those weren't just random events.
Right.
They were opportunities for Esther to practice this alignment.
Exactly. Every experience that we have, whether it seems good or bad, is an opportunity to practice aligning with what we truly want.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's a good place to leave it for now.
Sounds good. And you know, that brings us to this really powerful tool that Abraham Hicks introduces.
Okay.
The Book of Positive Aspects.
Okay.
It's all about training our minds to see the good even when things feel challenging.
So tell me more about this Book of Positive Aspects.
Yeah, so it might sound a little counterintuitive, but focusing on the positive aspects of a person or situation, even seemingly small ones, can really help to bridge the gap between where we are emotionally and where we want to be.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's about shifting our vibration to align with what we desire.
So what if you're dealing with a really difficult situation? Like, how can you find something positive when you're feeling completely overwhelmed?
Right, that's where the real work comes in. It's about consciously choosing to look for those glimmers of positivity, even if they seem insignificant at first.
Okay.
You know, it's not about denying reality or pretending everything is perfect.
Yeah.
It's about actively searching for those aspects that feel a little bit better.
Okay, so let's go back to Esther's story for a moment.
Okay.
If we were to apply this Book of Positive Aspects to her stained patio situation, what might that look like?
Well, instead of focusing on the permanent stains, she could have acknowledged the beauty of the patio itself. You know, the fact that she had a patio to enjoy in the first place.
Yeah.
Maybe she could have appreciated the time and effort that the landscapers put into creating it, even if the outcome wasn't what she expected.
Right. So it's about shifting the focus away from the problem and towards something that feels a little bit better.
Exactly.
Like finding that silver lining.
Exactly. And even if it feels a little forced at first, the more you practice, the easier it becomes.
Okay.
It's like training a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets.
So you're saying that finding positive aspects isn't about ignoring the negative, but rather about consciously choosing to focus on something that feels better in the moment.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
It's about taking back your power and choosing how you want to feel, regardless of the circumstances.
I like that.
And as you practice this, you'll find that your overall vibration starts to rise. And you'll begin to attract more positive experiences into your life.
This makes me think about a quote I once heard.
Okay.
What you focus on expands.
Oh, that's a good one.
If we're constantly focusing on the negative, it's no wonder we feel stuck.
Right.
But if we can shift our attention to the positive, even in small ways, we can start to change our experience of reality.
That's such a powerful insight, and it's something that we can all do regardless of our circumstances.
Yeah.
We all have the power to choose where we place our focus.
Right.
It's about becoming aware of our thoughts and emotions and making conscious choices about what we want to cultivate.
This reminds me of something we touched on earlier about how Abraham Hicks emphasizes that we're creators, not just observers.
Yes.
We have the ability to shape our reality with our thoughts and emotions.
Exactly. And the Book of Positive Aspects is such a powerful tool for doing just that.
Okay.
It helps us to become more conscious creators, to align our energy with what we want to experience rather than what we want to avoid.
So how can our listeners start implementing this in their own lives?
That's a great question.
It sounds great in theory, but what are some practical steps?
Well, one simple thing you can do is just grab a notebook and start writing down positive aspects of people or situations that are causing you stress or frustration.
Okay.
It could be something as simple as, this experience is teaching me patience, or I'm grateful for the support I have from my friends.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
It's about creating that shift in perspective, even if it's just a small one.
And remember, it doesn't have to be earth-shattering. Even a small shift in perspective can make a difference. And the more you practice, the more natural it will become to see the good in every situation.
Like we're training our brains to look for the positive rather than getting stuck in the negative.
Exactly.
And I imagine that this can have a ripple effect on other areas of our lives as well.
Absolutely. As you raise your vibration and align with source energy, you start attracting more positive experiences into your life. It's not about forcing things to happen, but rather about becoming a vibrational match to your desires.
This is fascinating stuff.
I know, right?
We've covered a lot of ground so far. Is there anything else you want to add about the Book of Positive Aspects before we move on?
I think the most important thing to remember is that it's a practice, not a one-time fix.
Okay.
It takes time and effort to shift your perspective, but the rewards are well worth it.
Okay, so we've been talking about this idea of shifting our perspective, focusing on the positive even when things are tough.
Yeah.
Aligning with source energy, raising our vibration.
Right, and how the Book of Positive Aspects can really be like a powerful tool for doing that.
It's about training our minds to see the good, even in challenging situations.
Exactly. And as we practice this, we start to attract more positive experiences into our lives.
This is where it gets really empowering because it's like we're not just victims of circumstance.
Right.
We have the ability to actually shape our reality by choosing where we place our focus.
Exactly. It's about becoming conscious creators of our own experience.
I know some of our listeners might be thinking okay, this all sounds great, but how do I actually apply this in my everyday life?
That's a great question.
What are some practical steps?
Yeah, it's about making it a habit. Integrating these principles into our daily routines.
So it's not just about having a one-time epiphany.
Right.
It's about insistent effort.
It's like anything else that we want to master.
Yeah.
It takes practice and dedication.
Can you give us an example of what this might look like in a real-life situation?
Absolutely. So let's say you're stuck in traffic and you're feeling frustrated.
Okay.
Instead of focusing on all of the negative aspects like being late or feeling trapped, you could choose to shift your attention.
Okay, so what would be a positive aspect in that scenario?
Well, you could use the time to listen to your favorite podcast.
Oh, yeah.
You could appreciate the fact that you have a car to drive in the first place.
Right.
Maybe you could even use that time for quiet reflection or meditation.
I see what you mean. It's about finding those little glimmers of positivity, even in seemingly mundane or frustrating situations.
Exactly. And as you practice this, you'll be amazed at how your perspective just starts to shift. You'll start to see the world through a more positive lens.
And I imagine that this can have a ripple effect on other areas of your life as well.
Absolutely. It's about raising your overall vibration, which in turn attracts more positive experiences.
So it's not about forcing things to happen, but rather about becoming a vibrational match to what you desire.
That's right. It's about aligning yourself with the natural flow of well-being that source energy provides.
This has been such a great conversation.
Yeah, it's been fun.
We've really just scratched the surface of this topic.
There's so much more to explore.
But we encourage our listeners to kind of delve deeper into Abraham Hicks' teachings.
Yes.
And, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
What resonated with you most during this deep dive? Have you had any experiences with aligning with source energy or using the Book of Positive Aspects? Share your thoughts and insights in the comments below.
And remember, this is a journey, not a destination.
Yeah.
It's about continually expanding our awareness and aligning ourselves with our highest good.
Thank you for joining us on the Metaphysics Podcast.
Yes, thank you.
Until next time, keep those vibrations. Hey, everyone, and welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. You know how sometimes life feels like you're swimming upstream? Like things just aren't clicking the way they should.
Oh, yeah. We've all been there.
Well, stick with us today because we're taking a deep dive into this whole idea of the inner being and how tapping into that can help things flow a little more smoothly.
Yeah, less struggle, more joy, maybe even a sprinkle of that luck we all crave.
Sound good?
Sounds amazing.
So this idea of an inner being, it's connected to source energy, right? At least that's what keeps coming up in the material we're looking at.
Right.
What exactly is that? Is it like some kind of cosmic Wi-Fi or something?
That's not a bad analogy, actually. It's like this. Imagine source energy as this universal, vibrant energy field that connects everything.
Okay, so far so good.
And our inner being, well, think of it like our personal connection point to that energy.
Like a receiver.
Exactly. Constantly picking up signals and guidance from that source.
So when the material talks about being tuned in, tapped in, turned on, that's about strengthening our connection.
Exactly. Becoming more aware of those subtle whispers of intuition, those gut feelings we often ignore.
Which, let's be honest, can be tough in the chaos of everyday life.
So true.
But you know what? life doesn't always feel effortless, does it?
Yeah.
We all hit roadblocks, experience setbacks. Sometimes it feels like one giant uphill battle.
Right. It can.
So how does this resistance everyone's talking about fit into all of this?
This is where things get really interesting. When we feel that struggle, that sense of things going wrong, it often means we're out of sync with our inner being.
Like our internal Wi-Fi is getting interference.
Exactly. And that interference comes in the form of all those negative emotions.
Guilt, hate, needing to be right.
All of that, even denying ourselves simple joys.
Remember that example in the material about skipping a nap?
Oh, yes. That one hit home.
Pushing aside what our body needs because we feel like we should be doing something else.
It happens all the time.
Have you ever been there, listeners? Tell us about it in the comments. Because I know I have.
Me too. We're constantly bombarded with expectations and opinions, right?
It makes it hard to hear our own inner voice.
It really does. And what's interesting is this resistance. It isn't always about big, dramatic things.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Sometimes it's those small, everyday choices that pull us away from what truly feels good.
So how do we clear out that interference? Turn down the volume on all those outside voices.
It's not about silencing them completely, but more about recognizing we have the power to choose which ones we let influence us.
Creating a space for our own inner compass to guide us.
Exactly. While still acknowledging and respecting other perspectives, of course.
It's like that analogy about keeping your goat in the backyard.
I love that one.
Right. Protecting our inner peace. Not letting every stray comment get our goat.
Yes. Setting boundaries, being mindful of what we let influence our energy.
It's a direct challenge to that pain for gain mentality so many of us have.
Isn't it? Like we have to suffer to be worthy or successful.
The material actually suggests those feelings of pain, worry, anger. They're signs we're not in alignment with our true selves.
Exactly. They're like warning lights telling us we need to course correct.
Instead of wearing them like badges of honor.
Right. What if we focused on what feels good, brings us joy, aligns with our authentic desires?
Now we're talking. But how do we go from feeling stuck to actually attracting the things we want?
That's the million-dollar question.
The material mentions rockets of desire. Sounds pretty powerful.
Doesn't it?
What are those all about?
Well, they're those deep-seated longings we hold within. Every time we focus on them, feel the excitement of having them.
We're launching those rockets.
Yes. Into our personal vortex.
Okay, vortex. Now things are getting seriously metaphysical.
It's like a vibrational reality, a realm of pure potentiality where everything you desire already exists.
Oh.
Not a physical place, but an energetic field.
Okay, so our rockets of desire are like blueprints being launched into this vortex.
A cosmic blueprint of your dreams.
But how do we bridge the gap between that and our physical reality? How do desires actually materialize?
That, my friend, is the question. And it all comes down to our vibration.
All right, now you've really got my attention.
Buckle up.
We're going to unpack this whole vibration thing and how it connects to manifesting our desires when we come back in part 2.
Can't wait.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast.
All right, so we left off talking about this mysterious vortex and the power of our vibration.
Right. Lots to unpack there.
I'm ready to dive in. What's the connection between our vibration and making our desires a reality?
It's all about energy, Dennis. Everything in the universe is made up of.
Okay, so we're all energy. Got it.
But get this vibrating at different frequencies. Even our emotions have their own frequency.
Hold on. You're saying our feelings are sending out vibes into the universe?
Exactly. And those vibes are attracting similar frequencies back to us.
Okay, so good vibes attract good vibes, bad vibes attract.
More bad vibes, yeah. It's like tuning into a radio station.
Oh, I get it. Like, if you want jazz, you tune the jazz frequency?
Right. And if you want to manifest your dreams, you need to tune your vibration to the frequency of those desires.
Okay, so our vortex is like the blueprint. Our emotions are the magnets.
I like how you're putting this together.
But how do we make sure we're attracting what we want and not just more of the same old stuff?
That's where conscious choice comes in. Remember those rockets of desire?
Oh, yeah, we launched those into the vortex.
Exactly. But it's not enough just to launch them. We need to cultivate a matching vibrational state.
So it's not just thinking positive. It's about feeling those positive emotions.
You got it. Embodying the feeling of already having what you want.
Even before it shows up.
Yes. The source material actually talks about this 3-day experiment.
3 days, huh?
Where you dedicate yourself to feeling good and acknowledging those desires.
3 days of feeling good. Sign me up.
All right.
But can it really be that simple? Just shift your focus and boom, dreams materialize.
It's not always easy, Dennis. We have to break free from negativity, self-doubt, all that.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
But the more we practice aligning our vibration, the easier it becomes.
Like training a muscle.
Exactly. Might feel awkward at first, but with effort, it becomes natural.
I like that.
Right.
Okay, so how do we make that shift? We're all dealing with stress, bad days, the whole 9 yards.
Oh, I hear you. That's where those good-feeling marbles come in.
Oh, yeah. The marbles. I loved that analogy.
Right. Every time we choose a thought or action that feels good, aligns with our desires.
Another marble in the jar.
And the more marbles we have, the stronger our attraction power becomes.
So it's the little wins throughout the day.
Yes.
Savoring a cup of coffee, a good conversation, that sense of accomplishment.
Those all count.
Yeah.
And as those positive vibes accumulate,
we create a ripple effect.
Yes, radiating a frequency of joy and abundance.
Attracting more of the same?
Exactly. You're getting it.
This reminds me of that story about the person who made that announcement at work.
Oh, yes. The one who just declared they wanted to be happier.
Yeah. Just by saying it out loud, they shifted the energy.
Such a powerful example.
It's like they flipped a switch and positive energy started flowing.
They took control.
Right. It's not about manipulating others.
No, not at all.
It's about recognizing we're all interconnected, and our energy affects the collective.
Yes. When we choose to vibrate higher, we contribute to a more harmonious world.
I love that.
Me too.
This makes so much sense, but I have to admit, it feels a bit overwhelming.
I get it.
Where do we even begin?
Well, the first step is awareness, Dennis.
Awareness.
Yeah, becoming mindful of our thoughts, emotions, actions.
Like taking inventory?
Kind of. Notice where you're resisting, denying yourself joy, clinging to old beliefs.
And then?
Gently shift your focus. Choose thoughts and actions that feel good, that align with your heart.
So there's those small, everyday choices.
Yes.
Taking that nap, indulging in a hobby, being in nature.
That's to make a huge difference.
Okay, aligning our vibration, choosing good-feeling things.
Yes.
But what about actually making things happen? Taking action toward our goals?
You're right, Dennis. Aligning our vibration is crucial, but it's only part of it.
So there's more.
We need to take inspired action.
Inspired action. What's the difference between that and regular action?
Inspired action comes from aligning our actions with our desires.
Okay, I think I see where you're going with this.
It's about following those nudges the universe sends our way.
Like synchronicities.
Exactly. Taking those steps that feel good and move us closer to our goals.
Even if we don't have the whole plan figured out.
Even then, it's about trusting that inner guidance, that gut feeling.
That tells us when to move and when to wait.
Yes. Being open to opportunities, allowing the universe to co-create with us.
This reminds me of that story, the person who made the workplace announcement.
Yes.
They didn't just declare their intention, they started taking small actions too.
Right. Focusing on what they enjoyed about their job.
Finding ways to express their creativity.
That's inspired action.
Making intentional choices, creating momentum.
And as we do that, we gather more of those good-feeling marbles.
Amplifying our attraction power. It's a positive feedback loop.
Exactly. Alignment, action, manifestation, a beautiful cycle.
The more we practice, the easier things flow.
Right. It's amazing.
This is all so empowering. But what about when things don't go to plan?
That's just life, Dennis. There will always be challenges, obstacles.
That's true.
But the key is to see them as opportunities for growth and learning.
Even when it's tough.
Especially then. Remember, we can always choose to focus on feeling good.
Shift our perspective.
Exactly. Trust that the universe has a bigger plan.
Even if we can't see it yet.
Even then. So setbacks aren't failures.
They're just redirects.
Yes. Sometimes they lead to even greater things.
Like the universe is saying, hey, there's a better path over here.
Exactly. A path that's more aligned with our soul's purpose.
I love that. So even amidst challenges, we can choose to trust.
Surrender. Allow the universe to guide us.
And open ourselves to new possibilities.
Infinite possibilities.
Yes. This has been such an insightful conversation, Louise. I'm starting to get this whole alignment and manifestation thing.
That's not magic, right?
No, it's about conscious choice, energetic alignment, inspired action.
Well said, Dennis. And remember, it's a journey.
Not a destination.
Be gentle with yourself. Practice and trust the process.
Love that. Okay, before we wrap up this part, one more question.
Sure, what's up?
What about when we're doing all the things, but things just aren't manifesting as quickly as we'd like?
Impatience. It's so common.
It is.
Remember, manifestation is a process, not instant gratification.
Like a seed takes time to grow.
Exactly. Trust the timing of the universe.
But how do we quiet that doubt that whispers, What if it's not working?
That's where those tools we talked about come in.
The tools?
Meditation, journaling, visualization, affirmations.
Oh, right. Those can help?
They strengthen our connection, quiet the mind, reaffirm our trust.
Like a toolkit for our energetic frequency.
Yes. And remember, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Experiment. Find what resonates with you, what makes you feel connected and empowered.
And most importantly,
have fun with it. Manifestation shouldn't feel like a chore.
Should it be joyful, co-creating with the universe.
Exactly.
We'll be right back with more on this in Part 3 of the Metaphysics Podcast. Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast.
We're in the final stretch of our deep dive into, aligning with our inner being, manifesting our desires.
We've covered so much ground already, but I'm curious, what are some practical tools we can use to really make this whole manifestation thing more tangible?
That's a great question, Dennis. There are tons of practices that can strengthen our connection to that inner being.
Okay, so how do we build that bridge
between
our desires and reality?
Well, you've got your classics, like meditation.
Oh, meditation.
Yeah, quieting the mind, tuning into that inner wisdom.
I've tried it, but my mind races.
It's normal, Dennis, especially at first.
Is it?
The trick is just to notice those thoughts, no judgment, and gently redirect your attention.
Redirect to what?
Your breath, maybe a mantra. Think of it like training a puppy. It takes patience.
Patience, got it.
And consistency.
Right, consistency. What about journaling? That's another one I hear a lot about.
Journaling is amazing. One powerful practice is gratitude journaling.
Gratitude, huh?
Yeah, just start by listing 3 things you're grateful for each day.
3 things.
Could be anything.
Huh?
A good meal, a beautiful sunset.
Simple things.
It helps shift our energy from lack to abundance.
So gratitude is like a magnet for more good stuff.
Exactly. And if you want to manifest specific things, try writing about them as if they've already happened.
Already happened.
Yeah, and really describe how you feel.
Get into the emotions.
Engage your senses. It sends a strong signal to the universe.
So it's not just a wish list. It's about embodying those desires.
Yes. And that brings us to visualization.
Oh, visualization.
Using the power of our imagination to create mental pictures.
Like a mental movie of our dream life.
Exactly. The more vivid, the stronger the imprint on our vortex.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about the negative thoughts? Those always seem to creep in.
Affirmations can help with that. Positive statements that reinforce our beliefs.
Oh, like, I am.
Statements.
Yes, repeating them regularly with feeling can reprogram our subconscious.
So it's like replacing those negative tapes with empowering anthems.
Exactly. And remember, Dennis, there's no one right way to do this.
Right, it's personal.
Experiment. Find what resonates with you, what makes you feel powerful.
And most importantly,
have fun. Manifestation shouldn't be a chore. It should be joyful.
Co-creating with the universe.
Exactly. Embracing the magic of life. Dreaming big.
This has been incredible, Louise. I feel like I have a whole new understanding of metaphysics.
Me too, Dennis. Remember, you are a powerful creator.
I am.
You have the power to shape your reality, manifest your dreams.
Wow.
Trust your intuition. Align with your inner being. Take action. The universe supports you.
That's a beautiful message, Louise.
Thank you.
And to our listeners, we want to hear from you.
Share your experiences, your insights, your successes, even your challenges in the comments.
Let's support each other on this journey.
Create a community of empowered manifestors.
Exactly.
From all of us here at the Metaphysics Podcast, sending you love and blessings.
Love and blessings.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep growing, and keep manifesting the life of your... Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. We're diving deep into manifestation today.
Oh, how to make those desires a reality.
Exactly.
Right.
Stick with us, though.
Okay.
To the very end.
Because we're going to uncover something.
We are.
It's really mind-bending about our true nature as eternal beings.
It'll really make you question everything.
I think so.
About time and existence.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
So let's just start with something I think we've all experienced.
Okay.
You really want something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a new job, a loving relationship,
Exactly.
winning the lottery even.
Of course.
But no matter how hard you try to stay positive, there's this doubt that it'll never happen.
Well, what's fascinating about that
Yeah.
is that this doubt is a form of resistance. And according to Abraham Hicks and the law of attraction,
Okay.
holding those contradictory thoughts can actually prevent your desires from manifesting.
So it's like we're sabotaging ourselves almost. Exactly like that.
Yeah.
It's like trying to drive a car with one foot on the gas and one on the brake. You're sending those mixed signals to the universe.
So how do we stop hitting the brakes then and actually start manifesting?
It all starts with understanding the power of focused thought.
Okay.
The more we focus on something,
Yeah.
the more energy we give it, the more likely it is to manifest.
It's like a snowball effect.
Yeah, think of it like a snowball rolling downhill. The more it rolls, the bigger and faster it gets.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we need to really hone in on our desires and visualize them with as much detail as possible.
Yes.
But what about those times when we just can't shake off those negative thoughts?
Right.
You know, when we feel stuck.
Yeah. That's where practices like sleep and meditation can really come in.
Okay.
They give us a chance to kind of hit the reset button on our mental momentum.
Okay.
So when we sleep or meditate, our minds quiet down, allowing us to break free from those persistent thought patterns.
Whether they're positive or negative.
Exactly.
And start fresh.
That's it.
So it's like cleaning the slate.
Yeah.
Making space.
Yes.
For those new intentions to take root.
Exactly.
Okay, I've heard this concept of a vortex.
Right.
In relation to manifestation. What is that exactly?
The vortex is a very powerful concept.
Okay.
It's essentially a vibrational reality where the potential of all our desires already exists.
So it's already there.
It is. It's like a swirling energy field of pure possibility.
So if everything we desire is already there in this vortex, how do we align with it?
Good question.
And bring those desires into our reality?
The key is to raise our vibration to match the frequency of our desires.
Okay.
And a big part of that is shifting our focus away from what we don't want and towards what we do want.
So instead of saying, I don't want to be broke,
right,
we should be saying, I want to be financially abundant. Okay.
Because the universe responds to the energy of our thoughts, not the words themselves.
Okay.
So by focusing on what we don't want, we inadvertently give it more power.
It's like we're shining a spotlight on it.
Exactly like that. Like that old saying, what you resist persists.
Right.
If you're constantly thinking about what you don't want, you're actually attracting more of it.
Into your life.
Exactly.
Wow, that's so interesting.
It is.
It's like we're accidentally manifesting the very things that we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, by giving them so much attention.
So how do we shift our focus away from the negative towards the positive?
It's not about ignoring the negative or pretending that it doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's about making a conscious choice to focus on things that bring us joy and move us closer to our desires.
Okay.
Like choosing to focus on the beautiful flowers in a garden instead of the woods.
That makes sense. But doesn't constantly focusing on what we want create a sort of war against the things that we don't want?
It's not about waging war.
Okay.
It's more about gently redirecting our attention. Like steering a ship towards a new course. We don't have to force ourselves to completely stop thinking about something that we don't want.
Okay.
Because trying to suppress those thoughts can actually make them stronger.
So it's more about gradually shifting our focus.
Exactly.
Like slowly turning the wheel of the ship.
Yes. And it's important to remember that we're not alone in this.
Okay.
Within each of us, there's a source energy, a pure positive force that's constantly guiding us towards well-being.
Okay.
And it knows our true desires even better than we do.
That's a comforting thought.
It is.
Yeah, it's like we have an internal compass that's always pointing us in the right direction.
Exactly.
But if this source energy already knows what we want, then why do we even have to go through all this effort?
That is a great question. I think we're here to experience the joy of creation
Okay.
by aligning our thoughts and beliefs with our desires.
Yeah.
We're actively participating in shaping our reality.
So we're co-creating
We are.
with the universe,
That's it.
not just passively waiting for things to happen.
Exactly. And according to Abraham Hicks, the ultimate goal isn't achieving specific outcomes,
Okay.
but rather embracing the present moment
Okay.
as the only true reality.
It sounds like it's about finding that sweet spot between taking inspired action
Yes.
and surrendering to the flow of life. Not getting too attached to specific outcomes.
Right.
But also not just sitting back and expecting things to magically fall into our laps.
You've got it.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on this so far? What resonates most with you?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's the idea that we have more control over our reality than we realize. And that even when we feel stuck, we have that power to shift our energy and start manifesting a life that is more aligned with our true desires.
What about you?
I think what's fascinating to me is the whole concept of the vortex.
Okay.
It's such a powerful reminder that everything we desire is already out there.
Yeah.
Just waiting for us to align with it.
But it also raises some questions for me.
Like what?
Like if we can manifest anything we want just by thinking about it.
Right.
Why do we still experience so much negativity and suffering in the world?
That is a great question. And it seems like there's a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah.
There is. And it has to do with this concept of resistance.
Okay.
We'll have to dive into that more in the next section.
I can't wait to explore that further.
I think it'll be good.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
So we are.
So stay tuned.
Yes. Welcome back.
All right. So before we left off, we were talking about this disconnect.
Yeah.
Between this idea that we can manifest anything and then this reality.
Right.
That a lot of us still experience negativity and struggle.
I think that disconnect often boils down to resistance.
Okay, so what is resistance exactly in this context?
Resistance is essentially any thought, belief, or action that is out of alignment with our true desires and the energy of the vortex.
So it's like putting up a block between ourselves and what we want to manifest.
Exactly.
So those doubts and fears that we were talking about earlier, those are forms of resistance.
Exactly. And it can also manifest as things like negative self-talk, limiting beliefs about our worthiness, or even procrastination and self-sabotaging behaviors.
So resistance can be pretty sneaky.
It can be.
How do we even identify it?
Well, awareness is key.
Okay.
You want to start paying attention to your thoughts and feelings.
Okay.
Notice any recurring negative patterns or beliefs that might be holding you back.
So if I catch myself thinking, I'm not good enough to get that promotion. Or I'll never find true love.
Those are classic examples.
Those are red flags.
Yes, they are limiting beliefs that can create resistance.
So it's like telling the universe, I don't deserve this.
Yes, and the universe says, okay, if you insist.
So how do we break free from these beliefs?
It starts with challenging those beliefs.
Okay.
Asking yourself, is this really true?
Okay.
What evidence do I have to support this? Often you'll find that those beliefs are based on past experiences or societal conditioning, not any real truth about who you are or what you're capable of.
So it's about questioning these ingrained narratives that we've been telling ourselves.
Yes, and it's also about aligning our actions with our desires.
Okay.
Taking inspired action steps that move us closer to our goals.
So it's not enough to just visualize our dream life.
Right.
We have to actually get out there and do something about it.
Exactly. Action is a form of alignment.
Okay.
It shows the universe that you're serious.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like putting our energy where our mouth is.
That's it.
What if we're doing all the right things, you know? We're visualizing it's going to taking action.
Yes.
But we're still not seeing the results.
It's possible. Remember, manifestation is not always a linear process.
Okay.
There can be delays and detours and unexpected challenges along the way.
So it's like navigating a maze.
Yeah, you might hit some dead ends or take some wrong turns.
Okay.
But eventually you'll find your way through.
So it's not about getting discouraged when things don't go exactly as planned.
Right.
It's about trusting the process and knowing that the universe is working in its own time.
Exactly. And sometimes those detours lead us to something even better than what we originally envisioned.
That's great.
It's about having faith that everything is unfolding as it should.
Even when we don't understand why.
Even when we don't understand why.
This brings up something that we talked about earlier, this idea that we are eternal beings.
Yes.
How does that fit into all of this?
It's a powerful concept that can really shift our entire perspective on life.
Okay.
If we view ourselves as eternal beings. Then this physical life becomes just one chapter in a much grander story.
So instead of getting caught up in the day-to-day, we can see our challenges and our triumphs as part of a larger soul journey.
Precisely. And it also opens up the possibility of reincarnation.
Okay.
This idea that we may have lived many lives before this one and will continue to live many more.
That's a fascinating concept. It makes you wonder what lessons we might be carrying over.
It does.
From past lives.
It really does.
And how those experiences might be influencing our current reality.
Absolutely. And it makes you think about the purpose of this life.
Mm-hmm.
What are we here to learn?
Yeah.
And how can we make the most of this precious opportunity?
So each lifetime is a chance to evolve.
Exactly.
And contribute something unique to the universe.
What are your thoughts on reincarnation?
I find it intriguing.
Okay.
It feels intuitively right to me.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a big concept.
It is.
To wrap your head around.
But it's a concept that has been explored by various spiritual traditions for centuries.
Right.
And it's becoming increasingly relevant as more and more people are seeking deeper meaning and purpose in their lives.
It's almost like we're collectively waking up
I think you're right.
to a larger reality.
And this shift in consciousness is having a profound impact on how we view everything.
Yeah, from our relationships to our careers to our place in the universe.
Exactly.
Speaking of relationships, I'm curious how this idea of eternal beings and multiple lifetimes might influence the way we connect with others.
That's a great question, and it's something we'll explore further in the next segment.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast.
We're back and ready to dive into this fascinating intersection of eternal beings and our relationships.
Yeah, before the break, we were talking about how this concept of reincarnation could change the way we view and experience relationships.
It certainly adds a new dimension, doesn't it?
It does.
If we consider this idea that we've encountered certain souls across multiple lifetimes, it might explain those instant connections, those deep connections that we sometimes feel.
So it's not just random chance that we meet people and feel this bond.
Perhaps not. Some believe that these intense connections are actually signs of soul contracts.
Okay.
Agreements made on a soul level.
Wow.
To support each other's growth.
That's powerful.
It is.
It makes you look at your relationships with fresh eyes.
It does.
And wonder about that deeper purpose behind them.
Exactly. It also makes you think about the more challenging relationships in your life.
The ones that feel like constant tests.
Yes, maybe those difficult relationships are opportunities to work through karmic patterns, to learn forgiveness, and to ultimately heal old wounds that might stem from past life experiences.
So instead of being caught up in the blame and the resentment, we can see those challenges as opportunities for growth.
Precisely.
And understand.
It's a shift from seeing ourselves as victims to recognizing our role as co-creators in our relationships.
And this ties back into what we were discussing earlier about not being these isolated individuals.
Right.
But part of this larger interconnected web of beings.
Exactly. And if we are all connected,
yeah,
imagine the ripple effects of choosing forgiveness and compassion, especially in those challenging relationships.
It's not just about individual healing then.
It's not. It's about contributing to a collective shift towards greater harmony.
That's beautiful.
It is.
It's like we're all holding pieces of a giant puzzle. And as we heal our own pieces, we help create this more beautiful picture for everyone.
I love that analogy. It reminds us that we're not alone on this journey.
Yeah.
We're all in this together, supporting each other's growth and evolution.
But if we are eternal beings existing beyond linear time, what does that mean for our perception of time?
Now, that's a mind-bending question.
It is.
If we exist outside of time as we know it, perhaps past, present, and future aren't as separate as we think they are.
So instead of a straight line, maybe time is more like a sphere where everything is happening simultaneously.
It's a possibility, and if that's the case, then it opens up some intriguing possibilities.
Like what?
Well, maybe practices like meditation and intuition aren't just about accessing our subconscious minds.
Okay.
But about tapping into this timeless realm, this field of infinite possibilities.
Okay.
Where past, present, and future all converge.
That's incredible. It's like we have access to this vast library of wisdom and knowledge that extends beyond the limits of our current understanding of time.
Exactly. And maybe that's why certain insights or creative breakthroughs seem to just come out of nowhere, as if downloaded from a higher source.
This has been such a thought-provoking conversation.
It has.
It's like we peeled back the layers of reality and glimpsed this much bigger picture.
We did.
Of who we are and what's possible.
It's been my pleasure.
And for all our listeners,
yes,
we encourage you to keep exploring these ideas.
Please do.
Question everything. Trust your intuition and embrace those infinite possibilities within you.
And remember, you are an eternal being, a spark of the divine.
Yes.
With the power to create a life of joy, abundance, and meaning.
We'd love to hear your thoughts on these concepts, so share your insights, your questions, your experiences in the comments below.
We would.
Thank you for joining us on this episode of the Metaphysics Podcast. Until next time, keep seeking, keep growing, and keep shining your light.
Good.
Hey, everyone, and welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. I'm Dennis.
And I'm Louise.
And we are so excited to be here with you today for another deep dive into
fascinating concepts
that might just shift your whole perspective.
You know, it's so easy to get caught up in focusing on problems.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Right? It's like our brains are wired for it.
Exactly.
The news is full of it. You know, we get into disagreements. Even just those little everyday annoyances, they can throw us off.
Yeah.
So where do we even begin to break free from that?
Well, the first step is recognizing that simply wanting a solution isn't always enough.
Right.
It's like wishing on a star. You need more than just a wish to make it come true.
Yeah.
We have to shift our vibration, our energy, to match what we want to create.
So it's not just about thinking positive thoughts.
No.
It's about actually embodying that positivity.
Exactly. If we're constantly dwelling on what's wrong, what we lack, what we're afraid of, then we're stuck in a vibration of lack. And that's what we end up attracting more of.
It's like we're telling the universe, hey, send me more of this problem.
Precisely. And here's where a common misconception trips people up. We often think that for us to win, someone else has to lose. It creates this scarcity mindset, like there's only so much good to go around.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah.
It's like that old saying, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. But does someone always have to lose out for us to get what we want?
That's the limiting belief we need to break free from. Think of it like this. Instead of arguing over slices of a small pie, what if we baked more pies, even bigger ones? That's abundance.
So instead of focusing on what we don't have,
Yeah.
we shift our energy towards creating more of what we want.
Yes. And the universe is actually conspiring with us to make that happen.
Okay.
It's full of unlimited potential, and our job is to align ourselves with that potential.
That's a much more empowering way to look at it. But I imagine some of our listeners might be thinking, hold on, if it's that simple, why is there still so much suffering and chaos in the world? What would you say to them?
That's a great question, and it brings us to a really crucial point. Individual power.
Wow.
While we might not be able to single-handedly solve all the world's problems, we absolutely have the power to choose our own inner state regardless of what's happening around us.
So even in the midst of chaos, we can still find peace and joy within ourselves.
Absolutely. And that inner peace radiates outward. It affects those around us, and it contributes to a higher vibration for everyone. Think of it like a ripple effect. One person choosing happiness can inspire others to do the same.
That's a beautiful thought. It's like we're all interconnected and our individual choices matter more than we realize. But I know some people get frustrated with the slow pace of change. What do you say to those who feel like the world just isn't evolving fast enough?
I understand that frustration.
Yeah.
But here's something to consider. Consciousness is constantly evolving. With each new generation, there's a shift towards greater awareness, compassion, and a desire for a better world.
Okay.
It might not always be obvious or immediate, but the undercurrent is there.
So even though things might seem bleak at times, there's reason to be hopeful about the future.
Absolutely. Now, this brings us to a really fascinating concept. You create your own reality.
Ooh.
And before you dismiss this as just another feel-good affirmation, let's really unpack what it means.
Okay. I'm intrigued. I've heard that phrase before, but I'm not sure I fully grasp its implications.
It's about understanding that our vibrational frequency, our energy, determines what we experience. If we're constantly focusing on lack, negativity, and fear, we're literally attracting more of those things into our lives.
So if I'm constantly worrying about money, I'm actually creating more financial stress for myself.
You're essentially tuning your radio dial to the station of financial worry, and that's the broadcast you're going to receive.
Wow.
But if you shift your focus to what you want, abundance, joy, love, you start tuning into a different frequency altogether.
So it's about consciously choosing what we want to experience rather than letting our fears and doubts dictate our reality.
Exactly.
I know what you're thinking.
What's that?
If it's that easy, why do so many people still struggle to manifest what they want?
Right.
Well, it often comes down to this. Are we truly believing it's possible?
So it's not just about saying we want something, it's about aligning our beliefs with that desire.
You got it. And that's where things get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because our beliefs shape our perception of reality. Think about it. Two people can witness the same event and have completely different interpretations of what happened.
Oh, absolutely. It's like those optical illusions where one person sees a rabbit and another sees a duck. Same image, different perceptions.
That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah.
And it highlights a crucial point.
Right.
We all experience reality through a filter of our own beliefs and past experiences.
Okay.
So trying to force others to see things our way is often futile.
It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Exactly.
Yeah. And here's the beautiful thing. When we let go of that need to control other people's perceptions, we experience so much more freedom. We can focus on our own journey and allow others to do the same.
That's a powerful reminder. It's so easy to get caught up in trying to convince others that we're right.
Yeah.
But ultimately, everyone creates their own reality.
And that brings us to a concept that's often talked about in metaphysics, the vortex.
Okay, I'm ready to dive into this vortex. What is it all about?
The vortex is a vibrational reality where everything we desire already exists in a completed state. It's like a cosmic library where all the books of our dreams are waiting to be checked out.
So it's not about creating something from scratch. It's about aligning ourselves with what already exists in this vortex.
You got it. And this is where our focus comes full circle.
Okay.
Do you remember those good piles and bad piles we talked about earlier?
Right, like categorizing things as positive or negative things that bring us joy versus things that cause us stress.
The vortex is all about aligning ourselves with those good piles, those things that make us feel good, those things that we truly desire. But here's the catch. If we're constantly dwelling on the bad piles, we're actually pushing ourselves away from the vortex.
So it's like we're trying to drive to this amazing destination, but we keep taking detours into dead-end streets because we're so focused on avoiding the bad piles that we miss the signs pointing us towards the good piles.
That's a great way to put it. We have to shift our focus to what we want to dwell on those good piles because that's what will ultimately lead us to the vortex, to the manifestation of our desires.
This is all so fascinating.
Yeah.
I feel like we've just scratched the surface of some really deep concepts.
We certainly have. And you know what? We'd love to hear from you, our listeners.
Absolutely.
What are some of the bad piles you've noticed yourself clinging to? How can you shift your focus to the good piles that are calling to you? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
And while you're at it, don't forget to like and subscribe to the Metaphysics Podcast so you don't miss out on any future deep dives. We'll be back with more mind-expanding exploration soon.
It's amazing to think that all of our desires already exist within this vortex, just waiting for us to align with them.
It is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But aligning ourselves with a vortex sounds like a pretty big task.
Yeah.
How do we even begin to bridge that gap between where we are now and the reality we want to experience?
It all comes down to mastering our vibration.
Okay.
Think of it like this. The vortex is humming at a certain frequency.
Okay.
And to enter it, we need to match that frequency.
Okay. I can see how that analogy works. So if I want to attract more abundance into my life, for instance, how do I shift my vibration to match the abundance frequency of the vortex?
That's where the real work begins. We have to become aware of and then release any limiting beliefs that are holding us back.
Okay.
If you're walking around thinking, I'll never be rich, or money is the root of all evil,
Right.
You're essentially blocking the flow of abundance from entering your experience.
So it's like those beliefs are acting as a barrier, preventing us from receiving the abundance that's already out there waiting for us. But if many of these beliefs are unconscious, how can we even begin to identify them, let alone release them?
That's where self-awareness comes in. Start paying attention to the thoughts and feelings that arise when you think about the area of your life where you desire change. For example, if you want to manifest more love, ask yourself, what comes up for me when I think about being in a loving relationship? What stories am I telling myself about love?
Okay.
Are they empowering or limiting?
I bet a lot of people would be surprised by the answers that surface when they really start paying attention to their inner dialogue. But once we've identified those limiting beliefs, what's the next step?
It's time to challenge and reframe those beliefs. Let's say you have the belief, I'm not good enough to be loved.
Okay.
Ask yourself, is that really true? What evidence do I have to support that belief? And then start replacing that belief with a more empowering one, such as, I am worthy of love and I am open to receiving it.
So we replace those old limiting stories with new empowering ones that align with what we want to experience.
Yeah.
But it's not just about reciting affirmations, is it?
Affirmations can be helpful, but they're most effective when combined with genuine belief.
Okay.
It's like planting a seed in the ground. The affirmation is the seed, but it needs fertile soil belief to take root and grow.
So it's not just about thinking positive thoughts, it's about feeling the truth of those thoughts in our hearts.
Exactly. And that's when inspired action comes in. The universe responds to our alignment. When we take steps that are aligned with our desires, even small ones,
Okay.
we're demonstrating our commitment to creating the reality we want.
It's like we're sending a signal to the universe. Hey, I'm serious about this. I'm not just wishing for it. I'm taking action towards it.
Precisely. And as you take those actions, pay attention to the synchronicities that start showing up. Those are signs from the universe that you're on the right track.
It's like the universe is saying, I see you. Keep going.
Exactly. Now, this might sound like a lot of responsibility, and it is. But it's also incredibly empowering.
Right.
We're not just passive victims of circumstance. We have the power to choose our thoughts, beliefs, and actions. And in doing so, we shape our reality.
That's a radical idea, isn't it? That we're actually co-creating our reality with the universe.
It is.
Yeah. But it raises a pretty big question. If we have that much power, what does that mean for all the problems and conflicts we see in the world? Are we collectively creating those as well?
That's a profound question, and one that has been pondered by philosophers and spiritual seekers for centuries. If we follow the logic of you create your own reality, then it stands to reason that on some level we are all contributing to the collective reality we experience.
So we're not just responsible for our own individual realities, we're also contributing to the larger tapestry of human experience.
Exactly, and that can feel overwhelming at first. It's easy to fall into blame and judgment, pointing fingers at others for creating the mess we're in, but the most empowering approach is to focus on our own vibration and what we're contributing to the collective consciousness.
So instead of trying to fix the world, we focus on fixing ourselves, on raising our own vibration, and trusting that this will have a positive ripple effect.
You got it. And here's something fascinating to consider. As more and more individuals raise their vibration, the collective consciousness naturally shifts towards greater harmony and well-being.
It's like that saying, be the change you wish to see in the world.
Exactly. Each of us has the power to be a beacon of light, radiating positivity and love into the world. And when enough of us do that, the collective energy shifts.
This is all so inspiring. It reminds us that even though we might not see immediate sweeping changes in the world, our individual inner work is making a difference.
Absolutely. And that's why it's so important to prioritize our own well-being, to cultivate joy, peace, and love within ourselves, because that's the frequency we're broadcasting out into the world. And speaking of prioritizing our well-being, I think it's time for us to dive into the importance of community and support. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. We're not meant to navigate this journey of conscious creation alone. We need each other. We need those connections, those shared experiences, to remind us that we're not alone in this. We were just talking about how important it is to have a supportive community as we navigate this journey of conscious creation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so easy to feel isolated when we're trying to shift our beliefs and create a new reality for ourselves.
It's true. Having a community of like-minded individuals can make all the difference. It provides a space to share our experiences, challenges, and triumphs without judgment.
Absolutely. And it reminds us that we're not alone in this.
Yeah.
We're all in this together, learning and growing and supporting each other along the way.
And, speaking of support, one of the biggest hurdles we often face on this path is that ingrained belief that for us to succeed, someone else has to fail.
Yes. The classic scarcity mindset. It's like we're constantly competing for a limited supply of resources, whether it's money, recognition, or even love.
Exactly. And this scarcity mentality is so pervasive in our society. We see it everywhere in politics and business, even in our personal relationships.
It's like we've been conditioned to believe that there's only so much pie to go around. And if someone gets a bigger slice, it means there's less for everyone else.
But here's the thing. That's simply not true.
Yeah.
The universe operates from a place of abundance, not scarcity.
Oh.
There's enough for everyone.
That's such a powerful shift in perspective.
It is.
But how do we break free from that scarcity mindset when it feels so deeply ingrained in our culture?
It starts with awareness. Notice those thoughts that pop up, like, if they get that promotion, it means I won't, or there's not enough money for everyone to be wealthy.
So the first step is to simply become aware of those limiting beliefs without judgment. But what do we do once we've identified them?
Then we can start to challenge those beliefs. Ask yourself, is it really true that there's only so much to go around? What if instead of competing, we collaborated? What if we focused on creating more, expanding the possibilities for everyone?
That reminds me of the expanding pie analogy we talked about earlier. Instead of fighting over a limited number of slices, we can bake more pies, bigger pies, ensuring everyone gets a piece.
Exactly. And that's where the power of co-creation comes in. When we release that fear-based scarcity mindset and embrace a spirit of collaboration and abundance, we can achieve so much more together.
It's like that saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Beautifully put. When we come together with a shared vision and a belief in unlimited potential, we can create truly extraordinary things.
It's not about competition, it's about cooperation. It's about recognizing that we're all in this together, and our individual successes contribute to the collective good.
You said it. We are all interconnected. We are all part of the same universal tapestry.
This has been an incredible deep dive. We've explored the power of focus, the importance of community, the concept of abundance, and so much more.
It has.
I feel like our listeners are walking away with a lot to ponder.
Me too.
So as we wrap up this episode of the Metaphysics Podcast,
okay,
what is one key takeaway you want our listeners to remember?
Remember this. You are a powerful creator of your own reality. Your thoughts, beliefs, and actions shape your experience. Choose to focus on what you want, believe in the power of abundance, and trust in the unfolding of your journey.
Those are wise words. And listeners, don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment below. We love hearing from you. Until next time, keep diving deep into the mysteries of the universe. And remember, you are capable of creating a reality beyond your wildest dreams.
And we'll see you on our next deep dive.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. Ready for a deep dive into a concept with, well, tons of potential. It's all about the vortex of creation. Stick with us, and by the end of this, you'll know what this vortex is and get a handle on how to actually use it to shape your reality in some pretty amazing ways.
What I find so fascinating is this vortex isn't some, mystical thing. It's right there in the fabric of the universe, like those laws of physics we see everywhere.
Okay, color me intrigued. But how do we even picture this vortex?
Picture this, a swirling energy field, always moving. All our desires, dreams, all of it resides there. And it reacts to our thoughts and emotions.
So you're saying our feelings, our thoughts, they have like a frequency, and that interacts with this vortex.
Precisely. And that interaction, that's how our lives unfold. Think of it like tuning a radio. Your thoughts and emotions are the dial, and the vortex, it's broadcasting a reality that matches that frequency.
Wow, that's a cool way to see it. But how do we tap into this power? Make it work for us, practically.
It boils down to a 3-step creative process. Asking, being given, and then allowing.
All right, walk me through it.
First step, asking. It actually starts with what we don't want. Life throws us curveballs, right? Those, not this again moments. But they actually have a purpose. They help us get clear on what we do want.
So even the bad stuff can shape our desires. Interesting perspective. What happens next?
Step 2. It is given. This is where things get wild. The moment we have a desire, the universe, call it source energy, a higher power, whatever, it instantly acknowledges it. Like placing a cosmic order, your request is in and it's being prepared, energetically speaking.
Hold on, you mean our desires are granted instantly in some way?
You got it. No waiting list with the universe. But here's the tricky part, step 3. Allowing. This is where most people get stuck. Allowing means aligning our energy with that desire's frequency, which already exists within the vortex.
There's the catch. But how do we do that? It sounds so abstract.
Think of it this way. You order a package, but you're constantly checking the tracking, stressing about it arriving, creating all this inner turmoil.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Allowing is about letting go of that. The fear, the doubt, trusting the universe is handling the delivery, and just cultivating feelings of joy, gratitude, and knowing that what we desire, it's already coming.
Okay, trust the process, even when we can't see results.
Yeah.
Got it. But how do we even know if we're, in alignment with the vortex? Any way to tell?
Emotions are key. They're like your internal GPS. Positive emotions, that's being in sync with the vortex. Negative emotions, like worry or frustration, that's resistance.
So feeling stressed or anxious, that's a sign we're off track.
Exactly. Now remember, negative emotions aren't bad. They're just feedback, a little nudge saying, hey, let's adjust course here.
That actually helps, take some pressure off. So how do we get back in the flow? Shift our energy, align with what we want.
There are some great practices for staying tuned to the vortex. Meditation, for one, helps quiet the mind chatter, so we tap into that inner guidance system.
Hitting the reset button on our thoughts.
Precisely. Then there are rampages of appreciation. Intentionally shifting focus to all the things we're grateful for, big or small, like a positivity boost for our energy.
Okay, just thinking about that makes me feel lighter.
And then there's focus wheels. It helps us identify and release negative thoughts, those limiting beliefs holding us back, like decluttering your mind to let that positive energy flow in.
Meditation for tuning in, appreciation rampages for a boost, focus wheels to clear the clutter. I like this toolkit. But what's it actually feel like when we're really aligned with the vortex? What changes do we see?
Life starts feeling effortless, joyful. Things fall into place. You might notice more synchronicities, those little winks from the universe that you're on track. Opportunities just flow to you, and your desires manifest, often surprisingly fast and easy.
This all makes so much sense. Anyone else feeling inspired right now? But before we get more into the practical side of things, something's been on my mind. If we're manifesting from our thoughts and feelings, what happens when something triggers a negative emotion? Are we kicked out of the vortex? all that work down the drain?
Fantastic question. And it highlights something really important. Manifesting isn't about being perfectly positive all the time. Life happens. There's contrast. There are situations that trigger those negative emotions.
So it's okay to feel those negative emotions. We don't have to beat ourselves up over a bad day.
Absolutely not. In fact, they're vital to creation. Remember, they help us figure out what we don't want, which then helps us define what we do want.
Okay, so not about suppressing them, but understanding their role. But how do we navigate those moments without feeling like we're, sabotaging our dreams? What's the mindset shift?
Remember those 3 steps. Asking, it is given, allowing. When contrast hits and those emotions bubble up, acknowledge them. Don't push them away. See them as valuable feedback, helping you refine what you truly desire.
So instead of, oh no, I'm anxious, I'm out of alignment, everything's ruined, it's more like, okay, this anxiety is showing me something. What am I really yearning for?
Exactly. It's about shifting from fear and resistance to curiosity and empowerment. You're not being punished, they're just part of the journey. Guideposts helping you clarify your path.
I love that. So empowering to realize we have a choice in how we respond. Spiral into negativity or use them as fuel to move forward. So what about when we do find ourselves spiraling? What pulls us back into alignment?
Awareness is the first step. Noticing your emotional state, no judgment. If those negative feelings creep in, don't beat yourself up. Gently guide yourself back to a positive place, like tending your inner garden.
And what are some tools for tending that garden? We talked about meditation, appreciation rampages, anything else to shift our energy in those moments.
One of the simplest is shifting your focus. Remember those rampages of appreciation, instant mood boosters. Just start listing things you're grateful for.
So if I'm down, I just think, grateful for this comfy chair, the sunshine, this coffee.
Exactly. It might sound simple, but it's powerful. Focusing on what you appreciate brings up those positive emotions, and that shifts your alignment.
Great tip. What about meditation? How does it help in those negative moments?
It's like a mental detox. Quiets the mind, connects you with your inner being, which is always connected to the vortex. Tuning in to your inner guidance system.
Meditation can be intimidating for some. Advice for beginners.
Start small. A few minutes a day makes a difference. Quiet spot, sit or lie down, close your eyes, focus on your breath. Tons of guided meditations online too. Don't overthink it, just start.
Great advice. So the key is, negative emotions are part of life, but we choose how we respond. Let them drag us down or use them to move towards our desires. It's feedback, not punishment.
Absolutely. It's about being the conscious creator of your reality. You have more power than you think.
And that's a powerful message. So recap, we all have this vortex of creation. Understand those 3 steps, asking, it is given. Allowing and use tools like rampages, appreciation, focus wheels, meditation. We can harness this power to create a life that truly lights us up.
Exactly. And remember, it's not about being perfectly positive 24/7. It's about embracing the full range of human emotions, learning from them, and using them to guide ourselves back into alignment. You are a powerful creator, capable of incredible things.
This has been so insightful. I'm energized and ready to put this into practice. How about you all listening? What are your biggest takeaways from this deep dive into the vortex of creation? Share your thoughts in the comments. We'll be back soon with part 2, where we'll delve deeper into actually applying these principles. Stay tuned.
Exploring this vortex of creation, one thing that keeps popping up is like this idea that we got to be happy and positive all the time to manifest stuff.
Yeah, like this pressure to be, I don't know, a walking sunshine dispenser 24/7. But life, it's just not like that.
Exactly. Life's messy, it's unpredictable, all sorts of emotions, good, bad, everything in between. And trying to, suppress the negative ones actually backfires.
Like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. You push it down, but it's going to pop back up with even more force.
Perfect analogy. It's about finding that balance. Acknowledging those emotions, but letting them go, not letting them take over.
Okay, I get that in theory. But how do we actually do that? Deal with those negative feelings without, spiraling out of control.
One technique. Just observe the emotion, no judgment. Notice the sensations, the thoughts. But don't fight it, don't overanalyze it. Just observe, be curious, like a scientist looking at something fascinating under a microscope.
So stepping back, becoming a detached observer.
Exactly. And you might find just by observing, it loses its intensity, like watching a storm cloud. You see it, but you don't let it consume you.
Okay, I like that visual. We observe, don't get swept up, but then what? How do we actually release it so it doesn't, linger?
Lots of techniques. What works for one person might not for another. Some folks journal, some talk to a friend, a therapist. Exercise can be great too to get that energy out. And then there are things like those focus wheels we mentioned, really helpful for those deep-seated beliefs and patterns that might be, fueling those negative emotions.
Focus wheels, yeah. Let's talk more about those. How do they work again?
Basically, you pinpoint that negative thought or emotion you want gone. Write it down. Get it out of your head. Then you ask yourself some questions designed to challenge that thought, see it from a different angle, and ultimately loosen its grip.
Can you give us an example?
Let's say you're anxious about a presentation at work. You're thinking, I'm going to mess this up, freeze up, everyone's going to think I'm incompetent.
Ooh, yeah, that's rough.
Right. But instead of that downward spiral focus wheel time, write the thought down, then ask, is this even true? Have I messed up every presentation?
Chances are the answer is no.
Exactly. And just like that, you've started chipping away at that negative thought's power.
Okay, we challenge it, see it's probably not true. Then what?
Ask yourself, what's a more empowering thought I could choose to focus on instead?
Instead of, I'm going to mess this up, maybe I'm prepared, I know my stuff, I have something valuable to share.
Exactly. And as you shift to that more empowering thought, your anxiety starts to fade.
That's so helpful.
Yeah.
It's empowering to realize we choose what thoughts we let in. We don't have to be victims to those negative loops.
Exactly. It's about mastering your mind, not letting it master you.
Love that.
Yeah.
So the key is don't get stuck on the why of those negative emotions. No need to overanalyze, figure out where they came from. Just acknowledge, observe, and then choose to focus on something better, more empowering.
Exactly. Taking back your power. You have the ability to choose your thoughts, and that shapes your reality.
That's liberating. We're not at the mercy of our emotions.
Yeah.
But what happens once we, release those negative emotions? Are we just sucked back into the vortex like a magnet?
If only it were that simple. The vortex is always responding to our vibration, right? So even after releasing a negative emotion, we got to keep cultivating those positive vibes, like tending a garden, pull out the weeds, but also plant seeds, water, sunlight, the whole deal.
Not just stopping the negative, but actively building the positive. What are some good seeds we can plant to attract those good vibes and align with the vortex?
Gratitude, one of the most powerful. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your whole energy. Like a beacon, attracting more good stuff.
I can vouch for that. When I'm down thinking about what I'm grateful for, even small things, it instantly changes my mood.
Exactly. And it can be anything. A cup of tea, a sunset, a phone call. The more you appreciate, the more you feel those good emotions, and those emotions fuel the manifestation process.
What other seeds can we plant?
Love, another powerhouse. When you cultivate love for yourself, for others, for the world, your vibration skyrockets. Love, it's like superfood for the soul.
Love that. So to manifest a life full of joy, abundance, all that, we need to nurture those feelings of love and gratitude.
They're the foundation.
This has been so enlightening. I'm ready to start planting those seeds. But before we wrap up this part, I'd love to hear from you all. What are your favorite ways to cultivate love and gratitude? What practices or techniques help you feel more aligned? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And stay tuned for part 3, where we'll explore the practical applications of all this and learn how to use the vortex to manifest those dreams. Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast, everyone. Wrapping up our deep dive into the vortex of creation. I bet you're all wondering about putting this into action. Theory's great, but how do we use this vortex to actually, manifest those dreams?
The million-dollar question, right? And it comes up a lot. People want to know about the timeline. How long till those dreams show up?
I get it. We're in a world of instant everything, so naturally, we want that guaranteed delivery date for our desires. So is there one? Can we predict when things will manifest?
No magic formula, no crystal ball, unfortunately. The speed of manifestation, it depends. Clarity of our vision, our belief, how much resistance we're holding on to, even things we're not aware of.
So it's not like ordering online, getting a tracking number and estimated delivery?
Yep, not that simple. The universe works in its own way. More like planting a seed. You nurture it, give it what it needs, but you gotta surrender to how life unfolds.
That makes sense. So patience is key in this whole thing.
Huge. Impatience, that's actually resistance, like digging up the seed every day to see if it's sprouted, disrupting the process.
Great analogy. So how do we cultivate patience in a world that's all about instant gratification? Everything right now, right?
It's tough, yeah. But the shift is from when to how. Instead of obsessing over the timeline, focus on the journey. aligning with your desires, raising your vibration, becoming your best self.
Enjoying the ride, not just fixated on the destination.
Exactly. And as you do that, manifesting your desires just becomes a natural part of that growth.
I love that perspective. So practically speaking, what steps can we take to stay focused on the journey? Let go of that need for instant gratification. I know it's a struggle for many of us.
Intentions, not deadlines. Instead of, I want a new job by next month, focus on the feeling you want and the actions that align with it.
So not pressuring the universe for a specific date, but saying, I intend to feel fulfilled in my work, and I'm updating my resume, networking.
Exactly. It's about the journey, the energy you're putting out, not a rigid timeline.
Makes sense. Other practices to help us stay on the how, not the when.
Visualization. Powerful stuff. A few minutes each day, visualize yourself already living that reality. Use all your senses. What do you see, hear, feel, even smell, taste? Vivid details, the better. You're impressing it on your subconscious, aligning with its vibration.
Like visualizing my dream home. I'd imagine walking through the door, feeling the sunlight, smelling fresh bread, hearing laughter.
Exactly. A multi-sensory experience, solidifying the energy of that desire.
I like that. Creating a movie in our minds of the life we want. But what about when things go wrong? Roadblocks, setbacks. Does that mean we messed up, we're out of alignment?
Not at all. Remember, manifestation isn't always a straight line. Twists and turns, that's part of it. Opportunities to grow, learn, and refine those desires.
So challenges aren't failures, but a chance to course correct.
Precisely. Don't get discouraged. Ask yourself, what's this teaching me? How can I grow from this?
The universe nudging us, even when it feels like a detour.
And sometimes those detours lead to something even better than we imagined. Trust the process.
That's good to hear. Like a cosmic GPS, always guiding us, even when we can't see the big picture.
And never forget, you're not alone. The universe, your inner being, countless forces are there to help you realize your dreams.
This has been an incredible journey into the vortex of creation. 3 steps of manifesting: patience, releasing resistance, even turning challenges into opportunities. I don't know about you all, but I'm feeling empowered, excited to explore all these possibilities.
Take what you've learned, start using it. Set those intentions. Visualize, cultivate love and gratitude, and trust the journey. You're a powerful creator. The universe is with you.
This is Dennis and Louise, signing off for now. Keep those vibrations high, and we'll see you next time on the Metaphysics. Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. Ever feel like you're just going through the motions? Like you're on autopilot?
Living the same day.
Yeah.
Over and over.
Well, stick with us today because we're diving into some powerful concepts that might just shake things up for you.
We're talking about tapping into your innate creative power.
Oh, yeah.
The kind that can transform not just your day, but your entire reality.
That's right. We're going to be exploring how the law of attraction works and how understanding it can empower you to become a conscious creator of your own life.
It's all about understanding the creative process, harnessing the power of your beliefs, and recognizing those coincidences for what they truly are.
Yeah.
Synchronicities that guide you towards your desires.
Okay, so let's break this down.
Okay.
Let's say I have a dream, a goal I want to achieve.
Right.
Where do I even begin?
It starts with clarity. You have to be clear about what you want.
Okay.
And sometimes clarity comes from recognizing what you don't want.
So it's like that moment when you realize you've been wearing shoes that are a size too small.
Yes.
It's not until you experience the discomfort that you truly appreciate the value of a perfect fit.
Exactly. Those experiences that make you say, no, definitely not that, are actually guiding you towards a clearer understanding of what you do want.
Okay, so once I've got that clarity, what's next?
The next step is to trust that source.
Okay.
And that could be the universe, a higher power, your own inner wisdom has the answer. Yeah. It already knows the perfect solution. The ideal vibrational match to your desire.
Okay.
Think of it like this. You've placed your order, and the universe is already preparing your delivery.
So it's not about struggling to figure everything out on my own.
Nope.
It's about trusting that there's a force working in my favor, even if I can't see it yet.
Precisely.
Okay.
And that brings us to the third and often most challenging step, allowing yourself to receive.
This is where I tend to stumble.
I hear that a lot.
It's like I put in the order, but then I second-guess myself. I start doubting, worrying, wondering if I'm worthy or if it's even possible.
That's so common.
Yeah.
We all have those moments of resistance.
Yeah.
Think of it like this. You've ordered a delicious meal. It's sitting right in front of you, but you refuse to take a bite.
Because I'm afraid I'll spill it, or I'll make a mess.
Yes.
Or maybe it won't taste as good as I imagine.
Exactly. But what if you just allowed yourself to enjoy it, to savor each bite, to trust that you deserve to experience that pleasure? That's what allowing is all about.
Okay.
Releasing the resistance, letting go of the doubt, and opening yourself to receive the abundance that's already waiting for you.
So it's about shifting from a mindset of scarcity and fear to a mindset of abundance and trust.
Yes. And a big part of that is understanding the power of our beliefs.
Okay, so how do our beliefs fit into this creative process?
Our beliefs are like filters that shape how we perceive the world.
It's like that classic saying, we don't see the world as it is.
Right.
We see it as we are.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Most people fall into the trap of believing because they see, they observe something in their external reality, and they form a belief around it. So if they constantly see evidence of lack or struggle, they start to believe that's all there is, and unfortunately, that becomes their reality.
So if I'm constantly focused on what I don't have, on what's missing, I'm actually reinforcing that belief and attracting more of the same.
You got it. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay.
But what if we flipped the script?
Okay.
What if we chose to believe in abundance, even if our current circumstances don't reflect that yet? What if we started looking for evidence of abundance, even in the smallest things?
Are you saying that our beliefs actually have the power to change our reality?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Wow.
And that's where the concept of a vibrational grid comes in.
Now, hold on. What exactly is this vibrational grid? I'm picturing some sort of high-tech energy field.
Think of it as an energetic blueprint, a unique frequency signature that you're constantly broadcasting out into the world. It's made up of your thoughts, your beliefs, your emotions, basically your overall vibe.
So if I'm constantly thinking about how stressed and overwhelmed I am, that's like sending out a stressed and overwhelmed signal.
Exactly.
The universe is picking up on that and sending me more of the same.
You're getting it.
Yeah.
The universe is always responding to your vibration, reflecting back to you the energy you're putting out.
Okay, so if I want to change my reality, I need to change my vibration, which means changing my thoughts, beliefs, and emotions.
Yes.
But that sounds like a tall order.
It can feel that way.
Where do I even begin?
It might seem overwhelming.
Yeah.
But even small shifts can make a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is your emotions.
Really? Emotions are that powerful?
Emotions are like the fuel for your vibrational grid.
Okay.
Think of it like this. Your thoughts are the steering wheel, directing your focus, but your emotions are the gas pedal, determining the speed and intensity of your manifestation.
So if I'm thinking about my dream job, but I'm feeling anxious and doubtful,
yes,
it's like I'm putting on the brakes.
Exactly.
Okay.
But if you can tap into the feeling of excitement, of gratitude, of knowing that it's already yours, then you're hitting the gas pedal, accelerating the manifestation process.
So it's not just about thinking positive thoughts. It's about feeling them, embodying them, letting them permeate my entire being.
You got it. And that's where this fascinating concept of 17 seconds comes in.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of that?
I have a feeling you're about to tell me what's so special about 17 seconds.
According to Abraham Hicks, 17 seconds of focused positive emotion is all it takes to start shifting your vibrational grid.
Wait, 17 seconds? That's it. Seems almost too easy.
It might sound simple, but don't underestimate the power of those 17 seconds.
Okay.
It's like striking a match. That initial spark can ignite a much larger flame. So if you can hold that feeling of joy, of excitement, of gratitude for a full 17 seconds, you're setting a powerful intention into motion.
Wow, this is starting to make a lot of sense. But what about those coincidences we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Where do they fit into all of this?
Yes, those synchronicities, those seemingly random events that make you go, wait, what are the chances?
Yeah.
Well, they're not so random after all.
I knew you were going to say that. So if they're not random, what are they?
They're what Abraham Hicks calls rendezvous of vibrational latitude.
Okay.
It's like the universe is orchestrating these perfectly timed encounters, these opportunities, these signs that you're on the right track.
So it's not just that I'm in the right place at the right time.
Right.
It's that my energy, my vibration has actually drawn that experience to me.
Precisely. Think of it like tuning into a specific radio frequency.
Yeah.
When your vibration matches the frequency of a particular desire, you start picking up signals from that station. That makes so much sense. It's like those times when you're thinking about someone and then suddenly they call you.
Yes.
Or you're looking for a specific book
Yeah.
and you stumble upon it in the most unexpected place.
Those are prime examples of vibrational rendezvous.
Wow.
And the more you start paying attention to these synchronicities, the more you realize just how powerful your vibrational grid truly is.
This is blowing my mind. I'm already starting to see the world in a whole new light.
And this is just the beginning. We've only scratched the surface of this fascinating topic.
I'm eager to dive deeper. What other treasures await us in this exploration of vibrational energy and conscious creation?
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves, I think it's important to address a common misconception that often arises when we talk about the law of attraction.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's that idea that we can just magically manifest anything we want without putting in any effort, right?
Yeah.
Just sit on the couch, visualize $1 million, and poof, it appears.
That's the one.
And while the law of attraction is indeed a powerful force, it's not about passive wishing or expecting things to fall into our laps without any effort on our part.
It's like that saying, the universe rewards action.
Right.
We still have to play our part, right?
Absolutely. Think of it as a dance between our inner world and our outer world.
Okay.
We align our energy with our desires, and then we take inspired action towards them.
So it's not about sitting on the couch visualizing $1 million.
Right.
It's about visualizing it. And taking steps towards creating that wealth.
Exactly.
Maybe taking a course on financial literacy, or starting a side hustle, or even just having a conversation with a financial advisor.
Exactly. It's about being open to opportunities, following our intuition, and taking action that feels aligned with our goals.
It's like we're co-creating with the universe.
Yes.
Meeting it halfway with our aligned energy and inspired action.
Precisely. And the more we trust in this process, the more we surrender to the flow of energy, the more magical and effortless our manifestations become.
This is making so much sense. But I have to admit, sometimes it can feel a bit overwhelming. Like, where do I even start? How do I actually shift my vibration when I'm feeling stuck in a rut?
That's a great question, and it's something we'll definitely delve into in more depth as we continue our exploration.
That sounds good to me. I'm excited to keep diving in. But before we go any further, we'd love to hear from you, dear listeners. What's resonating with you so far? What questions are popping up in your mind? Share your thoughts and insights in the comments below, and let's keep this conversation going.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. It's fascinating how we often limit ourselves by focusing on what we lack, instead of embracing the abundance that already exists.
It's like we're so busy looking for what's missing that we miss out on all the good stuff that's right in front of us.
Exactly. And speaking of shifting our focus to a more expansive perspective,
Yeah.
remember that story we touched on earlier about Esther and Jerry Hicks?
Oh, yes. The one where Esther was struggling with Jerry's passing.
Yeah.
And trying to understand where he was in the vibrational realm.
Precisely. That story beautifully illustrates how shifting our perception can profoundly alter our experience, even in the face of loss.
You know, for those who haven't heard it, could you give us a recap?
Of course. So Esther was grappling with Jerry's passing, desperately trying to connect with him in a realm beyond her understanding.
Yep.
She felt a profound sense of grief, that aching void that comes with losing someone you love.
It's that feeling of reaching out into the unknown, hoping to catch a glimpse of their presence.
Exactly. And as long as she kept searching for him out there, in a linear physical sense, the grief persisted. But then a powerful shift occurred.
Right.
She realized that Jerry wasn't gone. He was simply existing in a different form, a different frequency within the vibrational realm.
So it's not about denying the physical separation, but rather understanding that the connection transcends the physical realm.
Precisely. And when she made that shift, when she started looking for him within that vibrational space, she could feel his presence. It wasn't about physical form or location. It was about energetic connection.
That's so powerful. It suggests that our loved ones aren't truly gone. They're just existing on a different frequency, and we can still connect with them energetically.
And this principle applies to everything we desire to create in our lives. It's not about forcing things to happen on the physical plane. It's about aligning our vibration with the essence of what we want and trusting that the universe will orchestrate the details.
So it's less about making it happen and more about allowing it to be.
Exactly. It's about surrendering to the creative process, trusting that the universe is conspiring in our favor, and focusing on cultivating the emotions that align with our desires.
That makes me think about those coincidences, those vibrational rendezvous we were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
is not about passively waiting for them to happen.
Right.
It's about actively aligning our energy with the experiences we want to attract.
Absolutely. It's about becoming conscious creators, recognizing that we're not just victims of circumstance, but powerful magnets drawing experiences to us based on our vibrational frequency.
So if I want to attract more abundance, it's not just about wishing for it or working harder. It's about embodying the feeling of abundance, even in the midst of perceived scarcity.
You got it. It's about cultivating that feeling of gratitude for what you already have, the excitement for what's to come, and the unwavering belief that you are worthy of receiving it. It's about feeling the abundance even before it manifests in the physical realm.
And that's where those 17-second bursts of focused emotion come in, right? It's like we're sending out these powerful energetic signals, these vibrational flares that attract more of what we're feeling.
Exactly. It's like fine-tuning our internal radio dial to the station of abundance, joy, love, whatever frequency we choose to experience.
And the more we practice this, the stronger that signal becomes.
Yes.
Making it easier to attract those coincidences, those synchronicities that seem to magically align us with our desires.
Yes. It's all about raising our vibration, expanding our awareness, and recognizing the interconnectedness of everything in the universe.
Wow, this is mind-blowing stuff. I'm starting to see the world in a whole new light.
And that's just the beginning. The more we delve into these metaphysical concepts, the more we realize the infinite potential that lies within each of us. But it's important to remember that this is a journey, not a destination.
You mean we're not going to master this whole law of attraction thing overnight? Darn.
Well, maybe some people do, but for most of us, it's a process of learning, experimenting, and refining our understanding. And just like learning any new skill, there will be moments of flow and moments of resistance.
It's like learning to ride a bike.
Yes.
We're bound to wobble a bit at first, but with practice, we gain confidence, and eventually we're cruising down the road with ease.
Exactly. And the key is to be patient with ourselves, celebrate the small victories, and not get discouraged when we hit those inevitable bumps in the road.
So instead of beating ourselves up when we have a negative thought or experience a setback, we should treat it as a learning opportunity. A chance to course correct and fine-tune our approach.
Precisely. It's all about progress, not perfection. And remember, the journey itself can be just as rewarding as the destination. So embrace the process, have fun with it, and allow yourself to be amazed by the magic that unfolds.
This is so empowering. It's like we're taking back control of our energy and using it to create a reality that feels good and aligned with our true selves. But before we get too carried away with all this talk of magic and manifestation, let's bring it back down to earth for a moment.
Good point. Sometimes these concepts can feel a bit abstract and esoteric. So it's important to ground them in practical application.
Exactly. So for our listeners who are eager to start applying these principles in their daily lives, what are some simple yet effective practices they can start incorporating right now?
One of the most powerful practices is simply becoming more aware of your emotional state throughout the day. Pause periodically and ask yourself, how am I feeling right now?
So it's like taking our emotional temperature, checking in with our internal weather report.
Exactly. And as you become more attuned to your emotional state, you can start making conscious choices that shift your vibration.
So if I'm feeling stressed or anxious, I can choose to engage in activities that bring me joy and peace, like listening to music, taking a walk in nature, or spending time with loved ones.
Precisely. It's about empowering yourself to become the conductor of your own emotional orchestra.
Oh, I like that.
You have the power to choose which instruments you want to play, which melodies you want to create.
I love that analogy. So we're not trying to suppress or deny our so-called negative emotions. We're simply choosing to focus on the ones that feel good and align with our desires.
Yes. And remember that 17-second rule we talked about earlier. Even short bursts of focused positive emotion can start to shift your vibrational grid.
So if I'm feeling discouraged about a project,
Right.
I can take 17 seconds to focus on the excitement of the end result.
Yes.
The satisfaction of achieving my goal.
Exactly. Visualize yourself celebrating the accomplishment. Feel the joy and pride of success, and allow that positive energy to permeate your being for a full 17 seconds. It might sound simple, but it's a powerful way to shift your vibration and attract more positive experiences.
This is making so much sense. But I'm curious about something.
What?
Earlier you mentioned that aligning our vibration with the essence of what we want is key to manifesting our desires.
Yes.
But what does that actually mean in practice? How do we align our vibration with something that doesn't yet exist in our physical reality?
That's a great question, and one that deserves a deeper exploration. It's all about tapping into the feeling of having what you desire even before it materializes in the physical world.
So it's about embodying the feeling of abundance, even if our current circumstances don't reflect that yet?
Precisely. It's about cultivating that inner knowing that what you desire is already yours. It's just a matter of time before it manifests in your physical reality. And the more you can align your vibration with that knowing, the faster and more effortlessly it will materialize.
But how do we actually do that? How do we cultivate that inner knowing when our external reality seems to contradict it?
That's where the power of imagination and visualization comes in.
Okay.
Our subconscious mind doesn't differentiate between what's real and what's imagined.
Okay.
So when we vividly imagine ourselves having what we desire, feeling the emotions associated with it, our subconscious mind starts to accept it as reality.
So it's like we're planting seeds in our subconscious mind, and those seeds eventually grow into the experiences we desire.
Exactly. And the more we nurture those seeds with positive thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, the faster they will sprout and blossom into our reality.
This is so fascinating. I'm starting to understand how this whole process of manifestation really works. But, I think there's still a part of me that struggles to fully embrace it. I mean, it's one thing to talk about the law of attraction and vibrational energy,
Right.
but it's another thing to actually see it working in my own life.
I understand. It's natural to have doubts and skepticism, especially when we're dealing with concepts that challenge our conventional understanding of how the world works. But here's the thing. The law of attraction is always working, whether we believe in it or not. It's like gravity.
Huh.
It's a universal principle that governs the flow of energy.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is with the law of attraction, we have the power to consciously direct that flow.
So it's like we're learning to harness the power of our own energy to become conscious creators of our own reality.
Exactly. And the more we understand how this principle works, the more we can use it to create a life that aligns with our deepest desires and purpose.
Great. This is truly mind-blowing stuff. I'm feeling so inspired and empowered by this conversation, and I'm sure our listeners are too. But before we move on, I'd love to hear from you, dear listeners. What's resonating with you so far? What questions or insights are coming up for you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's continue this exploration together. Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. We've been on quite a journey exploring the law of attraction and the power of vibrational energy.
It's been fascinating to unpack these concepts and uncover how they can empower us to become conscious creators of our own reality.
It's striking how often we get caught up in the external circumstances, forgetting that our inner world plays such a vital role in shaping our experiences.
It's like we're so focused on the waves that we forget about the vast ocean of energy that's constantly moving beneath the surface.
Exactly. And as we've been discussing that underlying energy, our vibration is what truly shapes our reality.
So for our listeners who are ready to start riding those waves to become more conscious of their own energetic flow, what are some practical steps they can take?
That's a great question. We've touched on a few key practices already, like becoming more aware of our emotions and using the 17-second rule to shift our vibration.
Yes, those are fantastic starting points. Remember, even small, consistent efforts can create a ripple effect, gradually transforming your energetic landscape.
It's like tending a garden.
Yeah.
Weeding out the negative thoughts and beliefs, planting seeds of positivity and abundance, and nurturing them with loving attention.
Beautifully put. And just like a garden, our vibrational landscape requires ongoing care and attention.
Yeah.
It's not a one-time fix, but rather a continual process of growth and refinement.
So it's not about achieving some sort of perfect vibrational state and staying there forever.
Right.
It's about being mindful of our energy and making adjustments as needed.
Exactly. It's about becoming more attuned to our inner world, recognizing when our vibration is dipping and taking steps to raise it back up.
So if I'm feeling stressed or overwhelmed, instead of letting those emotions consume me, I can consciously choose to shift my focus to something more positive.
Yes. Engage in activities that bring you joy. Surround yourself with positive influences, and practice gratitude for the good things in your life. These simple acts can have a profound impact on your vibration.
What about those times when we're feeling stuck in a rut, when it seems like no matter what we do, we can't shake off those negative thoughts and emotions?
That's when it's essential to remember that we have the power to choose our thoughts. Our thoughts create our emotions create our vibration, and our vibration creates our reality.
So if I'm feeling stuck, it's not about denying those negative thoughts or emotions. It's about choosing to focus on something different, something more empowering.
Precisely. It's like changing the channel on the radio.
Okay.
If you don't like the song that's playing, you simply tune into a different station. The same principle applies to our thoughts. If a negative thought pops up, acknowledge it, but then consciously choose to focus on a more positive or constructive thought.
This makes so much sense. It's like we're taking back control of our mental and emotional landscape, becoming the DJs of our own internal radio station.
I love that analogy. And just like a skilled DJ, we can learn to curate our thoughts and emotions, creating a playlist that uplifts and inspires us.
So instead of letting our minds run wild with worries and fears, we can consciously choose to fill them with thoughts of joy, gratitude, and abundance.
And as we do that, our vibration starts to rise, and we begin to attract more positive experiences into our lives.
This is so empowering. It's like we're finally understanding the user manual for our own minds and emotions.
Exactly. And the more we practice these techniques, the more skilled we become at managing our energy and creating a reality that aligns with our deepest desires.
You know, it's amazing how these seemingly simple practices can have such a profound impact on our life.
It's a testament to the power of our inner world. When we change our inner landscape, our outer world reflects that transformation.
This has been such an insightful conversation. I feel like we've just scratched the surface of this fascinating topic. But for our listeners who are eager to continue their exploration, what resources would you recommend?
Well, there are countless books, podcasts, and workshops available that delve deeper into the law of attraction and the power of vibrational energy. But one of the most valuable resources is your own intuition.
I love that you said that. It's so easy to get caught up in searching for external guidance that we forget to tune into our own inner wisdom.
Exactly. Your intuition is like a compass that's always pointing you towards your highest good. Learn to listen to its whispers, trust its guidance, and you'll find yourself effortlessly navigating the path of conscious creation.
This has been an incredible journey. I feel like I've gained a whole new perspective on life and the power we all possess to create the reality of our dreams.
It's been a pleasure exploring these concepts with you. And to our listeners, remember, you are powerful beyond measure. Embrace the journey, trust the process, and allow yourself to be amazed by the magic that unfolds when you align with the power of your own vibration.
That's a beautiful message to end on. And as always, dear listeners, we'd love to hear from you. Share your insights, your experiences, and your aha moments in the comments below. Let's continue this conversation and support each other on this incredible journey of conscious creation.
Until next time, may you vibrate high and manifest your dreams with ease.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. Today, we are going to be taking a deep dive into the idea of receiving infinite blessings, which is something that is explored in the teachings of Abraham Hicks. And, you know, it's interesting how often we kind of focus on what we lack rather than on what we can receive.
Right.
So today we're going to be talking all about abundance.
Awesome.
Yeah. And so what's really fascinating to me is like the idea that we're already in a state of receiving just by having desires.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's incredibly empowering.
Okay.
Because your desires aren't just random whims, you know? It's like they're a form of communication with your inner being, with source energy.
Okay.
Those desires are an indication that you're aligned with the flow of abundance that the universe is constantly offering.
That's so cool. So it's not about chasing after things.
Right.
It's about aligning ourselves with what we truly want.
Exactly.
And allowing it to flow to us.
Yes. And, you know, Abraham Hicks talks about the power of what we broadcast through our thoughts and our feelings and our beliefs.
Yeah.
And so what they're suggesting is that our broadcast is like a signal.
Okay.
And it attracts experiences that match the frequency.
So if we're constantly broadcasting doubt and fear, then we're actually tracking more of those experiences into our lives.
Unfortunately, yes, but the good news is it works both ways.
Okay.
So when we cultivate those feelings of joy and gratitude and trust, we align ourselves with a higher frequency.
Oh.
And we invite more positive experiences into our reality.
Got it.
It's kind of like tuning into a radio station that's just playing your favorite music.
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is all starting to make sense to me, but what about the times when we feel unworthy of receiving these blessings?
Yeah.
Like a lot of us struggle with that.
Absolutely, and Abraham Hicks addresses that directly.
Oh.
They say that trying to justify your worthiness actually blocks the flow of blessings. Because it's creating resistance, because it's implying that you're not inherently deserving.
I see. So instead of trying to prove our worth, we need to just embrace our inherent worthiness.
Precisely. You are a being connected to source energy.
Okay.
And you are inherently worthy of receiving all the good that the universe has to offer.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah.
There's no justification needed.
No justification needed. You just are.
Okay. So then when we approach life with that kind of trust and openness, I'm assuming that we will then see things start to flow into our experience.
Exactly. You'll be amazed.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about this concept of the vortex.
Yes.
That Abraham Hicks talks about.
Okay.
Sounds a little mystical.
Yeah.
Can you kind of break it down for us?
Sure. So think of the vortex as a realm of pure potentiality.
Okay.
Where all your desires already exist in vibrational form.
So it's not like a physical place.
It's not a physical place.
Okay.
It's a state of energetic alignment.
So is it kind of like a cosmic storehouse?
That's a great analogy.
Of everything we could ever want, just kind of waiting for us to tap into it.
Absolutely. And the key to tapping into that vortex is to align our vibration with the frequency of our desires.
Okay, so how do we know if we are in alignment with the vortex?
That's a great question.
Like, are there signs we should be looking for?
Absolutely. So Abraham Hicks points to two main ways of knowing.
Okay.
One, by observing the manifestations in our lives.
Yeah.
But the other is, most importantly, by tuning into our feelings.
So if we're feeling good and joyful and inspired,
yes,
that's a sign that we are in alignment.
That's a sign that you're in alignment with the vortex. Yes. Your emotions are like a compass.
Okay.
They're constantly guiding you towards or away from your desires.
Okay.
So pay attention to how you feel. If you're feeling doubtful or anxious or frustrated, that's a sign that you might be out of alignment.
Got it.
Yeah. Like when you're trying to find a radio station and all you hear is static, you're not quite tuned in yet.
Right.
But when that signal comes in clear, you know you're on the right frequency.
Yeah.
It's the same with our emotions and the vortex.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we actually go about shifting our energy and aligning with the vortex?
Right.
Especially when we're like stuck in a rut of these negative emotions.
Yeah. Abraham Hicks suggests a simple but powerful exercise.
Okay.
Choose one desire and consciously focus on it for a day. Observe how the energy around it begins to build.
I love that.
Yeah.
So what are some like practical ways that we can raise our vibration around that desire?
Visualization is key.
Okay.
Imagine your desire is already achieved.
Okay.
Really immerse yourself in the feeling of having it.
Yeah.
What does it look like? How does it feel? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Let those positive emotions just wash over you.
So it's not just thinking about it.
No.
It's feeling it.
Yes, it's truly feeling it as if it's already happened.
Yeah.
Another powerful tool is gratitude.
Okay.
Express gratitude for your desire as if it's already yours.
Okay.
This helps to shift your energy from a place of lack to a place of abundance.
Yeah, I've heard that gratitude is powerful, but
Yeah.
sometimes I struggle with it.
Yeah.
When things just feel really challenging.
It's understandable to feel that way, but even in those moments,
Yeah.
there's always something to be grateful for.
Okay.
Maybe it's the sunshine warming your skin,
Yeah.
a good cup of coffee,
Yeah.
love of a pet,
Yeah.
When you focus on those things,
Yeah.
you start to shift your perspective
Okay.
and open yourself up to receiving more.
So it's about finding those little glimmers of positivity, even amongst the chaos.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of inspired action.
Okay.
When you're aligned with your desire,
Yeah.
you'll naturally feel inspired to take action.
Okay.
Right? It might be something small, but every step you take builds momentum.
Builds momentum.
Yes.
Okay, this is making a lot of sense. It's not about forcing things to happen.
No.
It's about getting into that flow state
Exactly.
where things just feel effortless.
That's the beauty of aligning with the vortex.
Okay.
It's about trusting the process and allowing the universe to support you in manifesting your desires.
I really like that. And it reminds me of something else that Abraham Hicks talks about.
Okay.
Which is we can't attract what we want by focusing on what we lack.
That's such a crucial point.
Yeah.
Because if we're constantly dwelling on what's missing, we're actually attracting more lack into our lives. It's like trying to fill a bucket with holes in it.
With holes in it,
right? Yeah.
So instead of focusing on the empty space,
right,
we need to be focusing on what we do want to fill our lives with.
Precisely. It's about shifting our focus from scarcity to abundance.
Yeah.
From fear to trust.
Okay.
From doubt to belief.
Got it. So this all sounds really empowering.
It is.
But how do we practically make this shift from lack to abundance? Because it's easy to get caught up in those negative thought patterns.
Yeah. One of the most powerful practices is gratitude.
Okay.
Instead of focusing on what you don't have,
take
time each day to appreciate what you do have.
Okay.
It could be your health, your relationships, your home,
Yeah.
even the simple act of breathing.
It's about retraining our minds to look for the good Even when things are challenging.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when you make gratitude a regular practice, you'll start to notice a shift in your energy.
Okay.
You'll feel lighter, happier, and more open to receiving.
And this shift in energy, this feeling of gratitude, helps us to align with the vortex.
Yes. Gratitude is a high-frequency emotion.
Okay.
That helps us tap into the abundance of the universe.
I got it.
It's like a magnet.
Okay.
It attracts more things to be grateful for.
Yeah. It's a beautiful cycle.
It is.
The more grateful we are,
yeah,
the more we receive.
Yes.
And the more we receive, the more grateful we become.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is. So as we've been talking about desires and this receptive state, it's got me thinking about the nature of inspiration.
Okay. I see where you're going with this.
Yeah. So we talked about how desires themselves put us in a receptive mode, open to receiving those blessings.
Right.
So could inspiration be a form of receiving too? Like a way of tapping into that universal flow of creativity and ideas?
That's a beautiful way to frame it.
Yeah.
If we consider that inspiration often feels like it comes to us, not from us forcing it.
Right.
It aligns perfectly with this idea of receptivity. It's like we open ourselves up and these brilliant ideas, these sparks of creativity, they flow in.
Almost like we're tuning into a frequency of inspiration.
Exactly.
Just like we're tuning into the vortex of abundance.
Yes.
Through our thoughts and feelings.
Our thoughts and feelings.
And maybe the more we cultivate that receptive state, the more readily inspiration finds us.
Yeah, so maybe the key isn't to chase inspiration.
Yeah.
But to create the space for it to arrive.
Okay.
To quiet the mind.
Yeah.
Connect with our intuition.
Yeah.
Be open to the possibilities that are always swirling around us.
Almost like we're setting the table for a welcome guest.
Setting the table, you prepare the space.
Yeah.
Make it inviting.
Yeah.
And then the magic happens.
This has been a very inspiring conversation.
It has.
I feel like I'm seeing the world.
Yeah.
With fresh eyes. Recognizing the abundance and the potential that's always available.
It is always available.
Yeah, and what's cool is that all of these concepts apply to every area of our lives.
Every area.
You know, whether we're talking about attracting material abundance or nurturing loving relationships or fueling creative endeavors.
It all starts with aligning with that receptive state.
Yeah, so to our listeners out there.
Yes.
As you go about your day-to-day, remember to stay open to the whispers of inspiration.
Whispers of inspiration.
And the infinite blessings that the universe is constantly offering.
Yes.
Trust in your worthiness.
Your worthiness.
Cultivate that receptive heart.
Yes.
And watch as the magic unfolds.
The magic unfolds.
And don't forget to share your experiences with us.
Yes, we want to hear from you.
Let us know in the comments how you're putting these ideas into practice and what shifts you're noticing in your life.
Exactly. We're all in this together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So until next time.
Yeah.
Keep diving deep.
Kept diving deep. It's like when you're trying to find a radio station and you hear static.
Yeah.
You know, you're not quite tuned in yet, but when that signal comes in clear, you know you're on the right frequency. Yeah. It's the same with our emotions and the vortex.
Okay, so how do we actually go about shifting our energy and aligning with the vortex?
Yeah.
Especially when we're like stuck in a rut of those negative emotions.
Yeah, Abraham Hicks suggests a simple but powerful exercise.
Okay.
Choose one desire and consciously focus on it for a day. Observe how the energy around it begins to build.
I love that. So what are some practical ways that we can raise our vibration around that desire?
Visualization is key. Imagine your desire as already achieved.
Okay.
Really immerse yourself in the feeling of having it.
Okay.
What does it look like? How does it feel? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Let those positive emotions just wash over you.
So it's not just thinking about it, it's feeling it.
Yes, it's truly feeling it as if it's already happened.
Okay, cool. Another powerful tool is gratitude.
Yes, express gratitude for your desire as if it's already yours.
Okay.
This helps to shift your energy from a place of lack to a place of abundance.
I've heard that gratitude is so powerful, but sometimes I really struggle with it when things feel challenging.
It's understandable to feel that way, but even in those moments, there's always something to be grateful for.
Okay.
Maybe it's the sunshine warming your skin, or a good cup of coffee, or the love of a pet.
Yeah.
When you focus on those things, you start to shift your perspective and open yourself up to receiving more.
So it's about finding those little glimmers of positivity.
Exactly.
Even amongst the chaos.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of inspired action.
Okay.
When you're aligned with your desire, you'll naturally feel inspired to take action.
Okay.
It might be something small, But every step you take builds momentum.
Builds momentum.
Yes.
Okay, this is making a lot of sense.
Good.
It's not about forcing things to happen. It's about getting into that flow state.
Exactly.
Where things just feel effortless.
That's the beauty of aligning with the vortex. It's about trusting the process and allowing the universe to support you in manifesting your desires.
And this reminds me of another point that Abraham Hicks makes, which is we can't attract what we want by focusing on what we lack.
That's such a crucial point because if we're constantly dwelling on what's missing, we're actually attracting more lack into our lives.
Right.
It's like trying to fill a bucket with holes in it.
With holes in it, yeah. So instead of focusing on the empty space, we need to be focusing on what we do want to fill our lives with.
Precisely. It's about shifting our focus from scarcity to abundance, from fear to trust, from doubt to belief.
This all sounds really empowering, but how do we practically make that shift from lack to abundance? Because it's so easy to get caught up in those negative thought patterns.
One of the most powerful practices is gratitude. Instead of focusing on what you don't have, take time each day to appreciate what you do have.
Okay.
It could be your health, your relationships, your home, even the simple act of breathing.
So it's about retraining our minds to look for the good, even when things are challenging.
Exactly. And when you make gratitude a regular practice, you'll start to notice a shift in your energy.
Okay.
You'll feel lighter, happier, and more open to receiving.
And this shift in energy, this feeling of gratitude, helps us to align with the vortex and those infinite blessings.
Yes, gratitude is a high-frequency emotion that helps us tap into the abundance of the universe. It's like a magnet. It attracts more things to be grateful for.
It's a beautiful cycle.
It is.
The more grateful we are, the more we receive, and the more we receive, the more grateful we become. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It really is. It's like we step into this amazing feedback loop of positive energy and abundance, and it's got me thinking about the nature of inspiration.
Oh, okay.
So we talked about how desires themselves put us in a receptive mode, open to receiving those blessings. So could inspiration be a form of receiving too? Like a way of tapping into that universal flow of creativity and ideas?
That's a beautiful way to frame it. You know, if we consider that inspiration often feels like it comes to us, not from us forcing it, you know, it aligns perfectly with this idea of receptivity. It's like we open ourselves up and these brilliant ideas, these sparks of creativity just flow in.
Almost like we're tuning into a frequency of inspiration.
Exactly.
It's like we tune into the vortex of abundance.
Yes.
Through our thoughts and feelings.
Through our thoughts and feelings, exactly.
And maybe the more we cultivate that receptive state, the more readily inspiration finds us.
Right. So maybe the key isn't to chase inspiration, but to create the space for it to arrive. To quiet the mind, connect with our intuition, be open to the possibilities that are always swirling around us.
It's like setting the table for a welcome guest.
Setting the table, you prepare the space, you make it inviting, and then the magic happens.
This has been such an inspiring conversation.
Me too.
I feel like I'm seeing the world with fresh eyes, recognizing the abundance and the potential that's always available.
It is always available.
And the best part is that all of these concepts apply to every area of our lives.
Every area.
Whether it's attracting material abundance, nurturing loving relationships, fueling creative endeavors.
It all starts with aligning with that receptive state.
So, to our listeners out there, as you go about your day-to-day, remember to stay open to those whispers of inspiration.
Those whispers of inspiration.
And the infinite blessings that the universe is constantly offering.
Yes.
Trust in your worthiness, cultivate that receptive heart, and watch as the magic unfolds.
The magic unfolds.
And don't forget to share your experiences with us. Let us know in the comments how you're putting these ideas into practice and what shifts you're noticing in your life.
Exactly. We're all on this journey together.
Absolutely. So until next time, keep diving deep. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the Metaphysics Podcast.
So excited to be here.
Today, we're going deep into a topic that I think is really going to resonate with a lot of you.
I think so, too.
The power within to shape your reality.
Yes.
I mean, have you ever wondered why it seems like some people
just
effortlessly attract what they want, and others just, they struggle.
They struggle,
And it's like, what's the secret sauce?
Right.
So by the end of this deep dive, you're going to understand the mechanics behind manifesting your desires.
You will.
And how to become a magnet.
It's true.
For your dreams.
It's all about energy.
Okay, so.
And vibration.
We're not just talking about like, you know, putting a vision board together.
I don't know.
This is about something much deeper.
Much deeper.
It's about understanding.
Yes.
That you are not just a passive observer in life.
Right.
You're a powerful creator.
You are creating your reality.
Yeah, you're constantly emitting energy.
Yes, you are.
And that energy is interacting with a universal force.
A universal force, that's right.
To bring about your experience.
To bring about your experiences, exactly.
Okay, so that sounds...
It's pretty profound.
Pretty powerful.
It is.
But also a little abstract.
Okay.
Can you give us a concrete example?
Sure.
Of what you mean?
Absolutely. Imagine you have this deep desire to live.
Okay.
In a beautiful, spacious home.
Okay. I like that.
Okay. Every time you think about that home, every time you feel the excitement of what it would be like to live there,
okay,
you're sending out an energetic request.
Interesting.
And the universe, in a way, picks up on these requests.
Okay.
And starts aligning circumstances to make it happen.
Okay, so it's not just about wishing or hoping for something.
Nope.
It's about actively sending out...
It's about the energy.
That energy, that intention.
Exactly. It's about aligning your energy with what you desire.
Okay.
Think of it like tuning into a radio station.
Okay.
If you want to listen to jazz, you have to tune your radio to the right frequency.
Yeah.
Same goes for manifesting your desires.
Okay.
You have to align your energy with the frequency of what you want.
Okay. So how do we do that?
That's the question, isn't it?
How do we tune in?
How do we tune in?
To the right frequency.
Well, one of the biggest obstacles to manifesting our desires is getting caught up in negative emotions.
Yeah, I could see that.
When we focus on what we lack, our fears and doubts, we create resistance.
It's like we're sending out...
a mixed message.
A mixed signal to the universe.
Yeah.
Like on the one hand, we're saying we want this thing.
We want it.
But on the other hand, we're also saying we don't believe it's possible.
We don't believe.
Right.
That's a great way to put it.
Right.
Those negative emotions create a vibrational mismatch.
Okay.
It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Oh.
To align with our desires.
Okay.
We need to shift our focus from lack to abundance, from fear to faith.
So it's not about ignoring
or
suppressing those negative emotions.
Yeah.
It's about acknowledging them and then
acknowledging them.
Consciously choosing to focus on a more
positive
vibration relation.
Precisely. It's about recognizing those negative emotions as indicators that we're out of alignment.
Okay.
And then gently guiding ourselves back into a state of harmony.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So how do we do that?
How do we shift?
How do we actually shift our vibration?
Well, one powerful tool is gratitude.
Oh, gratitude. Okay.
When you focus on what you're grateful for, even the smallest things, you start to shift your energy from lack to abundance.
So even if things are tough.
Even if things are tough.
Even if we're feeling down.
Yeah.
We can always find something to be grateful for.
You can always find something.
Right.
Absolutely. Maybe it's the warm sunshine on your skin.
Okay.
The delicious meal you just ate. Or the simple fact that you have a roof over your head.
Basic necessities.
Basic necessities.
Yeah.
There's always something to appreciate.
Okay.
And the more you practice gratitude, the more you'll attract things to be grateful for.
So gratitude is like a magnet.
It is.
For more good things.
It's about shifting your perspective from what you don't have to what you do have.
Okay.
And as you cultivate that sense of gratitude, you start to open yourself up to receiving more abundance in all areas of your life.
Okay, so we're powerful creators.
We are.
Constantly sending out energy.
Yes.
And that energy is interacting with the universe.
That's right.
To shape our reality.
To shape our reality.
But to manifest our desires.
Yeah.
We need to align our energy with what we want.
Yes.
And gratitude is a powerful tool for doing that.
A very powerful tool.
That's a great summary.
It is, yeah.
Now, let's add another layer to this.
Okay.
We're not just talking about manifesting material things.
Yeah.
Like houses or cars.
No. It's much bigger than that.
We're talking about manifesting experiences.
Yes.
Relationships.
Relationship.
And even states of being.
States of being, that's right.
So we can use these principles to manifest anything we desire.
Anything.
As long as it's aligned with our highest good.
As long as it's aligned with your highest good. That's right.
So you could manifest a loving relationship.
You could.
A fulfilling career.
Absolutely.
A vibrant state of health.
Vibrant state of health.
Or anything else.
Yeah.
That brings you joy and aligns with your soul's purpose.
And aligns with your soul's purpose.
This is so empowering.
It is.
It's like we're being given the keys to unlock our full potential.
Yes, you are.
And create the lives.
The lives you truly desire.
We truly desire.
Yes.
But how do we know
How do you know
what our soul's purpose is?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And it's something we all explore throughout our lives.
Right.
Our soul's purpose often reveals itself through what brings us the most joy.
What we're naturally drawn to and what feels effortlessly fulfilling.
That's about paying attention to those
inner nudges.
Inner nudges, those sparks of inspiration.
Those sparks of inspiration.
That light us up.
That light you up.
Yeah.
Those are often whispers from your soul guiding you towards your true path.
Wow.
And as you align with your soul's purpose, your manifestations become even more powerful. And aligned with your highest good.
This is all so fascinating.
It is a fascinating topic.
I'm starting to see the world in a whole new light.
I can understand that.
It's like we're all interconnected.
Yes, we are.
Co-creating this reality together.
We are all co-creators.
And our individual desires are contributing to the evolution of the whole.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
And the more we understand this interconnectedness, the more we can tap into the power of the universe to support our own evolution.
Yeah.
And the evolution of everything around us.
So we've covered so much ground already.
I know, it's a lot. From the power of our vibrations.
Yes.
To the importance of aligning with our desires. And the role of gratitude in shaping our reality.
It's foundational stuff.
Yeah.
This is a lot to take in.
This is all incredibly deep.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've just scratched the surface.
We've just scratched the surface. There's so much more. But before we move on, I'd love for our listeners to take a moment and just reflect. What resonates most with them from this conversation so far?
Yeah.
What are you taking away?
Hear your thoughts.
Share your thoughts.
And aha moments in the comments below.
We'd love to hear from you.
We would love to hear from you.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with more insights and practical tools.
We will.
For manifesting your dreams.
Welcome back, everyone.
Okay, so we've laid a really great foundation.
We have.
Understanding our role as powerful creators.
Yeah.
And how gratitude can shift our energy.
Absolutely.
What I'm really curious about are the practical tools.
Yeah. Like how do we bridge the gap between where we are now and those big dreams we're holding?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah.
It really is a fantastic question.
Yeah.
And luckily there are many techniques.
Okay.
One of the most effective is visualization.
Oh, visualization.
More than just daydreaming.
Okay.
It's about creating a vivid sensory experience in your mind of your desired reality.
So if I'm longing for a career change, it's not enough to just vaguely think, oh, I'd love to be a chef.
It's not enough.
You
need to step into that vision.
Step into that vision.
Precisely. Imagine yourself in that bustling kitchen.
Okay.
The aroma of spices.
I like it.
The sizzle of the pan.
Yeah.
The satisfaction of creating delicious dishes.
I'm really hungry.
I know, me too.
Okay.
Engage all your senses. To make it as real as possible.
But what if that gap feels huge? Like I'm stuck in a cubicle.
Yeah. And picturing myself leading a wilderness expedition just seems almost impossible.
Okay, that's where affirmations come in.
Affirmations.
These are positive statements, spoken or written, that affirm your desired reality. They reprogram your subconscious mind, replacing limiting beliefs with empowering ones.
So instead of saying, I'm not adventurous enough, I'd say, I am a confident explorer.
Exactly.
Drawn to nature's beauty.
And the key is to feel the emotion behind those words. It's not just about repetition, but truly embodying that belief.
Okay, so we've got visualization.
Yes.
We've got affirmations.
Affirmations.
That's like building a manifestation toolkit.
Yes, it is.
What else can we add?
Inspired action is crucial.
Inspired action.
It's not enough to just sit back and visualize. We need to take steps, however small, that align with our desires.
So if I want to write a novel,
I
don't just picture the finished book on a shelf.
No.
I actually start writing.
You start writing.
Even if it's just a paragraph a day.
Exactly. And here's the beautiful part. As you align your energy with your desires, you'll start noticing synchronicities, opportunities, and guidance that support your goal.
So it's like the universe?
It's like the universe is conspiring to help you.
It's conspiring to help you.
Yes.
Wow, that's incredible.
It is pretty.
It makes the journey so much more exciting.
Yeah.
But what about setbacks?
Setbacks.
What if I take action and things don't go as planned?
Okay, remember the path of manifestation. It isn't always a straight line. There will be detours, challenges, maybe even moments that make you question everything.
So those moments aren't a sign to give up.
No.
They're just opportunities.
Opportunities to course correct.
To course correct.
Exactly. It's about learning, adapting, and trusting that even those detours are leading you to where you need to be. The key is to not let those challenges derail your vibration.
So we're not aiming for a perfectly smooth journey.
No.
But for the resilience to navigate whatever comes up.
That's a powerful way to put it.
Yeah.
And remember, every experience, even the seemingly negative ones, offers valuable lessons and growth.
This is giving me a whole new perspective.
I'm glad to hear that.
On how to approach my dreams.
Good.
It's not just about the end goal.
No.
But about the journey of becoming the person who can achieve those dreams.
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
And that journey is filled with self-discovery, growth, and the expansion of your own potential.
This is so inspiring.
It is inspiring.
We've talked about visualizing.
Yes.
Affirming.
Living action.
It feels like we're building momentum.
We are.
Is there anything else we can do to amplify this manifesting energy?
There certainly is, and we'll explore those advanced techniques in our next segment.
I'm ready.
But for now, let's pause and let this all sink in.
Yeah.
What tools resonate most with you? What small step can you take today to align with your desires?
Good question.
Share your insights and intentions in the comments below.
Yes.
Let's create a collective wave of manifestation.
I love that.
We'll be back shortly to dive even deeper.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. We're in the final stretch of our deep dive into manifestation, and I'm feeling so energized by what we've uncovered so far.
It's been a journey of expanding our awareness of the power we hold within.
So powerful.
And now, as promised,
yes,
we're going to explore some advanced techniques
okay,
that can take your manifesting abilities to a whole new level.
I'm ready to level up.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. What's first on our list?
Okay, let's talk about scripting.
Scripting.
It's similar to visualization, but instead of just seeing your desired reality in your mind's eye, you're actually writing it down.
Okay.
As if it's already happening.
So it's like writing a journal entry from the future.
From the future.
A future where all my dreams have come true.
Exactly. You're using the power of words to imprint that reality onto your subconscious mind.
Okay.
For example, if you dream of traveling the world, you might write, I'm so grateful to be exploring the ancient ruins of Rome today.
I love it.
The energy here is incredible.
Okay.
And I'm loving every moment of this adventure.
So we're like creating our own personal manifestation screenplay.
Exactly.
Okay. What other advanced techniques?
Well, have you ever considered working with the energy of the moon?
The moon. Okay.
The lunar cycle offers a powerful framework for manifestation.
I've heard about new moon and full moon rituals.
Yes.
But I've never really understood how to harness those energies.
Okay, well, the new moon is a time of new beginnings.
Okay.
A perfect time for setting intentions.
Right.
And planting seeds for what you want to manifest.
So you could write down your desires.
You could
create a vision board.
Yes.
Or just spend time in quiet contemplation.
Absolutely.
Visualizing your dreams taking root.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about the full moon?
The full moon is a time of culmination.
Okay.
And release.
Okay.
It's a powerful time to let go of anything that no longer serves you.
So limiting beliefs.
Limiting beliefs, yes.
Negative patterns.
Negative patterns.
Even physical clutter.
Even physical clutter. You can write down what you want to release and can burn the paper, symbolically letting it go.
So we can use the lunar cycle as a rhythm for our manifestation journey.
Yes.
Setting intentions at the new moon.
New moon.
And releasing what no longer serves us at the full moon.
At the full moon, exactly. It's a beautiful way to work with the natural cycles of the universe.
Yeah.
To amplify your intentions.
That's amazing. Okay, so we've got scripting.
Yes.
We've got working with the moon cycles.
Moon cycle.
What other advanced techniques do you have up your sleeve?
Let's venture into the realm of energy work.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of chakras?
Chakras. Yes, I know they're energy centers within the body.
Yes.
But I'm not sure I fully understand how they relate to manifestation.
Okay, well, your chakras are like spinning wheels of energy.
Okay.
That govern different aspects of your life.
Well.
When they're balanced and flowing freely, your energy is amplified.
Okay.
Which can significantly boost your manifesting power.
So if we can learn to balance and activate our chakras,
yes,
we can supercharge our ability to attract what we desire.
Exactly. There are many ways to work with your chakras,
Okay.
including meditation, yoga, breath work, and energy healing.
So it's like we're weaving together ancient wisdom
Yes.
and modern manifestation techniques.
That's a beautiful way to see it.
Yeah.
It's about honoring the wisdom of our ancestors while also embracing the tools and knowledge available to us today.
I love that. So we've explored scripting.
We have.
Working with the moon.
Yes.
And balancing our chakras.
Exactly.
What's the most important thing to remember as we start experimenting with these advanced techniques?
Remember to have fun with it.
Have fun.
Manifestation is a creative process.
Okay.
A journey of self-discovery.
Right.
Don't be afraid to experiment, to try different techniques.
Right.
And see what resonates with you.
So it's not about rigidly following rules.
No.
It's about finding what feels joyful and empowering.
Exactly. And remember, trust your intuition.
Yeah.
It's your inner compass.
Yeah.
Guiding you towards what aligns with your highest good.
This has been such an incredible exploration.
It has.
Of manifestation.
It really has.
I feel like we've been given a treasure map.
Yes.
And now it's up to us to embark on the adventure.
Absolutely.
Go out and find that treasure.
That's right.
Thank you for joining us on the Metaphysics Podcast.
It's been a pleasure being here.
We hope this episode has sparked your imagination.
Yes.
And ignited your belief in your own limitless potential. Remember, keep those intentions clear, those vibrations high, and those dreams alive.
Beautiful.
Until next time, may all your manifestations come to fruition with ease. Welcome back to Metaphysics Podcast. I'm Dennis, and I am super excited for our deep dive today.
And I'm Louise, excited to be here.
We're going to be exploring the law of attraction.
Absolutely.
Which has really captured people's imaginations for years now.
It has.
And, you know, so many of you are familiar with the basics.
Right.
But we wanted to go beyond that surface level.
Yes.
Like we want to talk about practical applications, the nuances, and even, you know, some of the trickier aspects of actually putting this law of attraction into practice.
Absolutely. We want to give you actionable insights and not just, you know, the usual platitudes that you hear.
Right. Because just saying like attracts like doesn't really help us actually use it.
Exactly. So let's start with a fundamental question.
Okay.
We often hear that phrase, like attracts like, but what is really going on beneath the surface?
Yeah.
It's all about vibrational energy.
Okay.
Everything in the universe, from our thoughts and feelings to physical objects, emits a unique frequency. And here's the key. The universe responds to these vibrations by drawing similar frequencies together.
Okay.
So if you're constantly focused on negativity or lackal, guess what? You're likely to attract more of that into your experience.
That makes sense. But I think some people might say, well, hold on, doesn't that mean we have to force ourselves to be positive all the time?
Right.
Even when we're going through tough times.
That's where a lot of people get tripped up. It's not about denying your feelings or pretending everything is rosy. Authenticity is actually crucial.
Okay.
The key is to become aware of your vibrational output, those dominant thoughts and feelings, and then consciously choose to shift them towards what you want to attract.
So less about toxic positivity and more about intentional alignment.
Exactly. It's like tuning a radio. If you want to listen to a specific station, you have to adjust the dial until you find the right frequency.
Okay.
In the same way, if you want to attract specific experiences, you need to adjust your inner dial by shifting your thoughts and feelings and beliefs to match the vibration of what you desire.
I like that analogy.
Good.
So how do we actually start doing that? A lot of our listeners are probably wondering, like, what are some specific techniques or tools?
Yeah.
We've all heard about affirmations, but are there other things that we can explore?
Absolutely. Affirmations are a great starting point, but there are so many other powerful techniques. For example, scripting is a fantastic way to create a detailed narrative of your desired reality.
Sure, right?
You can literally write out your dream life as if it's already happening, using vivid language and engaging all your senses.
So instead of just saying, I want a new job,
Yeah.
you might write a detailed scene of yourself, like walking into your dream office, feeling confident and excited about the work you're doing.
Exactly. You're essentially creating a blueprint for the universe to follow. Another powerful technique is using vision boards.
Okay.
This involves gathering images and words that represent your desires and arranging them in a visually appealing way that you can look at regularly.
Right.
It's like creating a tangible representation of your dream life.
I've heard about vision boards. I've always been a bit skeptical. Is there any real science behind them?
It's not necessarily about hard science, but about the power of visualization and activating your subconscious mind.
Okay.
By surrounding yourself with images and words that represent your goals, you're constantly reminding yourself of what you're working towards.
Right.
And keeping your subconscious mind focused on those desires. And that's where the real magic happens, because your subconscious mind is incredibly powerful in shaping your reality.
So we're talking about more than just surface level wishing.
Yeah.
We're tapping into deeper levels of our minds and aligning them with our intentions.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
And there's a fascinating concept called source energy that plays a key role in this process.
Okay.
Source energy is essentially our connection to the universal energy field, the source of all creation.
Right.
When we align with our source energy, we tap into our true potential and become powerful magnets for attracting our desires.
Source energy sounds pretty profound. How can our listeners actually connect with their source energy? Is there like a practical exercise or something they can try?
There are many ways.
Okay.
One simple yet powerful practice is to spend time in nature.
Okay.
Find a quiet spot where you can connect with the natural world, whether it's a park, a forest, or even your own backyard, and just allow yourself to be present in the moment. Breathe deeply, feel the earth beneath your feet, and soak in the beauty of your surroundings. As you do this, you'll start to feel a sense of peace and connection that can help you access your source energy.
That's something anyone can do, and it sounds incredibly grounding.
It is.
You mentioned beliefs earlier. How do they fit into this picture?
Our beliefs act like filters, either allowing or blocking the manifestation of our desires. If you have a deep-seated belief that you're not worthy of abundance, for example, that belief will create resistance, even if you're doing all the right things on the surface.
So even if we're trying to manifest something, if there's an underlying belief that contradicts that desire, it's like we're sabotaging ourselves.
Exactly. It's like trying to drive with one foot on the gas and the other on the brake. You might move forward a little, but you'll never reach your full speed. So part of mastering the law of attraction involves becoming aware of those limiting beliefs and consciously choosing to shift them to beliefs that empower you.
That makes a lot of sense. But changing deeply ingrained beliefs can feel daunting.
Yeah.
It's not like flipping a switch, right?
You're absolutely right. It's a process, and it takes time and effort.
Okay.
But the good news is that we have the power to choose the beliefs we want to hold. It starts with awareness. Take some time to identify the beliefs that are no longer serving you. These are often the beliefs that trigger negative emotions or keep you feeling stuck.
So if someone constantly feels like they're not good enough or that they're always struggling financially, those might be signs of limiting beliefs that need to be addressed.
Exactly. Once you've identified those beliefs, you can start to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this belief really true? Is it serving me? Or is it just a story I've been telling myself based on past experiences? Often when we really examine our beliefs, we realize they're not based on facts, but on fears or limiting narratives we've internalized.
So it's about questioning those stories we've been carrying around even if they've been with us for years.
Yes.
But how do we actually go about changing them? It sounds like a pretty deep process.
It can be, but there are some powerful techniques we can use.
Okay.
One of the most effective is to replace those limiting beliefs with empowering ones. Instead of saying, I'm not good enough, you might start affirming, I am worthy and deserving of all good things.
So it's about consciously choosing the thoughts and beliefs that align with the reality we want to create.
Yes.
Even if they feel a bit uncomfortable or unfamiliar at first.
That's the key. And remember, it's not just about repeating the words, it's about feeling the truth of those new beliefs in your heart. The more you embody them, the more powerful they become in shaping your reality.
So we're back to that feeling being key.
Yeah.
It's not just about intellectual understanding, it's about that deep emotional alignment.
Precisely.
Got it. And that leads us to another important aspect of the law of attraction that we often overlook. The universe responds to our dominant vibration, not just our fleeting thoughts or desires.
So even if you're doing affirmations and visualizations, if you're spending most of your time worrying, doubting, or feeling negative emotions, those vibrations will be much stronger than a few minutes of positive thinking.
So consistency is crucial.
Yes.
It's not just about doing a law of attraction exercise once in a while. It's about making it a regular part of our lives.
Exactly. It's like working out. You wouldn't expect to see significant results from going to the gym once a month.
Right.
It takes regular effort and dedication to build those mental and emotional muscles. And just like physical exercise, it can be helpful to have a variety of techniques in your toolkit.
So we've got affirmations, scripting vision boards. What are some other things that people can try?
One practice I find incredibly helpful is gratitude journaling. Taking a few minutes each day to write down things you're grateful for can really shift your perspective and raise your vibration. It helps you focus on the good that's already present in your life, which attracts even more good things.
That's a simple but powerful one. And what about meditation? I know a lot of people swear by it for manifesting.
Meditation is a fantastic tool for quieting the mind and connecting with your inner wisdom. When you meditate, you're essentially creating space for inspiration and clarity to flow through. It helps you detach from limiting thoughts and tap into that deeper level of consciousness where manifestation happens.
So it's about creating that stillness within, even amidst the busyness of life.
Exactly. And it doesn't have to be complicated. Even 5 or 10 minutes of quiet reflection each day can make a huge difference. You can simply sit comfortably, close your eyes and focus on your breath, or you can use guided meditations, which are readily available online and through various apps.
This all sounds great, but what about when life throws us a curveball?
Yeah.
How do we stay positive and focused on our desires when we're facing challenges or setbacks?
That's where the real work comes in. It's easy to apply the law of attraction when everything is going smoothly.
Right.
But what happens when we hit a roadblock? That's when our true commitment to this philosophy is tested.
I think a lot of people struggle with this.
They do.
They start to doubt the law of attraction when things don't go their way.
It's completely understandable. But here's the thing. Challenges are inevitable. They're part of the human experience. The key is not to avoid them, but to learn how to navigate them in a way that keeps us aligned with our desires.
So it's not about pretending everything is perfect or denying our challenges. It's about choosing how we respond to them.
Precisely. We have a choice. We can spiral into negativity and fear, which only amplifies those feelings and attracts more of the same, or we can choose to view the challenge as an opportunity for growth and learning.
Easier said than done, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we actually shift our perspective in those difficult moments?
One powerful technique is to ask yourself, what is this situation teaching me? What can I learn from this experience that will help me move closer to my goals? Often challenges are simply redirection. They're pushing us onto a path that's more aligned with our highest good, even if we can't see it in the moment.
So it's about trusting that there's a bigger picture at play, even when things feel chaotic or uncertain.
Absolutely. And it's about remembering that we have the power to choose our thoughts and emotions even in the midst of difficulty. We can choose to focus on fear and lack, or we can choose to focus on hope, resilience, and the belief that we can overcome anything.
It's about taking back our power even when we feel like we've lost control.
Exactly. And it's about having compassion for ourselves. We're not perfect, and we're all going to make mistakes. The key is to learn from those mistakes, forgive ourselves, and keep moving forward.
Self-compassion is so important, but it's something many of us struggle with. We're often our own harshest critics.
It's true. But just like we would comfort a friend who's going through a tough time, we need to learn to offer that same kindness and understanding to ourselves.
It's about recognizing that we're all on a journey, and it's okay to stumble or fall along the way. The important thing is to get back up and keep moving forward.
And to celebrate our wins. It's so easy to get caught up in focusing on what we haven't achieved yet that we forget to acknowledge and appreciate how far we've come. Take time to celebrate those small victories along the way. They're all part of the journey.
This is all such powerful advice. I'm feeling so inspired. But before we wrap up, I have one more question. You've talked about the importance of aligning our thoughts and feelings with our desires.
Right.
But what about those times when we're not even sure what we want? What if we're feeling lost or unclear about our goals?
That's a great question. It's something many people experience at some point in their lives. When you're feeling lost, it's a sign that you need to reconnect with your inner compass.
Okay.
It's a time to go inward and ask yourself some deeper questions. What are your passions? What brings you joy? What kind of impact do you want to make in the world? The answers to these questions will help you clarify your desires and set intentions that are aligned with your soul's purpose. So it's about taking the time to really tune into ourselves and listen to that inner voice that knows what's truly best for us.
Yeah, and trusting, I guess, that the universe has a plan for us even when we can't see it yet.
Absolutely. It's about surrendering to the flow of life and allowing yourself to be guided towards your highest good.
This has been an incredible conversation. I feel like we've covered so much ground today.
We have.
Before we go, is there like one key takeaway that you would want our listeners to remember from this deep dive into the law of attraction?
The most important thing to remember is that you are a powerful creator with the ability to shape your reality. The law of attraction is not about magic or wishful thinking. It's about aligning your thoughts, feelings, and actions with your desires and trusting the process of manifestation. It's about becoming a conscious co-creator with the universe.
And it's about remembering that we're not alone on this journey. We have the support of the universe, our own inner wisdom, and each other.
Beautifully said. Now, I'd love to hear from our listeners what resonated with you most from today's episode. What are some of your favorite manifestation techniques? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Let's create a community of support and inspiration.
And if you enjoyed this deep dive, be sure to like and subscribe to our channel for more explorations into metaphysics and personal growth. We've got some amazing episodes coming up that you won't want to miss.
Thank you so much for joining us on this journey. Remember, you are powerful beyond measure. Believe in yourself, trust the process, and never stop dreaming big.
Until next time, keep those vibes high and keep manifesting. Hey everyone, and welcome to the Metaphysics Podcast. Today we are going to take a deep dive into the concept of the vortex.
Okay.
I know that might sound a little esoteric or even a bit out there for some of you.
Yeah.
But trust me, this is a concept that has the potential to radically change the way you view your life, your purpose, and your ability to manifest your dreams.
Absolutely. And the vortex is often misunderstood. You see, it's not some mystical location or like a swirling energy field you need to visualize yourself stepping into.
Okay.
It's more of a state of alignment with your true self where things just flow.
So it's internal rather than external.
Exactly. And it's not even about achieving some constant state of euphoria or bliss.
Right.
You know, it's more about finding that sweet spot where you can experience joy and well-being even when life throws curveballs.
So it's like a sense of ease and flow even when things are challenging.
Precisely. You hit the nail on the head.
So how do we actually tap into this state of being? I mean, is it about positive thinking, meditation? What are the steps to get into the vortex?
Well, positive thinking definitely plays a role, but it runs deeper than that.
Okay.
It's about aligning with your true self, your authentic essence, that core of who you really are.
I love that. And I think it's something we often lose sight of in the busyness of everyday life.
Absolutely. You know what? Think about it this way.
Okay.
Have you ever felt that feeling of being completely in your element?
Yes.
When you're doing something you love, like you're firing on all cylinders?
Absolutely.
That's a taste of the vortex, a glimpse of what it feels like to be in that state of pure alignment and flow.
That makes so much sense. And it makes me think of purpose. Because we often talk about finding our purpose. Is being in the vortex linked to that in any way?
Absolutely. In fact, I'd say that's where the true power of the vortex lies, you know?
Okay.
We often think of purpose as some grand external achievement, like a specific career path or a big contribution we need to make to the world. But what if the real purpose is simply to experience joy?
So you're suggesting that joy itself is the purpose, not just a byproduct of fulfilling our purpose.
Precisely. When we align with our true selves and allow ourselves to experience joy, we naturally expand and evolve.
And the vortex supports that.
It does. It enhances it. We become more of who we truly are. And you know what? We start to attract experiences that match that vibration.
Let's talk about vibration then, because that's a term we hear so much in metaphysical circles.
Yes.
Can we break that down a bit? What does vibration actually mean?
Sure. So at its core, everything in the universe is energy, and energy vibrates at different frequencies. Your thoughts, your emotions, even your physical body, they all have a vibrational frequency.
Okay.
And this is where the principle of like attracts like comes into play.
Interesting.
The vibration you emit attracts experiences that match that same frequency.
So if I'm constantly stressed and anxious, I'm basically sending out a signal that's going to attract more stress and anxiety into my life.
That's the idea, but here's the good news.
Okay, good, because that sounds a little scary.
It can be if you let it, but remember your true self, your authentic essence, that vibrates at a very high frequency.
Oh, okay.
The frequency of love, joy, well-being, and that vibration is always there, even when you're experiencing negative emotions.
Okay, so it's not about suppressing those negative emotions. It's more about recognizing that they don't define us.
Exactly. It's like having a radio dial, right?
Yeah.
You can choose which station you want to tune into. You can focus on the negative, or you can consciously make an effort to tune into a more positive, uplifting frequency.
So how do we do that? I mean, what are some practical tips for shifting our vibration?
Well, that's what we're going to dive into in the next part of our deep dive. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a quick break. And we are back with our deep dive into the vortex. Before the break, we were talking about how our thoughts and emotions literally vibrate and attract similar energies back to us. It's a powerful concept, but how do we practically apply this to our lives? How do we actually shift that vibration?
Well, it starts with self-awareness. You know, paying attention to those internal conversations we have with ourselves.
Yeah, those inner monologues, right? The ones that can sometimes be pretty brutal.
Exactly. What are you saying to yourself throughout the day? Are your thoughts mostly positive? Mostly negative. Or is it somewhere in between? Just notice without judgment.
It's amazing how often we're not even aware of the constant stream of thoughts running through our heads.
Exactly. It's like background noise. But this background noise is actually shaping our reality, and once you become aware of it, you can start to shift it.
Okay, so let's say I catch myself thinking some pretty negative thoughts. What's the next step?
Well, try reframing those thoughts. For example, instead of saying, I'm so terrible at this, you could say, I'm still learning and I'm proud of myself for trying.
So it's about finding a more positive spin, a more empowering way of looking at things.
Exactly. It might feel a little forced at first.
Right.
But with practice, you can literally retrain your brain to focus on more supportive, more uplifting thoughts.
And that's what helps us move towards the vortex.
Precisely. Every time you shift from a negative thought to a positive one, you're raising your vibration and moving closer to that state of alignment.
This all makes sense, but I think a lot of people might be wondering, okay, but how do I even know what my true self is? How do I align with something I can't even define?
That's a great question, and it's a journey of self-discovery for sure.
Yeah.
One way to start is to pay attention to what brings you joy. What activities make you feel truly alive, energized, like you're in your element.
It's like tapping into those things that light us up,
Yeah.
the things that make us feel passionate and excited.
Exactly. And it doesn't have to be some grand pursuit. It could be something as simple as, I don't know, spending time in nature, listening to your favorite music, or having a meaningful conversation with a loved one.
It's those little things that feed our souls.
Yes. And the more you cultivate those moments of joy, the higher your vibration will be, and the more easily you'll be able to access the vortex.
Okay, so we've got self-awareness, reframing negative thoughts, and cultivating joy. What else can we do to stay connected to the vortex?
Oh, there are so many tools and techniques, but one of the most powerful is gratitude.
Yes, gratitude. We hear about that a lot.
And for good reason. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it instantly shifts your vibration to a higher frequency.
I've heard it said that gratitude is like the antidote to negativity.
It really is. And it doesn't have to be anything major. It could be as simple as appreciating a sunny day or, a delicious cup of coffee or the fact that you have a roof over your head.
It's about finding those little things to be thankful for, even when life feels challenging.
Precisely. And the more you practice gratitude, the more you start to notice things to be grateful for. It's like a muscle you can strengthen.
Right. It becomes a habit, a way of looking at the world.
Exactly. And that shift in perspective can have such a profound impact on our overall well-being.
We touched on this earlier, but can you tell us more about what it means to be a vibrational uplifter?
Sure. So being a vibrational uplifter is about radiating positivity and uplifting others through your energy, not necessarily through your words or actions.
So it's not about preaching positivity or trying to force people to be happy.
No, not at all. It's about cultivating a genuine state of well-being within yourself that naturally inspires and uplifts those around you.
It's like leading by example.
Exactly. Think about a time when you were around someone who just radiated warmth and joy. How did their presence make you feel?
Yeah, I've definitely experienced that. It's contagious, right? Their energy just rubs off on you.
Exactly. And that's the power of being a vibrational uplifter. It's something we can all cultivate by focusing on our own inner alignment and well-being.
This brings up an interesting question for me. How do we balance taking care of our own well-being while also being there for others, especially when they're going through a difficult time? Can we hold space for someone else's pain while still maintaining our own high vibration?
That's a really important question, and it's something we'll explore in more detail in the next part of our deep dive.
And we are back for the final part of our deep dive into the vortex. We've been talking about how we'll align with our true selves, raise our vibration, and become what you called a vibrational uplifter. But before the break, we were talking about something that I think a lot of people struggle with. How do we hold space for others who are going through a tough time, maybe they're experiencing grief or loss or just feeling really down without getting pulled down into their negativity? Is that even possible?
Yeah, that's a really important question, and it gets to the heart of practicing compassion and empathy,
Okay.
Being a vibrational uplifter doesn't mean you ignore suffering or pretend that everything is always sunshine and rainbows.
Right.
It's about recognizing that even in the midst of pain and the darkness, there's still a spark of light, a glimmer of hope.
I like that. So it's about holding space for both the light and the darkness, acknowledging that life is full of both.
Exactly. Life is a tapestry. It's woven with all sorts of threads, sides, light and shadow, joy and sorrow. And it's that contrast that makes it so beautiful.
Yeah, it's in those contrasts that we really grow and learn and evolve. But practically speaking, how do we do that? How do we offer support to someone who's hurting without letting their energy drain us?
Well, one of the most important things to remember is you can't pour from an empty cup.
Yeah.
You can't offer genuine compassion and support if you're running on fumes. So it's crucial that you take care of yourself first.
That makes sense. We have to make sure our own well-being is a priority.
Absolutely. And it's not selfish at all. In fact, it's the most loving thing you can do for yourself and for others. When your cup is full, you have more to give.
Okay, so assuming we've taken care of ourselves,
Right.
how do we then show up for someone who's struggling? Are there specific things we can do or say?
Well, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply listen. Just be fully present with the person who's hurting.
Yeah.
Let them know that you see them, you hear them, and you care about what they're going through.
It's about offering a loving presence without trying to fix or change anything.
Exactly. And sometimes the most supportive thing you can do is just validate their feelings.
Yep.
Let them know it's okay to feel sad, angry, or frustrated.
So we're not trying to force positivity on them.
No, not at all.
Right.
It's about giving them the space to process their emotions authentically without judgment.
And as we're listening, can we still hold the intention of being a vibrational uplifter?
Absolutely. Your energy is powerful even if you don't say anything explicitly positive. Your presence can still offer comfort and support.
I see. So it's like we're holding a space of love and light for them, even if they're in a dark place.
Precisely. And when someone feels seen and heard in that way, it can help them tap into their own inner strength, their resilience. Remember, even in the darkest of times, the vortex is still there.
Okay.
That state of alignment is always available, even if it feels far away.
So we can actually help others access the vortex by being present with them, by holding that space of love and light.
Exactly. You become a beacon of light, a source of hope, simply by embodying the principles of the vortex in your own life.
This has been such an insightful conversation. We've covered so much ground, the basics of the vortex, how to shift our vibration, the power of gratitude, and even how to hold space for others while maintaining our own well-being. As we wrap up, is there one final thought you want to leave our listeners with?
Yeah, remember that mantra I shared earlier?
The one about looking for the things we want to see.
Exactly. Today, no matter where I'm going and no matter what I am doing, it is my dominant intent to look for those things that I'm wanting to see. For I am one who compliments. I am one who appreciates. I am one who loves. It is my natural heritage. It is who I am. Let that be your guiding principle and trust that the universe is always conspiring to support you, to help you create a life that is aligned with your highest self.
Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. It's been an incredible deep dive into the vortex.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And to all our listeners out there, thank you for joining us on the Metaphysics Podcast. Hey everyone, welcome to a deep dive that I think you're going to find super interesting. We're going to be talking about vibrational reality. Have you ever had this feeling like there's more to things than we can see? Like there's a whole level of energy that kind of shapes things before we even experience them.
You know what's cool about this whole idea? It doesn't say the physical world isn't real, but it's like saying there's a deeper level. Sort of like an energetic blueprint where everything starts.
Okay, so let's try to simplify this. Our source material says thoughts and emotions have a frequency. It's like each thought you have sends out this vibration, and then that vibration interacts with the energy of the entire universe.
That's it. It's like tuning a radio. To pick up a certain station, you have to be on the right frequency. So if we want to bring something into our lives, we need to match our vibration to what we want.
So if I'm always thinking about things I don't have, am I actually attracting more of that lack?
That's the idea. But on the other hand, if you can really feel abundance and joy even before you see it in your life, it's like tuning yourself into the frequency of those experiences.
This is where I think a lot of people struggle. We've all been there thinking positively, but then wondering, when will I see the results? The source material talks about this, right?
Totally. It really emphasizes how important it is to feel what you want as if it's already here. It's not just positive thinking. It's about embodying the feeling of having what you want.
Okay, so if I want a new job, it's not enough to just think, I will find a great job. I have to actually feel how exciting that job would be, how satisfying it would be to do that work, even before it happens.
Exactly. It's like closing the gap between where you are now and where you want to be, by feeling the emotions of that reality as if it's already real.
I can see that, but that's got to be hard. Like if I'm stressed about work right now, how do I suddenly flip a switch and feel happy about a dream job I don't even have yet?
It takes practice. The source material suggests focusing on things that make you feel good, genuinely good, even when things are tough. It's about shifting your attention on purpose to raise your vibration.
So if I'm feeling super stressed, instead of dwelling on all that negative stuff, I should try to think about what I'm grateful for. Maybe something small that brings me joy.
Exactly. And the more you do this, the easier it gets to shift how you're feeling and match the vibration of the things you want.
That actually makes me feel a little better. It's like, this isn't some impossible thing. It's something you can work on, you know?
The great thing about this idea is that it puts the power back in our hands. We're not just stuck with whatever life throws at us. We can shape things through how we think, feel, and believe.
But negative emotions are part of life, right? How does this vibrational reality thing deal with that? Are we supposed to pretend bad stuff never happens?
That's a really important question. The source material doesn't say to ignore negative emotions. Instead, it says to think of them like signals. So when you feel something negative, it's a sign that your thoughts aren't really lining up with what you truly want.
So instead of getting totally lost in those negative feelings, it's a chance to take a step back and ask, what am I giving my attention to right now? And see if you can change your perspective.
Exactly. Negative emotions can teach us things. They highlight where we might be holding ourselves back. Or maybe we're clinging to beliefs that don't serve us anymore.
This is starting to make a lot of sense. It's like using those negative feelings as a way to get back on track, to realign with the things you really want. But what about when it seems like no matter how positive you think, nothing changes?
This is where trusting the process comes in. The source material says that just because you don't see something happening right away doesn't mean it isn't working on an energetic level.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of like planting a seed. You don't see the sprout the next day, but that doesn't mean it isn't growing underground. You have to have faith that it's happening, even if you can't see it yet.
Exactly. You need to keep your focus and have faith in what you can't see. That's how you let those seeds you've planted turn into something real.
I can definitely see how this could change things. But it's also a pretty big change in how we see the world. Most of us are so used to focusing on what's right in front of us, what we can see and touch.
That's true, but remember that this vibrational reality is supposed to be what comes before the physical world. It's like the blueprint that our physical world is built from.
So by changing how we think and feel, we're actually working with the source code of our reality.
That's a great way to put it. And the more we can match our inner world with what we really want, the more we can change what happens to us on the outside.
This is blowing my mind a little bit. So if our thoughts and feelings are this powerful, what happens when we doubt it? It's easy to get caught up in everyday life and forget about this unseen world of energy.
That's the tricky part. The source material knows that we tend to get distracted by what we can see and hear. It reminds us that the vibrational reality is just as real, maybe even more real than the physical world.
So it's like we have to constantly remind ourselves.
Yeah.
That there's more to life than what we see on the surface. We got to work on trusting and believing in this unseen world of energy.
Exactly. And the better we get at that, the more we can tap into the power of this vibrational reality and line ourselves up with the things we want most.
Wow, this is so interesting. I feel like we're just scratching the surface here. But before we keep going, I want to take a minute to really let this sink in. What's standing out to you so far about this idea of vibrational reality?
You know what I find really fascinating? It's how much it emphasizes feeling. It's not enough to think positive thoughts. You have to cultivate a genuine feeling of already having what you want, even if it's not here yet.
I agree. That's what really speaks to me, too. It's like we're being asked to become creators, not just people who sit back and watch life happen.
And the better we can embody that creator mindset, the better we can shape our reality to match our deepest desires.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll dive even deeper into how we can actually use this in our lives. What can you do with this information? Stay tuned. All right, we're back, and I'm ready to get into how we can actually use this vibrational reality thing in our lives. It's cool to understand it, but how do we actually make it work?
Well, the source material talks about becoming aware of something called your dominant vibration. It's like taking stock of all your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, and seeing what kind of energy you're putting out there.
So basically, we need to figure out what kind of energy we're sending out into the universe.
Yeah, exactly. And it can be surprising because we're often on autopilot just reacting to stuff without realizing what thoughts and feelings are behind those reactions.
Okay, so how do we even become aware of this dominant vibration thing? Are there any, exercises we can try?
The source material says to just start paying attention to how you feel throughout the day. Notice when you feel good, when you feel frustrated, anxious, or down.
So basically become super aware of what's going on inside.
That's it. And as you do this, you might start to see patterns. Maybe certain people or situations always make you feel negative. Or maybe you wake up feeling great, but then it fades as the day goes on.
Right, so once you're paying attention, you can see what makes your energy go up and what brings it down.
Exactly. And that's when the real work starts. It's about choosing things that match the energy you want to have.
So it's not just reacting to life. It's like designing your experience.
You got it.
Right.
It's about becoming the architect of your own energy, your own vibrational reality.
Now, I can imagine some people might get discouraged. Like if they realize their vibration isn't where they want it to be, what would you say to someone who feels overwhelmed by that?
That's totally normal. Remember, this is a journey. Be kind to yourself and focus on making small changes consistently.
So don't try to change everything overnight. Just make little adjustments to your thoughts, feelings, and actions.
Yeah. The source material says that even small changes in your vibration can make a big difference over time. It's like turning a big ship, you know? It takes time to change direction. But if you keep at it, you can steer yourself towards the experiences you want.
I love that analogy. It really shows how important patience and consistency are. It's not about getting what you want instantly. It's about slowly aligning yourself with a new energy.
And the more you practice, the more you'll notice positive changes in your life. You might find yourself getting new opportunities, meeting new people, or just feeling more peace and joy every day.
That's really encouraging. It shows that we really do have the power to change our reality.
And remember, you don't have to do this alone. Surround yourself with people who lift you up and inspire you. Do things that bring you joy and learn things that expand your mind. Basically, build a support system that feeds your positive energy.
That's great advice. It's like creating a whole environment that helps you grow and stay focused on what you want.
Exactly. And the more you take care of your energy, the more you'll attract things that match that energy, like finding a radio station that only plays your favorite songs.
I love how this connects our inner world with what happens in our outer world. It's like a dance between our thoughts, feelings, and the things we experience.
And the more we understand that dance, the better we can move through life, creating experiences that truly reflect who we are.
This is so empowering. But let's be honest, it can be hard to stay positive and focused on what we want, especially when life throws curveballs at us. The source material talks about this too, right?
Oh, absolutely. It says that challenges are a natural part of life. In fact, it's those tough experiences, the times things don't go our way, that often make us want something more, something better.
So instead of seeing those challenges as setbacks, we can see them as chances to grow and learn.
That's it. Those difficult times often make us really think about our beliefs, to figure out what we truly want and ultimately raise our vibration to a higher level.
It's like those challenges are pushing us to become the best versions of ourselves.
Exactly. And the source material encourages us to embrace those challenges. See them as opportunities for transformation, not roadblocks.
That's a powerful way to look at things. It's about seeing the bigger picture, knowing that even the tough times are part of a journey of growth.
And the more we can accept that, the stronger we become. And the better we can handle life's ups and downs.
This is all making so much sense. But we live in a world that's very focused on what's real, what we can see and touch. How do we balance this idea of vibrational reality with the real world problems and limitations we all face?
That's a great question. And I think it's important to remember that this isn't about ignoring the real world or pretending that problems don't exist. It's about understanding that there's a deeper level of reality, this vibrational energy that influences everything we experience.
So it's not about pretending everything is perfect. It's about looking at problems from a new perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the source material suggests that by focusing on this vibrational reality, on our thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, we can actually start to change our physical circumstances.
So we're learning to be more conscious creators of our own lives, instead of just letting life happen to us.
Precisely. And the more we can align our inner world with what we truly desire, the more we can shape our outer world to match.
This is amazing. But I can also see how it could be a bit overwhelming at first. What would you say to someone who's new to all of this and feeling a little lost?
I'd say start small. Focus on feeling joy, gratitude, and appreciation in your everyday life. Notice the things that make you feel good and do more of them. And when challenges come up, see them as chances to clarify what you want and to strengthen your connection to those desires.
That's great advice. It's about making this idea something we can actually use in our daily lives.
You got it. And the more you experiment with it, the more you'll see how powerful it can be.
This has been incredible. We've covered so much ground. But we're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we'll explore some specific techniques for aligning with what we want and creating a more joyful and fulfilling life. We're back and ready for more. So we've talked about this vibrational reality, but how do we actually use it? Like, how do we make it work to create the life we want?
One of the most powerful things you can do, according to the source material, is to really cultivate that feeling of having what you want, as if it's already real.
So it's not just picturing it in your mind, but actually feeling it.
Yeah, it's about embodying that feeling. But what if your life right now feels totally different?
Right, exactly. Like if someone's struggling financially, how can they really feel abundant when they're not?
Well, that's where the practice comes in. You have to find little ways to bring up those feelings.
Oh, I see.
Maybe it's spending time in nature or listening to music that makes you feel good, or even just thinking about things you're grateful for.
So you're basically choosing to do things that create the feeling you're going for.
Exactly. And the more you do it, the easier it gets. Like anything else, the more you practice, the stronger you become.
Makes sense. But what about when those negative feelings creep in? Like, let's say you're trying to manifest something and you're getting frustrated because it's not happening yet. How do you handle those feelings without, messing up your vibe?
The source material is interesting here. It says that negative emotions are actually a sign that you're out of alignment with what you want.
Oh, interesting.
So instead of fighting them, just acknowledge them and then gently shift your focus.
So it's not about pretending to be happy all the time.
Yeah.
It's more like using those negative feelings as a reminder to get back on track.
Exactly. Like noticing that you've gone off course and then gently steering back. No judgment, just course correction.
That takes a lot of pressure off. Okay, one last thing that comes up in the source material is this idea of trusting the process. Even when you're not seeing results right away, how do we do that? Especially in a world where we're so used to instant gratification.
You have to shift your perspective a bit. Instead of focusing on what's happening on the outside, pay attention to what's changing inside you. Notice how your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs are shifting.
So we should celebrate those little victories, like when we feel more aligned and joyful, even if things haven't changed externally yet.
Absolutely. The real transformation is happening within you, and you have to trust that those internal shifts will eventually show up in your life. It's like that saying, as within, so without.
That makes a lot of sense. It's not just about the end result. It's about the journey of becoming.
And the more you embrace that journey, the more joy and fulfillment you'll find.
This has been such an eye-opening deep dive. I feel like we've barely scratched the surface.
Yeah.
But I hope this is giving you some food for thought. What are your big takeaways? What really resonated with you?
Well, there's so much to unpack here, but I think the biggest thing for me is remembering that we're not just passengers in our own lives. We have the power to shape our reality, and it all starts with our inner world.
Absolutely. And it's a little bit scary, right? Like, wow, I have all this power. Now what? But I think that's also what makes it so exciting. It's a chance to experiment, to play around with these ideas and see what happens.
I love that. Be curious, be open, and don't be afraid to try new things. You might be surprised by what you discover.
That's the perfect note to end on. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into vibrational reality. If you're feeling inspired, we'd love to hear from you. Share your thoughts, your experiences, or any questions you have in the comments. Tell us what you're going to try. And until next time, stay curious, keep exploring, and keep believing in the incredible power you have to shape your... Hey everyone, I'm Dennis.
And I'm Louise.
Welcome to the Metaphysics Podcast.
Yeah, welcome. We're going to dive deep into the fascinating world of metaphysics. We're going to explore those big questions about existence, consciousness, and just the nature of reality.
We'll be kind of unraveling those complex concepts, sharing some practical tools.
And sparking those thought-provoking discussions that can help you really understand yourself and the universe in a whole new way.
So this podcast is for anyone who's ever kind of felt a pull towards the unknown.
Yeah.
Who's questioned, the nature of their own reality, or who's just curious about the deeper meaning behind life's experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether you're, a seasoned explorer of metaphysics or you're just starting out your journey, we invite you to join us. We'll delve into topics like the law of attraction, vibration, energy healing, conscious creation,
and so much more.
So much more.
And by subscribing and hitting that notification bell, you'll be sure to catch each new episode. Become a part of our growing community of like-minded seekers.
Absolutely. And please share your thoughts, your insights, your questions down in the comments section below.
Yeah.
Let's create a space for open dialogue, shared wisdom, and mutual support.
Okay. Let's dive into today's topic.
Let's do it.
This is a concept that has the potential to radically change how you view your life, your purpose, and your ability to manifest your dreams.
Mm-hmm.
The vortex.
The vortex. Yeah. Now, before we get carried away with this kind of mystical sounding name, let's clarify what the vortex actually is.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, it's not some physical location. It's not some swirling energy field.
Right, yeah.
You don't have to step into it. It's not like,
Like a portal.
Yeah, like a portal we walk through.
Right.
It's more a state of being. It's a state of alignment with your true self. It's where things they flow effortlessly.
I've heard it described as, being in the zone. Like when athletes are performing at their peak and everything just clicks.
That's a great analogy, yeah.
Yeah.
It's about finding that sweet spot where you experience a sense of ease, joy, and well-being, even when life throws curveballs.
So it's not about avoiding challenges or pretending that, everything is perfect all the time.
No, not at all. It's about navigating those challenges with grace, with resilience, knowing that you have the inner resources to overcome them.
That makes me think about, the concept of purpose.
Yes.
We often talk about, finding our purpose. Is being in the vortex linked to that in some way?
Absolutely. In fact, I'd say that's where the true power of the vortex lies. We often think of purpose as some grand external achievement, like a specific career path or, a major contribution to the world.
Like we have to leave our mark on history.
Exactly. Yeah. But what if the real purpose, the core essence of our being, is simply to experience joy?
So you're suggesting that joy itself is the purpose, not just a byproduct of fulfilling our purpose.
Precisely. When we align with our true selves and allow ourselves to experience joy, we naturally expand and evolve. The vortex supports that expansion. It enhances it. It amplifies it.
That's a powerful shift in perspective.
Yeah.
It's not about striving to achieve happiness in the future. It's about recognizing the joy that already exists within us.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the vortex helps us tap into that joy, to radiate it outwards, and to attract experiences that are in alignment with that vibration.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's talk about vibration then, because it's a term we hear so much in metaphysical circles.
Yes.
Can you break it down for us? What exactly is vibration?
Simply put, everything in the universe, including our thoughts and emotions, is made up of energy, vibrating at different frequencies.
Oh, hold on. So you're saying that our feelings are literally sending out vibes into the universe.
Exactly. And those vibes, those energetic frequencies, are attracting similar frequencies back to us. It's like the law of attraction in action, like attracts, like...
So if I'm feeling happy and grateful, I'm attracting more experiences that will make me feel happy and grateful.
Precisely. And conversely, if you're constantly dwelling in negativity and fear, you're likely to attract more experiences that reflect those emotions.
It's like tuning into a radio station. If you want to listen to jazz, you tune to the jazz frequency. If you want to experience joy, you tune your vibration to the frequency of joy.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
And the first step in tuning your vibration is self-awareness.
Okay.
Paying attention to those internal conversations we have with ourselves, those inner monologues that are constantly running in the background.
You mean the ones that can sometimes be pretty brutal, like that inner critic that's always telling us we're not good enough or that we're going to fail?
Exactly. We all have that inner critic to some extent.
Yeah.
But the key is to become aware of it, to notice those thoughts without judgment, and to start to shift them.
It's amazing how often we're not even aware of that constant stream of thoughts running through our heads.
Yeah.
It's like background noise.
Yeah.
But it's shaping our reality.
Precisely. And once you become aware of it, you can start to consciously choose thoughts that make you feel good, thoughts that are in alignment with what you want to experience.
So every time we shift from a negative thought to a positive one, we're raising our vibration.
Yeah.
And moving closer to that state of alignment.
Yes.
That vortex where things just flow.
Exactly.
Now, a lot of people might be wondering how they even know what their true self is. How do you align with something you can't even define?
That's a great question. And it's something that a lot of us struggle with.
Right.
It is a journey of self-discovery,
Yeah.
for sure. But there are some practical steps we can take. One of the simplest yet most powerful ways to start is to pay attention to what brings you joy. What are those activities that make you feel truly alive, energized, like you're in your element?
The things that make you feel passionate and excited.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be some grand pursuit. It could be as simple as spending time in nature, listening to your favorite music.
Yeah.
Or having, a meaningful conversation with a loved one.
Exactly. It's those little things that feed our souls. And the more you cultivate those moments of joy, the higher your vibration will be, and the more easily you'll be able to access the vortex.
So it's about paying attention to those subtle cues, those whispers of joy that are guiding us towards our true selves.
Precisely. Now, there are many tools and techniques that can help us raise our vibration and align with the vortex.
Yeah.
But one of the most powerful, and perhaps the most accessible, is gratitude.
Ah, yes, gratitude. We hear about that a lot, but it's easy to dismiss it as, just a feel-good practice.
And it is a feel-good practice, but it's so much more than that.
Right.
When you genuinely focus on what you're grateful for, it instantly shifts your vibration to a higher frequency.
It's like flipping a switch,
Yeah.
turning on the light of positivity.
Exactly. And it doesn't have to be anything major. It could be as simple as appreciating a sunny day, a delicious cup of coffee.
Right.
Or the fact that you have a roof over your head.
Yeah, it's about finding those little things to be thankful for, even when, life feels challenging.
Precisely. And the more you practice gratitude, the more you start to notice things to be grateful for. It's like a muscle you can strengthen.
Yeah, it becomes a habit, a way of looking at the world through the lens of appreciation.
Exactly. And that shift in perspective can have such a profound impact on our overall well-being.
Earlier, you mentioned the concept of being a vibrational uplifter.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about what that means?
Yeah.
And how we can cultivate that within ourselves?
Yeah. Being a vibrational uplifter is about radiating positivity and uplifting others through your energy, not necessarily through your words or actions.
So it's not about preaching positivity or trying to force people to be happy?
No, not at all. It's about cultivating a genuine state of well-being within yourself that naturally inspires and uplifts those around you.
It's like leading by example.
Yeah.
Think about a time when you were around someone who just radiated warmth and joy.
Mm-hmm.
How did their presence make you feel?
It's contagious, right? Their energy just rubs off on you.
Exactly. And that's the power of being a vibrational uplifter. It's something we can all cultivate by focusing on our own inner alignment and well-being.
Mm-hmm.
This brings up an interesting question. How do we balance taking care of our own well-being while also being there for others?
Yeah.
Especially when they're going through a difficult time.
Yeah.
Can we hold space for someone else's pain while still maintaining our own high vibration?
That's a really important question. And it's something we'll explore in more detail in the next part of our deep dive into the vortex. Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. Before the break, we were talking about being a vibrational uplifter, that state of radiating positivity and well-being.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful concept, but I think a lot of people struggle with how to maintain that high vibration when they're surrounded by negativity.
Especially when we're trying to be there for loved ones who are going through, tough times.
Exactly. How can we hold space for someone else's pain without letting it drain our energy and pull us down?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's something that even the most experienced spiritual seekers grapple with. The first thing to remember is that you can't pour from an empty cup.
Okay, that makes sense. We have to make sure our own well-being is a priority.
Absolutely. And that's not selfish at all. In fact, it's the most loving thing you can do for yourself and for others. When your cup is full, you have more to give, more energy to share, more light to radiate.
So how do we make sure our cup is full? What are some practical steps we can take to cultivate that inner well-being, especially when we're feeling depleted?
It's all about those daily practices that nourish your mind, your body, and your soul. Things like meditation, spending time in nature, listening to uplifting music, engaging in creative pursuits, and surrounding yourself with positive influences.
It's about making those self-care practices non-negotiable. even when life gets, busy and chaotic.
Exactly. And it's not about being perfect or achieving some state of perpetual bliss. It's about consistently showing up for yourself, even in small ways, and making those choices that support your well-being.
Okay, so assuming we've taken care of ourselves, how do we then show up for someone who's struggling? Are there specific things we can do or say that will help them without depleting our own energy?
Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply listen. Just be fully present with the person who's hurting. Let them know you see them, you hear them, and you care about what they're going through.
It's about offering a loving presence without trying to fix or change anything.
Exactly. And sometimes the most supportive thing you can do is validate their feelings. Let them know it's okay to feel sad, angry, or frustrated.
So we're not trying to like force positivity on them or tell them to just, look on the bright side.
No, not at all. It's about giving them the space to process their emotions authentically without judgment. And here's the interesting thing. Your energy is powerful, even if you don't say anything explicitly positive.
So even if we're just sitting there silently, our presence can still offer comfort and support.
Exactly. It's like we're holding a space of love and light for them, even if they're currently in a dark place. Now, of course, there are times when offering practical support is appropriate, but even then, it's important to do so from a place of grounded energy.
So if we're, offering to help with errands or childcare, we need to make sure we're not doing it out of obligation or guilt, but rather from a genuine desire to support.
Right. It's about setting healthy boundaries and recognizing that you can't be everything to everyone. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do is simply refer them to a professional who can offer more specialized support.
You know, this whole concept of holding space reminds me of something we talked about earlier. The importance of looking for the things we want to see.
Ah, yes. That powerful mantra.
It's like even when we're surrounded by negativity, we can still choose to focus on the glimmers of light, the sparks of hope, the acts of kindness.
And by doing so, we're not denying the darkness, but we're also not letting it consume us. We're choosing to align our energy with a higher vibration.
And that higher vibration, that energy of love and compassion, can be incredibly healing, both for ourselves and for those around us.
It's like we're becoming beacons of light, radiating positivity and inspiring others to do the same.
It's fascinating how this all ties back to the vortex. We started by talking about how to access this state of alignment and flow, and now we're seeing how that inner harmony can ripple outwards, impacting not just our own lives, but the lives of those around us.
It's like we're all interconnected, like our energies are constantly interacting and influencing one another.
And by choosing to align with a higher vibration, we're not only uplifting ourselves, but also contributing to a more harmonious and loving world.
And that brings us to another powerful aspect of the vortex, the concept of manifestation, is the idea that we have the ability to create our reality through our thoughts, our beliefs, and our actions.
I've heard a lot about manifestation, but it can feel a bit woo-woo sometimes. How does it actually work? What's the science behind it?
Well, from a scientific perspective, we know that everything in the universe is made up of energy and that energy is constantly vibrating at different frequencies.
Right, we talked about that earlier.
Exactly. And those frequencies are constantly interacting and influencing one another. So when we focus our attention on something, we're essentially sending out a specific frequency that attracts similar frequencies back to us.
It's like we're tuning our energetic radio dial to the station of our desires.
That's a great analogy. And the more we focus on those desires, the stronger that frequency becomes, and the more likely we are to attract experiences that match that vibration.
But it's not just about thinking positive thoughts, right? There's more to it than that.
Absolutely. While our thoughts are powerful, they're just one piece of the puzzle. Our beliefs, emotions, and actions all play a role in the manifestation process.
So if I'm constantly thinking about abundance, but deep down I believe I'm not worthy of it, the belief is going to block the manifestation.
Exactly. Our subconscious beliefs can be incredibly powerful, and they can often sabotage our efforts to manifest our desires. That's why it's so important to address those limiting beliefs and reprogram our subconscious mind with more empowering ones.
So how do we do that? How do we rewrite those deep-seated beliefs that are holding us back?
There are many techniques, but one of the most effective is affirmations. Affirmations are positive statements that help to reprogram our subconscious mind, replacing those limiting beliefs with empowering ones.
So instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, I would repeat an affirmation like, I am worthy and deserving of all the good things in life.
Exactly. And the key is to say those affirmations with conviction, feeling the emotion behind the words. It's not just about rote repetition. It's about embodying the energy of what you're affirming.
I've heard it said that our subconscious mind believes what we tell it repeatedly. So if we're constantly feeding it negative thoughts, it's going to create more of that in our reality.
That's right. Our subconscious mind is like a fertile garden. Whatever seeds we plant there, whether positive or negative, will eventually grow and bear fruit. Affirmations are a powerful way to plant those seeds of positivity and abundance.
It's like we're giving our subconscious mind a new set of instructions, a blueprint for a more fulfilling and abundant life.
Precisely. Now, another powerful technique that works in conjunction with visualization and affirmations is scripting.
Scripting? I haven't heard of that one. Tell me more.
It's like writing a story about your ideal life as if it were already happening. You can write about your dream job, your perfect relationship, your travel adventures, anything that you desire.
So it's like journaling, but from the perspective of our future selves, a future where all our dreams have come true.
Exactly. And the more detail you can include, the more powerful it becomes. Describe the sights, sounds, smells, emotions, everything that would be present in that ideal reality.
It's like we're creating our own personal manifestation screenplay, a blueprint for the universe to follow.
Exactly. And as you write your script, feel the emotions as if it were already happening. Joy, gratitude, excitement, those high vibe emotions amplify the energy of your creation.
This is amazing. I'm already feeling inspired to start scripting my dream life. But we've been talking a lot about techniques for aligning our vibration and manifesting our desires. What about the role of action? Where does that fit into the equation?
That's a great question. While it's true that our energy and vibration are fundamental to manifestation, action is also important. It's about taking inspired steps that move us toward our goals.
So it's not enough to just sit around visualizing and affirming with we have to actually do something.
Exactly. Action is a way of demonstrating our commitment to our desires, showing the universe that we're serious about creating this new reality.
It's like we're meeting the universe halfway, aligning our energy and then taking, inspired action to bring it into form.
Precisely. And those inspired actions don't have to be huge, life-altering leaps. Sometimes it's the small, consistent steps that create the most momentum.
So even if it's, just making a phone call, sending an email, or taking a class, those actions can help to move us in the direction of our dreams.
Absolutely. And the more we align our actions with our desires, the more opportunities and synchronicities will start to appear. It's like we're creating a magnetic field that draws the right people, resources, and experiences into our lives.
So it's a dance between inner alignment and outer action, between being and doing.
Exactly. And when those two forces come together, that's when the magic really starts to happen.
Welcome back to the Metaphysics Podcast. We've been having such a fascinating conversation about the vortex, vibration, and the power of manifestation.
And before the break, we were just starting to touch on some of the practical techniques we can use to align with our desires and create the lives we truly want.
I'm so ready to dive deeper into those techniques. Where do we begin?
Well, one of the most fundamental practices, and one that's often misunderstood, is visualization.
Okay, I've heard a lot about visualization, but I have to admit, sometimes it feels a bit like wishful thinking. How can simply imagining something make it real?
That's a great question, and it's a common misconception. Visualization isn't just about daydreaming or passively wishing for things. It's about consciously creating a clear mental picture of what you want to experience, engaging all your senses to make it as real as possible.
So it's not just about vaguely thinking, oh, I want a new car. It's about actually picturing yourself driving that car, feeling the leather seats, smelling that new car smell.
Exactly. The more vivid and detailed your visualization, the more powerful it becomes. And here's the key. Feel the emotions you would experience as if it were already happening. Feel the joy, the excitement, the gratitude.
I love that. It's like we're creating a movie in our minds, a preview of our dream life.
Exactly. And as you consistently visualize your desires in this way, you're sending a powerful message to the universe, aligning your energy with the frequency of what you want to attract.
So it's not just about creating a pretty picture in our minds. It's about embodying the feeling of having already achieved our goals.
Precisely. And visualization can be used for anything, attracting abundance, improving relationships, enhancing creativity, even healing physical ailments.
Wow, the possibilities are endless. But what about those times when our mind gets in the way, those doubts and fears that creep in and make it hard to fully believe in our visualizations?
That's where affirmations come in. Affirmations are positive statements that help to reprogram our subconscious mind, replacing those limiting beliefs with empowering ones.
So instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, I would repeat an affirmation like, I am worthy and deserving of all the good things in life.
Exactly. And the key is to say those affirmations with conviction, feeling the emotion behind the words. It's not just about rote repetition. It's about embodying the energy of what you're affirming.
I've heard it said that our subconscious mind believes what we tell it repeatedly. So if we're constantly feeding it negative thoughts, it's going to create more of that in our reality.
That's right. Our subconscious mind is like a fertile garden. Whatever seeds we plant there, whether positive or negative, will eventually grow and bear fruit. Affirmations are a powerful way to plant those seeds of positivity and abundance.
It's like we're giving our subconscious mind a new set of instructions, a blueprint for a more fulfilling and abundant life.
Precisely. Now, another powerful technique that works in conjunction with visualization and affirmations is scripting.
Scripting, I haven't heard of that one. Tell me more.
It's like writing a story about your ideal life as if it were already happening. You can write about your dream job, your perfect relationship, your travel adventures, anything that you desire.
So it's like journaling, but from the perspective of our future selves.
Yeah.
A future where all our dreams have come true.
Exactly. And the more detail you can include, the more powerful it becomes. Describe the sights, sounds, smells, emotions, everything that would be present in that ideal reality.
It's like we're creating our own personal manifestation screenplay, a blueprint for the universe to follow.
Exactly. And as you write your script, feel the emotions as if it were already happening. Joy, gratitude, excitement, those high vibe emotions amplify the energy of your creation.
This is amazing. I'm already feeling inspired to start scripting my dream life.
Mm-hmm.
But we've been talking a lot about techniques for aligning our vibration and manifesting our desires.
Yeah.
What about the role of action? Where does that fit into the equation?
That's a great question. While it's true that our energy and vibration are fundamental to manifestation, action is also important. It's about taking inspired steps that move us toward our goals.
So it's not enough to just sit around visualizing and affirming. We have to actually do something.
Exactly. Action is a way of demonstrating our commitment to our desires, showing the universe that we're serious about creating this new reality.
It's like we're meeting the universe halfway, aligning our energy and then taking inspired action to bring it into form.
Precisely. And those inspired actions don't have to be huge, life-altering leaps. Sometimes it's the small, consistent steps that create the most momentum.
So even if it's just making a phone call, sending an email, or taking a class, those actions can help to move us in the direction of our dreams.
Absolutely. And the more we align our actions with our desires, the more opportunities and synchronicities will start to appear. It's like we're creating a magnetic field that draws the right people, resources, and experiences into our lives.
So it's a dance between inner alignment and outer action, between being and doing.
Exactly. And when those two forces come together, that's when the magic really starts to happen.
This has been an incredible deep dive. I feel like I have a whole new toolkit for creating the life of my dreams.
Remember, the key is to experiment, find what resonates with you, and practice consistently.
It's about cultivating that inner connection to our own power and trusting that the universe is always conspiring to support us.
And don't forget to have fun with it. Manifestation is a journey, not a destination, so enjoy the ride.
Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and insights.
Right.
This has been truly transformative.
It's been a pleasure exploring these concepts with you. And to our listeners, remember, you are powerful creators. Embrace the journey, trust the process, and allow yourself to be amazed by the magic that unfolds when you align with the power of your own vibration.
We'd love to hear your thoughts, insights, and experiences, so share them in the comments below. And until next time, keep those intentions clear, vibrations high, and dreams alive. Welcome back to Metaphysics Podcast. Today, we're going to do a deep dive into a concept that's pretty mind-blowing to me anyway.
Okay.
It's the idea that each of us has a vortex of well-being.
Ooh.
So imagine this personal energy field that's packed with everything you've ever wanted.
Right.
Love, money, clarity, vibrant health, you name it. It's in there.
It's interesting because this vortex thing, it's not just a metaphor, it's like an actual energy force.
Wow.
And the law of attraction is like its operating system.
That makes sense.
The real question is, are we in sync with our vortex?
Yeah, are we letting ourselves actually receive all the amazing things that we're calling into our lives? Okay, so let's unpack this vortex idea a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Our source material gets pretty creative with the analogies to try to explain it. It's like a cosmic bank vault.
Okay.
Where all our fortunes are stashed and each of us holds the key.
I like that.
But how do we actually tap into this vault, this vortex of abundance?
Well, it starts with understanding that we are vibrational beings, and this vortex operates on vibes.
So everything.
Everything.
Okay.
In the universe, including our thoughts and our emotions, vibrates at a certain frequency.
Right.
And the law of attraction says like attracts like. So if we're fixated on what we lack, the negativity, the complaints, we're actually pushing ourselves further away from our vortex.
So just wishing for things isn't enough.
Right.
We need to actually align our energy with what we want.
Exactly.
It's like trying to tune into a radio station, you know? The wrong frequency, you just get static.
Yeah.
So how do we make sure we're tuned into our vortex and not just getting a bunch of cosmic static?
The source material really emphasizes 3 steps to manifestation.
Okay.
First, we ask. Our desires are out there in the universe.
Okay.
Second, source responds. The universe is always working for us, arranging circumstances to bring us what we want.
And the third step.
This is where I tend to get tripped up.
This is the step that most people struggle with, and it's about chilling out.
Trusting the process, letting go of resistance. It's about aligning with the feeling of already having what we desire, even though it might not be in our physical reality yet.
So it's about faith. Believing that what we want is on its way. But how do we cultivate that kind of trust? Especially when life is throwing us curveballs. I feel like this is particularly tough for, like, type A personalities.
That's where the idea of becoming a cooperative component comes in.
Okay.
This describes our role in the manifestation process.
Sure.
Recognizing that we have a part to play, not just sitting back passively waiting for things to magically appear.
So we're co-creating with the universe.
Exactly.
I like where this is going. It's empowering to know that I'm not just a bystander in my own life.
You're not. We become a cooperative component by choosing thoughts and feelings that bring us closer to our vortex.
Okay.
The source material highlights the importance of awareness using our emotional state as a guide. And there's a fun analogy about being upstream or downstream. What do you think that might mean?
Okay, I mean, if I'm feeling stressed, anxious, doubtful, that feels like swimming upstream, you know?
Yeah.
Fighting the current.
Yes.
Pushing away from my vortex.
And if you're feeling joyful, inspired, grateful, that's downstream, allowing the current to carry you towards your desires.
I love this framework. It's so helpful.
It is.
Instead of judging my emotions, I can use them as a guidance system.
Totally.
It really puts me in the driver's seat.
It does, but it also raises an important question for all of us listening. What are we giving more of our attention to? The lack of what we desire or the feeling of already having it? Because our energy flows where our attention goes.
This makes sense conceptually, but putting it into practice can be tough. Like, let's say I'm in the middle of a stressful situation. Do I just paste on a smile, pretend everything is fine? That doesn't feel authentic.
It's not about denying our emotions or pretending. It's about being aware of how we're feeling and choosing to move in a more positive direction. Baby steps. So, feeling anxious, take a few deep breaths. Feeling overwhelmed, take a break. Do something that sparks joy. What are some of the things that you do to shift your energy when you're feeling out of alignment?
I'm a big fan of a quick walk outside.
Yeah, me too.
Or putting on some music that makes me want to dance.
Of it.
So it's about finding little ways to nudge myself back into that downstream flow, right?
Exactly. It's about being kind to ourselves and remembering we don't have to do this perfectly. It's a process, a journey of self-discovery. There's another point from the source material that I found really interesting. It talks about the importance of selfishness in manifesting our desires.
Right.
Now, that word can get a bad rap, so I'm curious to hear your take on it.
Yeah, selfishness definitely has some negative connotation.
Sure.
But, thinking about this in the context of aligning with our vortex, maybe it's not about being inconsiderate of others.
Right.
Could it be about recognizing that our own well-being is paramount?
Yes.
Honoring our own desires and dreams and needs?
You hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
It's about putting ourselves first in a healthy way. And here's a fascinating point. When we take care of ourselves, when our own cup is full, we can give more to others.
That makes sense.
We're more energized, more compassionate, more present. What resonates with you about this idea of healthy selfishness?
It really resonates because I think a lot of us, especially women, are conditioned to put others' needs before our own.
Yeah.
And we end up feeling depleted, resentful, and disconnected from our own power. Maybe selfishness is really about reclaiming that battle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's about redefining selfishness as self-care. Self-love, honoring our unique path and purpose. When we embrace that, we're not only aligning with our own vortex of well-being, but we're also contributing to the collective good. Think about it. When we're happy and fulfilled, we radiate that energy outward, inspiring others to do the same.
I love that. So it's not selfish to prioritize my well-being. It's actually a generous act.
Right.
Because it allows me to show up more fully for others.
Yes.
And the more people who tap into their own vortex, the more positive energy we're all putting out into the world.
Exactly. And that ripple effect can be incredibly powerful. It is amazing to think about that ripple effect, isn't it? And it kind of brings us back to the practical side of things. We've been talking about this vortex and the power of aligning with it. But how do we actually make that shift from striving to allowing in our daily lives?
Right, because it's so easy to get caught up in the doing, the hustle, always pushing, striving for the next thing. But if I'm hearing you correctly, the source material suggests that the real magic of manifestation is in the being.
Exactly. It's about aligning our energy with what we want instead of trying to force it to happen. And one of the most powerful ways to do that is by practicing the art of feeling good.
Okay, this might sound a little too simple, but are you saying that just feeling good can actually help us manifest our desires?
That's exactly what the source material suggests, and it makes sense from an energetic perspective. When we feel good, we vibrate at a higher frequency.
Yeah.
And that high frequency energy acts like a magnet, drawing our desires to us. Think about it like this. You know how certain songs just lift your mood? That's your vibration shifting.
Okay, yeah.
So how can we consciously create that shift throughout the day?
So it's not about ignoring problems or pretending that everything is perfect. It's more about cultivating a general sense of well-being, even when things are tough.
Exactly. Practices like gratitude meditation or spending time in nature can be so helpful here. They help us shift our focus from what's wrong to what's right, from lack to abundance. What are some things you do that help you feel more grounded and connected to that sense of well-being?
For me, starting the day with a few minutes of journaling, just writing down what I'm grateful for, it really sets a positive tone. Even on crazy busy days, that little practice makes a difference.
Those small, consistent practices are so powerful. And remember, feeling good doesn't have to be some huge, ecstatic experience. It can be as simple as enjoying a cup of coffee, appreciating a beautiful sunset, or listening to music that makes you want to move. What are some of those simple pleasures that light you up?
Oh, long walk with my dog, for sure. Or baking something delicious.
Nice.
Little things like that can totally shift my mood. And the source material says, the more we practice feeling good, the easier it becomes, right? Like building a muscle.
It's exactly like that. Think of it like training for a marathon. At first, running a mile feels impossible. But with each run, it gets easier. Aligning with your vortex is similar. The more you practice those little shifts in your thinking and feeling, the more natural it becomes to stay in that flow of abundance.
So it's a positive feedback loop. The better we feel, the more good things we attract, which in turn makes us feel even better. And I love the marathon analogy. It reminds me that consistency is key. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up and doing the work, even when it feels challenging.
And even when it feels challenging, remember that momentum builds. Once we start moving in the direction of our desires, it gets easier to keep going. The universe loves momentum. It wants to support us in creating the lives we dream of.
It's like we're catching a wave and letting it carry us forward. And speaking of catching waves, there's another technique that the source material mentions that I'm curious about, segment intending. Can you explain what that is?
Absolutely. Segment intending is a powerful way to consciously direct our energy throughout the day, making sure that each part of our experience is aligned with the vibration of our vortex. It's like setting an intention for each segment of our day.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I might take a few moments before I start a task to visualize it going smoothly and successfully, or I might set an intention to feel calm and centered during a challenging meeting. Is that what you mean?
Exactly. It's about bringing that intentional energy into every part of our lives. And the beauty of it is that it can be applied to any area, our relationships, finances, health, creative pursuits, anything that matters to us.
It's like we're taking control of the steering wheel instead of just being a passenger on the roller coaster of life.
That's a great way to put it. And the more we practice segment intending, the more we might notice that our days flow more smoothly. Manifestations happen faster, and we experience a greater sense of ease and well-being. What are some ways you think you could start experimenting with segment intending?
Well, I often feel rushed and scattered in the mornings, So I could definitely set an intention for a calmer, more grounded start to my day. And before meetings, I could visualize a positive, productive outcome.
Those are great examples. And remember, it's not about rigidly controlling everything, but about gently guiding our energy in the direction we want to go. It's a subtle yet powerful shift in how we approach our day-to-day experience.
This is so empowering. I'm really starting to grasp the power we have to shape our own reality. But even with all these techniques, it's important to acknowledge that there will still be times when we feel out of alignment, when we experience doubt, fear, or frustration.
Absolutely. We're human after all, and those challenging emotions are part of the contrast that helps us clarify our desires and expand our capacity for joy.
So it's not about never feeling negative emotions. It's about learning to navigate them skillfully so they don't throw us off course. Do you have any advice for how we can do that?
One thing that helps me is remembering that those difficult emotions are often a sign that I'm out of alignment with my vortex. It's like my internal guidance system, letting me know that it's time to pause and check in with myself and make some adjustments.
So it's about using those moments of discomfort as an opportunity for growth and course correction, not as a reason to beat ourselves up.
Exactly. And the source material reminds us that even when we're feeling off kilter, our vortex is still there waiting for us to return to its flow. It's like a homing beacon, always guiding us back to our well-being.
It's comforting to know that no matter how far we stray, that vortex is always there, ready to welcome us back. And the more we practice these techniques, the faster we'll be able to find our way back when we do veer off track.
It's like strengthening a muscle. The more we use it, the stronger it gets. And the stronger our alignment muscle gets, the more resilient we become in the face of life's inevitable challenges.
So it's not about perfection, it's about progress.
Right.
Which I find incredibly encouraging because it takes the pressure off. We don't have to do this perfectly. We just have to keep practicing, learning, and growing.
And remember, the universe is always supporting us even when we can't see it. The source material highlights that there are always cooperative components working behind the scenes to orchestrate our desires.
So it's about trusting the process even when we don't fully understand it.
And releasing the need to control every detail. It's about surrendering to the wisdom of the universe and allowing it to guide us to where we need to be.
This has been such an insightful conversation. I feel like I have a much deeper understanding of how to align with my vortex and manifest my desires. I'm really excited to delve into even more practical techniques in our final installment of this three-part series. What can our listeners look forward to next week?
Next week, we'll be exploring some specific tools and strategies that our listeners can use to start putting these principles into practice in their own lives. We'll talk about everything from creating vision boards to working with affirmations to tapping into the power of visualization.
I can't wait. It's one thing to understand these concepts, but it's another thing entirely to actually put them into practice. So be sure to tune in next week as we continue our deep dive into the vortex. Until then, keep playing with these ideas and see what unfolds in your life. Welcome back to Metaphysics Podcast for the final part of our deep dive into the vortex. This concept has really blown my mind wide open, and I'm excited to wrap things up with some practical tips our listeners can use to start playing with this idea in their own lives.
I love that you said play, because that's what this is all about, approaching it with curiosity and a sense of experimentation, allowing ourselves to have fun with it rather than getting too serious or rigid. So true, because when we're having fun, we're naturally vibrating at a higher frequency, which, as we've learned, is key to aligning with our vortex. So where do we start? What are some simple ways to inject more of that playful energy into this process?
One of the simplest yet most effective techniques is focusing on what we appreciate. It's about shifting our attention from what's wrong to what's right, from lack to abundance. What comes to mind for you when you think about shifting your focus in this way?
It sounds like we're talking about cultivating an attitude of gratitude, but how do we move beyond just thinking about things we're grateful for to actually feeling that gratitude on a deeper level?
That's a great question. The source material emphasizes that gratitude isn't just a feel-good emotion. It's a powerful, energetic force that can literally transform our reality. When we focus on what we're grateful for, we're aligning our vibration with the energy of abundance, which in turn attracts more things to be grateful for. It's like that snowball effect. And the more we practice gratitude, the more we start to notice all the amazing things that are already present in our lives.
Yeah.
Things we might have taken for granted before.
Exactly. It's about training our brains to focus on the positive, to see the good in every situation. And as we do that, we naturally start to feel happier, more peaceful, and more aligned with our vortex.
I'm already feeling a shift just thinking about it. And the source materials suggest we can practice gratitude anytime, anywhere. It doesn't have to be some big formal ritual. We can just take a few moments throughout the day to appreciate the simple things: a warm cup of tea, a beautiful sunset, a kind gesture from a stranger.
Those small moments of appreciation can have such a profound impact on our vibration. And the more we practice, the more natural it becomes for you. What are some of those little things that you find yourself appreciating more and more as you cultivate this practice of gratitude?
Honestly, even just having a roof over my head and food on the table, it's easy to forget how fortunate I am. And I find that when I start my day with that awareness, that gratitude, it sets a really positive tone for the rest of the day.
That's a beautiful example, and it highlights how powerful it can be to shift our perspective, to focus on what we have rather than what we lack.
And speaking of powerful shifts, there's another technique that I've found really helpful for aligning with my vortex, and that's the idea of following my joy. What are your thoughts on this?
That's a wonderful one. It's about tuning into our inner guidance system and allowing ourselves to be led by what feels good. What does following your joy look like in your life?
It's about paying attention to those little nudges I get, those sparks of inspiration, those activities that make me feel alive and energized. Like if I have a free afternoon, do I want to spend it doing chores or doing something that truly lights me up? I like going for a hike or working on a creative project. The answer is pretty clear.
And the source material reminds us that our joy is our compass. It's always pointing us in the direction of our highest good, our most aligned path.
So if something feels like a drag, if it feels heavy or draining, maybe that's a sign to reconsider my involvement. It doesn't necessarily mean quitting my job or ending a relationship, but it might mean making some adjustments, finding ways to bring more joy and lightness into those areas of my life.
Exactly. Maybe it's about setting better boundaries, delegating tasks, or carving out more time for activities that bring you joy. It's about honoring your needs and making choices that are in alignment with your well-being.
And as we start following our joy, we'll likely find ourselves drawn towards opportunities and experiences that are in alignment with our vortex. It's like the universe is conspiring to support us, opening doors and creating synchronicities that lead us towards our desires.
It is like that. It's like riding a wave of serendipity. The more we trust our intuition and follow our joy, the more magical our lives can become.
It sounds like we're being encouraged to let go of the reins a little bit, surrender to the flow of life, and trust that the universe has our back. But that can be scary, right?
Yeah.
Especially for those of us who like to be in control.
It can definitely be scary to let go of control. But the source material reminds us that we're not alone in this journey. It emphasizes that we're always surrounded by a team of unseen helpers, guides, and angels who are always working in our favor.
It's like having a whole cheering section on the sidelines rooting for our success.
And they're just waiting for us to ask for their help. Do you ever find yourself reaching out to your spiritual support team for guidance? What does that look like for you?
Sometimes it's as simple as taking a moment to quiet my mind and ask for guidance. Other times, it's more about connecting with nature, feeling that sense of grounding and support from the earth. And sometimes it's about reaching out to a trusted friend or mentor for support.
Those are all beautiful examples, and they highlight that we don't have to do this alone. There's so much support available to us if we're willing to ask for it.
This has been such an incredible deep dive. I feel like I've gained so much clarity and inspiration from exploring this vortex concept.
Me too. It's been such a joy to share these insights with our listeners and to witness their own journeys of awakening and expansion.
And remember, dear listeners, this is just the beginning. The vortex is always there, ready and waiting for you to step into its flow. The key is to keep practicing, keep experimenting, and keep having fun with it.
And the more you align with the energy of your vortex, the more you'll experience the magic and abundance that life has to offer.
So go out there and create your own reality. And be sure to share your experiences and insights with us in the comments. We'd love to hear from you.
Until next time, may you be blessed with an abundance of joy, love, and all the good things that life has to offer.
Thanks for joining us on Metaphysics. Hey, everyone, and welcome back to Metaphysics Podcast. Today, we're taking a deep dive into a concept that might just totally change how you think about abundance: the vortex.
Yeah, you'll definitely want to stick with us for this one. By the end, you might have some powerful new tools for maybe shifting your financial reality.
We're going to be exploring how your thoughts and feelings actually impact your finances, and most importantly, how you might be able to shift your energy to attract what you desire.
Right. We'll be breaking down some really fascinating ideas about the vortex from the source material for this episode.
Yes, speaking of the vortex, the source describes it as like this wellspring of limitless abundance available on a vibrational level. And it even says there's enough in your vortex to keep you thriving for like 20 or 30 lifetimes. Now, if that doesn't get you curious, I don't know what will. What do you think about that idea?
Well, it's a powerful image for sure. What if all that prosperity is already there, just waiting to be accessed? The source material explains the vortex as this realm of pure potential, where our desires already exist in a vibrational form.
Okay, so how do we actually tap into this vortex? What are the mechanics behind it all?
Well, think of it like a radio. If you're always tuned to a station of worry and lack, that's the frequency you're putting out, and that's what you're going to experience. But if you can shift your frequency to one of